Call the meeting to order. This is a regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees, and I will ask our clerk, Trustee Andrew Cottle, to do the roll call.
Thank you, Madam President. President Raymond.
Here.
Vice President Taylor.
I'm here.
And I am here. Trustee Calvert. Trustee Simon Holland.
Here.
Trustee Kennedy.
Here.
And Trustee Minetto will be absent today. Student Representative Gomez.
Here.
Madam President, we have a quorum.
Thank you so much, Trustee Cottle. And we have a very special presentation today. So ladies and gentlemen, if you would please rise for the presentation of our nation's colors and the singing of the national anthem by Yeraldi Medina from Hug High School, JROTC. Please remove all hats and remain standing until the color guard has left the floor. The colors are presented by members of the Hug High School JROTC program. Today's color guard is commanded by Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Jessica Frank and assisted by Cadet Captain Brianna Contreras, Cadet Staff Sergeant Anthony Chapa, and Cadet Corporal Virdiana Lira Barajas.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red flare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does the star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well, thank you. You may all be seated, and another round of applause for that beautiful rendition of the national anthem and the presentation of our colors. It's been a long time since we've had the colors presented. That was wonderful. All right, the next item on our agenda is 1.04, which is action to adopt the agenda. I'd be looking for a motion on that item.
So moved.
Motion by Vice President Taylor, second by Trustee Cottle. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. We're now moving on to our consent agenda items. We have a number of consent agenda items which the Board of Trustees reviews and looks through in detail prior to the meeting. And some of these, there are questions that come up and the staff responds to those. They are shared on the board materials, so you can see those questions and answers there when they come up. And I do know that I would like to ask that we pull agenda item 2.02 for consideration separately. So I'll look to my trustees and see if there are any other agenda items they would like to pull. And if not, then I'd be looking for approval of consent agenda items 2.03 through 2.31.
So moved. Second.
All right, motion by Trustee Simon Holland, a second by Trustee Kennedy. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Well, thank you for entertaining 2.02 separately. And I have no issues with this agenda item, but just wanted to take a quick moment to recognize the service of Jerry Whitehead and the memorial plaque that we will be putting in place in honor of him at his elementary school. And I know that his daughter is with us today, Shelby Whitehead, and I just wanted to recognize her and thank her for being with us. And we're so honored to be able to memorialize your father in this way. So thank you. And before I move on to see if there is any public comment on that item,
I do not have any.
if there's any other discussion or questions then from our trustees. All right, well, thank you again, Shelby, for being here, and we look forward to being able to celebrate when the plaque is in place. Then I'd be looking for a motion to approve 2.02. Okay, motion by Vice President Taylor.
Second.
Second by Trustee Simon Holland. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. That takes us to 3.01, which is our public comment. This is general public comment, not related to a specific agenda item. We accept our public comment via email at public comments at, it feels like sometimes there, at public comments at washoeschools.net. And you can continue to email those public comments throughout this afternoon's meeting. The Board of Trustees receives those comments. They're forwarded to us. We review them and read them prior to the meeting and throughout the meeting. But if we have any one here present today, you can also do that in person. So I will ask our recording secretary, JJ Batchelder, to see if we have any email public comments, of which we'll read the names of those individuals, and then any in-person public comments.
The board received emailed public comments from Carla King, Crystal Richard, Anonymous, Daniel Napa, Logan McNeil, Luna, Kaylee Flood, Laura Tremaine, Donald Gallimore, James Gaba, Brandon Siri, Anonymous, David Feemster, and Scott Kraus. Chantal Ebonia, Casey Thielander, then John Eppolito.
Good afternoon, WCSD Board of Trustees. My name is Chantal Gabrieli Bonia. I am a sophomore at Worcester High School, also a member of the student-led organization Diversify Our Narrative, standing in solidarity with the WCSD Students for Change. I am here today to ask you to recall the May 12, 2020 school naming decision for the CTE Academy due to the inadequate means it was held. This meeting did not allow for fair public participation, and as a result, I ask for 1, the board to re-agendize the school naming for the CTE Academy planned for the repurposed Hug High School campus. 2, to restore Dolores Feemster as a finalist to be considered in the naming of the CTE Academy while allowing for a fair public process for the community's input. And 3, ultimately for the name to be repurposed Hug High School, the Dolores Feemster CTE Academy. At the beginning of the statement, I introduced myself as Chantal Gabrieli Bonia, but no, that's not really my name. Because in the decade I've spent in the Washoe County school system, there have been countless times where something as simple as my name had been overlooked. Hello, my name is Chantal, my name is Chantal, my name is Chantal Gabrieli Bonia, the name my mother gave me, the name I immigrated here with, the name that most teachers throughout my entire academic career never bothered to learn how to pronounce correctly. And while my teachers put countless hours into my education and future, I always felt this mispronunciation was heavier than my peers or leadership ever understood. But the pronunciation is not the only aspect of my name. My name represents culture, identity. My name means something to me and to the people who use it, to the people who see it on petitions and awards. So yes, names are important, especially the name of a school that thousands of students will attend in the years to come. Dolores Feemster is a name everyone in Reno, every single student in this school now, and every student in the future school that will stand here in its place should know. Disregarding the opportunity to name the school in Dolores Feemster's honor would mean disrespecting the value of her 36 years of history in the district, 34 of those administrating, educating, and counseling students in the very school we stand in. It would erase the multitudes of students that she would check up on daily to make sure they were doing okay, and her guidance to their graduation. It would erase the opportunity for the community to know and learn the history of a local Black, Italian, American minority woman who found a way to greatness despite what was intended for her. If you were to honor her name, it would preserve her legacy and would represent the start of inclusivity in WCSD, which is something so severely lacking. I've already experienced the erasure of my name and identity. We cannot allow Dolores Feemster to meet the same fate. I am once again asking for you to recall the May 12, 2020 school naming meeting for the CTE Academy to allow for fair participation in good spirit to re-agendize the school naming of the CTE Academy in honor of Dolores Feemster, allow a fair process for the community's input, and to ultimately change the school name to the Dolores Feemster CTE Academy. Thank you for your time, for listening, and giving me an opportunity to speak my mind. To you, the school board, I leave you with a question. When and how will you be addressing our concerns? Thank you.
Thank you, Chantal.
Casey Thelander, John Eppolito, Maureen Heath.
So I've been in contact with some of you from the district. Now you can put a face to the name. I'm here today because I want to know, I've been in contact with Kristen McNeil, and she's the boss supposedly, and she's not for distancing the schools. So who is it? Who's the person? I'm asking. Can somebody point a finger? Can somebody give me a name? Who's pushing this agenda? Whose idea was this? Because I can speak on behalf of a lot of parents from our school, and they're not for it. And I ask you to think about the futures of these children, and that the sports, the scholarships, the things you're going to be tearing away from those kids. All of them. But I'm asking a question, who? Whose agenda? Who is the one pushing this? I want a name. I'm a very upset parent, like a lot of them. Nobody can answer the question?
Mr. Thelander, during public comment, we don't get into a dialogue back and forth. That's the 3 minutes are yours to speak, and then I think a lot of these questions will be addressed during the time when this agenda item is heard.
Okay, well, what happens when it doesn't get answered? I have 3 minutes to talk. I would feel that, like, considering that I'm a taxpayer and that all of you work for us, that I can ask a question and get an answer to it. This is our meeting, not yours. And us parents want answers because we're tired of the wishy-washy and everything that's going on. So if I have to sit here through this whole thing to get a name, I will. Because I want to talk to who is doing it, who's pushing it. You have no science, nothing backing it for what you're doing today, even bringing it to the table. But I'll sit here and wait through this whole thing, and I would expect an answer from somebody of the name and a contact of who it is that these parents need to get a hold of to ask why, to why they're doing this, and why they're bringing this to the table.
Thank you, Mr. Thelander.
John Eppolito, Maureen Heath, Ulysses Dorantes.
Hi, my name is John Eppolito. I'm a former K-12 teacher. I have 4 kids. 2 have already graduated from Washoe County Schools, and 2 are in high school. There is an incredible amount of student data being collected, stored, and shared with official and unofficial entities. Some of us realized years ago neither the state of Nevada nor the local school districts really understood and or did enough to protect children. So a group of parents, grandparents, and concerned citizens formed a group called Protect Nevada Children. Anybody can join almost 1,000 of us on our private Facebook page called Protect Nevada Children. A few recent posts on the page. 1, my comments at the last board meeting last month about the incredible amount of data Infinite Campus collects, stores, and shares about our children. And a 4th request for the district to provide a list of the data IC stores on our children forever. 2, a high school mother's concerned that on the laptop the district provided to her son, she's having a hard time blocking the device from viewing porn, and the district's ridiculous response. 3, a mother's concern that students are sharing inappropriate TikTok videos with other school students on school-issued devices and the district's lack of concern. 4, a recent ACLU article titled, quote, "Those free remote learning apps have a high cost. Your students' privacy," end quote. All this is posted on Protect Nevada Children on Facebook. Number 5, one of those free education vendors Washoe County School District required students to use was Kahoot. Last year, a Reno student took a Kahoot test titled, "Should I Kill Myself?" while at school. The next day, Caleb committed suicide. After the suicide, it took over a year to get Kahoot out of our schools. 6, the mom who spoke at the board meeting with a heart-wrenching story about how her child first became addicted to pornography, then drugs, all because he got a smart device before his parents knew the dangers. 7, students who are being forced to share personal information and schoolwork on free education apps, even though their parents object. The bottom line is this: many times the district is putting the first smart device in students' hands. Then when bad things happen, the district does not take responsibility. That's what's most frustrating. Instead, the district goes into a CYA mode. You can find us on Facebook at Protect Nevada Children.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito.
Maureen Heath, Ulysses Dorantes, Adrienne Beamster.
Hello, Washoe County School Board. My name is Maureen Heath. I am a sophomore at Worcester High School. I'm also a member of Diversifying Our Narrative and in solidarity with Students for Change. I would strongly urge the school district to rename Hug High School to Dolores Feemster's CT Academy. Dolores is well known at Hug High. Having worked there for 37 years as a counselor, she is credited by many of her coworkers and even school board member Andy Taylor as the reason many students, especially Black students, were able to graduate high school. She was known to support all those who were struggling in school by allowing them to trust her in as a confidant and at other times working as a negotiator or even a mediator to ensure that students succeed. In addition, Dolores was very active in the civil rights movement, and because of that, she was honored in Nevada Women's Hall of Fame. I strongly believe that a person who helped so many at Hug High, led by example, supported civil rights, and who was well known and well regarded, should be the name that graces the walls of our new vocational academy. I'm asking the board today to do several things. To prioritize the naming of the CTE Academy at Hug High School. To ensure that Dolores Feemsters be re-added to the list of finalists that will be honored in the naming of the academy. And, as a result, make the final decision that the vocational program will be named after Dolores Feemster. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Heath.
Ulysses Dorantes, Adrienne Feemster, Marley Lever.
Hi, my name is Ulysses Dorantes. I'm a first-year grad student in UNR's Communication Department, and I currently teach 2 entry-level courses there. While I'm new to the community here, I'm a first-generation Chicano, and I'm pursuing a career in education, and I am passionately committed to anti-racist work and promoting education that is liberatory. These are 2 things that beloved Black scholar Bell Hooks is also known for. Within the first few pages of Teaching to Transgress, Hooks begins by describing the often overlooked negative side of school desegregation, contrasting her experiences at all Black schools and integrated schools in Kentucky. She states that her teachers, mostly Black women, worked with and for us to ensure that we would fulfill our intellectual destiny, and to fulfill that mission, my teachers made sure they knew us. They knew our parents, our economic status, where we worshiped, what our homes were like, end quote. Clearly, these educators took a committed interest in their students' well-being and as individuals, and familiarize themselves with the potential strengths and weaknesses that lay in their educational paths. School faculty and staff have so much on their plates already, and many often find themselves uncomfortable and ill-equipped to engage with students' personal lives. So it's incredibly rare for an educator to demonstrate this level of commitment to their students' success. Again, Hooks states, "School changed utterly with racial integration. Bused to white schools, we soon learned that obedience and not a zealous will to learn was what was expected of us. Now, we were mainly taught by white teachers whose lessons reinforced racist stereotypes. By now, we should all be familiar with the data and headlines that show the stark differences between how white students are punished versus how students of color are punished in schools. That is not just an issue of cultural misunderstandings, but also of representation, as students are proven to do better when they have models in their educational environments that they can relate to and be mentored by. I use these passages from Hooks to illustrate something that is so often missing from public school environments. That something is a distinctly personal connection, something that by all accounts Dolores Feemster demonstrated tirelessly. Paralleling Hooks' own early teachers, a former Black Hug High student is quoted in the Reno Gazette as saying, "If you missed too much school, she called. If you were struggling in school, she helped. If your struggle was at home, she served as a mediator or a negotiator or confidant to help your family get back on track." Dolores Feemster's memorial is a testament to how beloved she was here in this community, and her legacy serves as a powerful reminder of the impact a single educational professional may have. In closing, I urge you all to recall the May 12th, 2020 school naming meeting for the CTE Academy and to place the naming of the CTE Academy back on the WCSD meeting agenda, with Dolores Feemster's name included on that agenda to allow for full public participation. Here you have the opportunity to uphold the ideals of liberatory
Thank you, Mr.
education.
Dorantes. I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Adrienne Feemster, Marley Lever, JeanLuciani.
I'm sorry, was that, the first name you called was Adrienne Feemster?
Yes, Adrienne Feemster.
You're not Adrienne Feemster?
No.
No, she's right at the back behind you, so if you could let her go have her turn.
Good afternoon. I'll get straight to the point, board. My name is Adrienne Feemster. I was the rep for the advocating the school naming for Dolores Feemster. In November 2019, the board favored Dolores Feemster on the CTE, but yet you held my grandmother's name hostage to secure a win for the late Senator Debbie Smith. At that time, Greg Smith, the husband of Senator Smith, said he observed legal issues with what you were doing, yet you proceeded. You proceeded to reverse the process, give the committee an option to choose one of two names, which they've never done in policy before. In that process, they dropped my grandmother's name after finding an unsatisfactory option for Senator Smith, and then forwarded those names back to the board. The board then held a meeting on YouTube with public comment being held through email 5 days into phase 1 of a national pandemic, a crisis we have not seen in our lifetime, and proceeded to name the school after Senator Smith. I am here before I go further to ask the board to re-agendize the school naming for the CTE Academy that's planned for the repurposed Hug High School, this very grounds that my grandmother served for over 34 years. She served this district loyally, faithfully, above and beyond expectation, extraordinarily, for over 36 years. 70 years of her life, a lifetime of service she gave to this community, not because she expected anything, but because it was the right thing for her to do, her character, what she was made of. Now my family, the Feemster family, and Dolores Feemster made it to that finalist list. By naming Senator Smith, you say that 7 of my family members that have dedicated their lives, a lifetime of service to this community, that what Senator Smith, being from Lander County, out-accomplished all 7 members of my family and my grandmother? Is that what you're telling me? Perhaps it had anything to do with the naming committee, Riley Sutton chairing it, that worked for the Senator Smith? Did it have anything to do with Mrs. Payne controlling the communications? Have you ever done this in a naming process before? Why are you not responding to our emails? You said it was public comment by email, yet there's no response. We've asked for data and information, research details. You refuse to respond and address. Caudill answers an email with 1 sentence as to who my grandmother is, but yet you say you mentor and encourage black
Ms.
athletes
Feemster,
at
I'm
the
sorry,
university.
Your time is up. Ms.
Excuse
Feemster,
me?
I'm sorry, your time is up. I'm sorry.
Let me close this out by saying we want
Ms.
to
Feemster, your time is
re-agendize
up. Your
the
time is
school
up. I
naming
need you to please take your
and
seat.
place Dolores Feemster on the HUD campus as she should be.
Ms. Feemster,
And I
will you
stand
please take a
here
seat?
with the
Your time is up.
signatures of 1,200 community members that feel
Ms.
exactly
Feemster,
the same
we
way.
have a 3-minute limit.
Will
and
you
your time
continue
is
to
up.
ignore us?
Your time
That's
is
what
up.
I want to know. This is only the beginning. This is for the board.
Marley Lever, JeanLuciani, Alexia Carver.
Just take this opportunity to remind everyone that if you have public comment to make, we don't respond to it, and that includes by email. So if you email the board directly, we can respond to those emails, but we don't respond to public emails, public comment emails. And just to make sure that everyone understands, we're reading off about 3 names at a time just so people can prepare for their turn to approach the podium. So you'll hear a series of names, and the person, that she calls first will be the first one to speak at that time. So.
Marley Lever,
Good afternoon. My name is Marley, and I will be speaking on behalf of my teacher, Mr. Small. Dear Superintendents, and Board of Trustees, as a recurring item on the board's agenda each meeting, reevaluating the data and specific site circumstances of COVID-19 presented by the task force has been ever-changing. I recognize some of the concerns of the community and the deprivation that could cause for some students should this committee decide to go full distance. I have followed these issues and listened attentively to the many public comments from teachers, community members, and parents' wishes for the safe and full return of all students for reasons including their mental health and in personal differentiated instruction. Our governor has recently indicated that schools serve students in many ways beyond teaching, including essential services that these children would otherwise not get. I hear the concerns over suicide among teens during this time of quarantine and know that each case across the country is a tragedy. It is with this understanding that I am able to examine the perspective of this community and the issues before this committee. I would like to commend Dr. Kirsten McNeil with her recommendations to move towards a full distance setting until our curve is slowed with more resources are made available. It is with that recommendation that I would like to call attention to the services and resources we provide. I can't speak to every school in our district, but I do know that HUG has flagshipped and championed an SEL curriculum that benefits students socially and mentally. Our communities and schools' resources are invaluable to our most at-risk students. We have more counselors than any other high school in serving percentages of our population. Because of our Title I funding squares to our families. Our meals and food services staff do a tremendous job of reaching out and providing three squares to our families. We are one of only a few schools that have a full-time psychologist. We are staffed with some amazing intervention preventionists and ensuring students are successful academically and are provided with resources to graduate and achieve their goals. I believe we are unlike many schools in this district because of the services provided, and because of those services, I believe these are essential to our students and their families. However, schools are equipped and staffed as we are. Schools as well equipped and staffed as we are not designed to combat issues of essential services for children. Teachers are not educated in matters of mental health.
Thank you very much, Marley. Great job, and thank you to your teacher, Mr. Smalls.
JeanLuciani, Alexia Carver, Elizabeth Cadigan.
Board members, Superintendent McNeil, thank you for your time. My name is JeanLuciani, and I am a parent, a retired teacher, and member of Empower Nevada Teachers. Although I am not speaking on behalf of Empower Nevada Teachers today, you should know that 2 of our 9 board members could not be here today because they tested positive for COVID. Both are current Washoe County School District teachers at 2 different schools. The decisions you make here affect people's lives. I speak to you today as a parent and a community member. New York City has closed their schools because they reached a 3% positivity rate. Today, Washoe County is at 19%. 19%. The health department cannot pinpoint any specific areas where infection is happening. I am a layman, but I find it obvious that since schools are placed in every single neighborhood in our community, that they must be a big part of the problem. Kids are not socially distancing. While students are required to wear masks at school, they are not socially distancing to and from school. They are also meeting outside of school hours. How can we expect community members not to gather with families when their child gathers in groups of 20 or more unrelated people on a daily basis for 6 hours, inside a building. Let's face it, if schools are open, people will not take the disease seriously. I implore you to move to distance learning immediately. With the Thanksgiving holiday this week, it is likely that families will gather with others outside of their households. Because of this, it will be dangerous to bring students back to our schools next week. Educators know that students become highly engaged when they are involved with decisions about their learning. Let's use this same strategy with our community. They play a vital role in stopping the spread of this disease by wearing masks and staying home. Let's reward this good behavior by offering in-person learning when our community positivity rate falls below 5%. In this way, we as a school district can be part of the solution. The fact is, if the state of Nevada funded education to even the national average and didn't have the highest class sizes in the nation, we would have had the resources necessary to deal with the effects of this pandemic. We must stop reacting and start being proactive when it comes to education in Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Luciani.
Alexia Carver, Elizabeth Cadigan.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Trustees. My name is Alexia Carver. I'm a junior at North Valleys High School, and I represent Senate District 15 in the Nevada Youth Legislature. Today was an especially difficult day at NVHS. We had over 100 students and 19 teachers excluded. If we were any other school, school would have been canceled for the day. Personally, 2 of my teachers were excluded, and the son of another teacher was also one of the 100+ students excluded. 5 of our admin staff had to step in for excluded teachers instead of substitutes. For both teachers and students, this year has been difficult to grapple with, to say the least. This morning, the wife of my chemistry teacher, who is a district employee, watched a colleague have a mental breakdown. She cried and quit on the spot. Please just send us to full at-home distancing until January. This is a necessary decision to make an equitable schooling experience for everyone, especially for the students who have been continually excluded. Thank you all for allowing me to share my experience. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carver.
Elizabeth Cadigan.
Board of Trustees and Superintendent Dr. McNeil, I'd like to start by thanking Trustee Minetto and Trustee Raymond for their correspondence over the past 2 weeks regarding some of the concerns I brought forth before the board. I appreciate their communication and hope that we may be able to find some solutions pertaining to workplace stress. At the last board meeting, I heard a few community members ask the board to reconsider the naming the new CTE Academy that will open on this very campus after Dolores Feemster. I recall this naming decision being a challenging one to finalize, and so I went back to review the board meetings and public comments that addressed this topic. It was easy to see that this naming selection was something that was held a lot of weight for a variety of members in our community. Many people wrote and spoke to explain why they felt that their choice should be selected. I could also understand why the board had a difficult time making their decision, as they wanted to find a way to rightfully honor both Debbie Smith and Dolores Feemster. As many have said before me, both of these women are more than deserving of having a school named after them. And while I recognize how much of an impact WC1 has made on our ability to build and remodel the schools within our district, and that this tax would not be in place today if it wasn't for Senator Smith's work, I feel as though both the naming committee and board should have granted the naming honor of the specific school site to Dolores Feemster on account of how much her efforts have directly impacted the students, family, and community members within this direct area. If not this campus, where else makes sense? How else can the Washoe County School District recognize the dedication that Dolores Feemster has shown the students, family, and community members within this direct area. At the end of the May 12 board meeting, a future agenda item request was made by Trustee Simon Holland to have the board look into other ways besides school namings that we can honor outstanding members of our community. I am interested to know when this agenda item will be created and how this process will be put into effect. I recall special efforts being made to reach out to current and former students, staffs, and families of WACT to see if renaming that school after Debbie Smith would be something that the community would be interested in. I found it interesting to see that the board chose to reach out to that community and provide them with a direct opportunity to voice their opinions. Will similar efforts be made to reach out to other school communities as new honoring suggestions are created? Again, that recommendation for an item was made in May. And while many things have been happening since then, the fact that it has not been put into place does not do much of an honor to Dolores Feemster. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cadigan.
Those are all the cards I have for this item.
Thank you very much, JJ. All right, we are now moving on to our regular agenda, and we are going to start with agenda item 4.01, which is discussion and possible action to allow the president of the Board of Trustees to set the start time of regular meetings of the Board of Trustees based on the length of the agenda, and this is for possible action. And I am the presenter on this item. I didn't realize. But in consultation with the superintendent and our vice president and clerk, because of the length of so many of our meetings recently, we're looking at just the option to set the start time of our meetings at 2 p.m. when there is a lengthy agenda item and there are a number of business items that we could put earlier in the meeting agenda, so that those business items would be heard starting around 2 o'clock, and then we would save any action items that were particularly relevant or of interest to our community, our staff, our students, to be heard no earlier than 4 p.m. And felt it was important to have this discussion at this meeting and with the trustees as a group and take action possibly on it as a group, because there was action made over a year ago now to move the meeting time later, and I just want to be sensitive and honor the reasons for that. We certainly want to continue to be able to provide the opportunity for those in our community that want to participate in our meetings to be able to be here at 4 or later, but there are often items that we can hear earlier in the meeting that maybe aren't as relevant to them. So if there's any discussion that or any trustees have any thoughts on this, I'd be open to hearing that at this time. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'll speak to it since over a year ago, I requested that the board change the meetings to 4 o'clock. And I do think that it is important that we start our meetings at 4 o'clock. However, I do understand that it's hard for the community to be engaged in our meetings if we're meeting until 1:30 in the morning. And so I do think it's important for the president to use judgment on being sensitive to the time of the community and staff, but also making sure our business can be done in as timely of a fashion as possible. So I'm okay with this. I just don't think we need to be sensitive and make sure that it's not abused, but I think so far this year it has been appropriate when necessary. So as the one who asked for the agenda item over a year ago, I would say that I'm okay with this. Thank you.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I supported the original decision to go to 4 o'clock, and I think, as you've described it, the reasons are very important. We've had certainly we've had a lot of very controversial items, but we've also had a lot more participation in our meetings this year, and I think it is important for us to be able to have students and teachers and staff members attend our meetings and share with us their thoughts. All that being said, I won't be here, and I think it's certainly fine for the president to have that flexibility. I think it's probably something that the new board will want to discuss and have an agenda item to make their own decision. So just wanted to share those thoughts. I respect their decision-making about it.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Excuse me. I've been on the board during times when we had meetings started at 2 and meetings that start at 4. And I've had a chance to experience both, and I think where we are is certainly the level of engagement that we have right now. Certainly some of it's for obvious reasons. We have some really unprecedented, that word has been overused, I know, but unprecedented things going on with COVID and some other things that are really of great interest to our community. And so we've gotten a lot of community interest, whether it's via Zoom or in person, even during the pandemic. And even though we give people an opportunity to weigh in electronically, many still choose to come out. And I certainly don't want to do anything to stifle any of that, because part of our job is to hear from our constituents, from the students, from everybody in the school district community. And so I will support giving the president the discretion of doing that, as long as, again, those outlines are in place. You know, some of the regular mundane, if you will, business items are the items that will occur earlier, so that we still have that 4 o'clock time. Because once I've had many people talk about how I stayed with you guys, Angie, until 10 or until 11, or I just couldn't go past 12 or whatever. And so then we lose a lot of those people, which is the reason we want to go up for it, so it kind of works against itself. So I think that a level of discretion in the hands of the president, I think, would be in order, so that we don't cut off what it is that we're trying to have by delaying the meeting. Some of those things, by delaying the start, by continuing to start at 4, when some of those business type items we can get out of the way earlier. So I am in support of the motion.
Thank you, Vice President Taylor. Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm also in favor, although I will not be here, but I would just hope that the board would keep in mind that what is perceived as mundane or mere business is in the eye of the beholder. What someone that may decide is a mundane, small item may be very important to someone else. So hoping that we make sure that as much as possible is made available to as much of the public as possible.
Thank you, Trustee Kennedy. Okay, if there's no further discussion, be looking for a motion on this item.
I'm happy to make the motion, Madam President.
Thank you.
I move that the Board of Trustees allows the President of the Board of Trustees to set the start time of regular meetings of the Board based upon the agenda as discussed.
I second.
Okay. Motion by Vice President Taylor, second by Trustee Kennedy. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. That motion passes unanimously. Agenda item 4.02 is consideration of approval for proposed sexuality, health, and responsibility education 4th through 6th grade video replacements as recommended by the Share Advisory Committee. Our presenters on this item are Rochelle Proctor, our Share Coordinator, Dr. Troy Parks, our Chief Academic Officer, and Kendra Fox, our Director of Curriculum and Instruction. Welcome to you all, and thank you for joining us this evening. I'll turn it over to Dr. Parks in the middle.
Thank you, and good evening, President Raymond, Dr. McNeil, members of the Board of Trustees. For the record, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer. Thank you for this opportunity to update you on our 4th, 5th, and 6th grade share curriculum. Also want to take this opportunity to recognize our share committee. This is a group of very dynamic, highly effective people in our community coming together to talk about share. And after 2 meetings, I could certainly tell you they are focused on meeting the needs of our students. They are highly respectful of one another. And that comes under the leadership of Rochelle Proctor, as well as the chair, Ashley Wade. So with that, I want to get you to our presentation. And Kendra Fox is here joining me as the Director of Secondary Curriculum and Instruction. And obviously we have Rochelle Proctor over here, our Coordinator of SHARE. So I'll turn it over to them.
Good afternoon. It's been so long since I've seen you all in person. So tonight's presentation is 4th through 6th grade video replacements. So rationale for the replacement videos and the proposed changes is, frankly, number one is the age of the videos we're using. Years of production range from 89 to 2007. They are cost prohibitive to replace the complete library. Some of those videos are also no longer produced. Some DVDs are in disrepair. Oftentimes they're sent back to my office with a note saying this was unusable. New and revitalized schools do not have DVD capabilities, so that has put another bump in our road of share. So oftentimes the only thing I can tell them is you don't have to show the videos. So the students are missing the contents in the videos as well. And then another really super important point is the videos aren't easily accessible for families. I am more than welcome to check out videos. I've shared that over and over with the counselors, with the science teachers, with the health teachers, that if a family member or a family would like to preview the videos before their child is viewing them in the classroom, I'm more than happy to send them to the school site so they can check them out. I've had a couple of parents do that, but that has been a concern with some of our family members. That makes them nervous not knowing what we're showing their kids. So just a brief comparison between what we're showing right now and what we're proposing for video links. Something to keep in mind is, again, this is kind of a Band-Aid to keep us going until we are looking at updating the 6th grade, 5th grade, and 4th grade curriculum, which will be happening in the next year. It's just to get us through this little lump in time, so to speak. And we do have, important to note, is that we still have a boy day and a girl day. So some of the videos are shown whole class. Some the kiddos are divided into boys and girls for their video presentation. So just the current 4th grade, looking ahead about boys and looking ahead about girls. Frankly, I don't know if any of you have watched the videos that I sent over to JJ, but it's the same cast, it's just with a female focus and a male focus for the boys. And then the self-management, knowing how to say no, was peer pressure and smoking and stealing and how to say no. So my suggestion was to replace it with a kid president making tough choices. Also uplifting for our students. JJ? 5th grade, Dr. D's Birds and Bees is the oldest video we have of 1989. It's also a cartoon or an animated capital D, walking two students through the bridge of puberty and adolescent development. That one obviously is one of our oldest and tends to have the most technological difficulties and tends to be skipped over. Bill Nye, continuing with the germs, the committee was fine with that, even though Bill Nye he's getting older too, as far as the video, but they were completely fine with keeping that for germs for right now. And then again, I like being me, self-esteem, and replacing it with a pep talk from Kid President about self-esteem. And then lastly, our 6th grade video is, you'll notice the boy to man and girl to woman. It's the same video on the other side, but again, since we do separate the kids, boy day and girl day, they would be watching the same video just in different rooms at this time until we get to 6th grade. and as far as updating the curriculum. And then understanding HIV and AIDS and replacing it with understanding HIV, AIDS, learning the facts, and fighting the stigma and staying safe. Lots of positive comments from the committee on that video. So this is just, again, a Band-Aid until we get to the updating of the curriculum of 6th grade, of 5th and 4th, and hopefully we'll be moving on to 6th grade the second part of this year, and then 5th and 4th next year. So, impacts. As far as students, content and context are much more relevant and easily available to distance learners. Staff videos will be easily accessible on all site devices. And as far as families, caregivers will have access to videos that support the current SHARE curriculum. And then questions for me about the videos.
Well, thank you so much, Rochelle. I think that all sounds very reasonable. I'm especially happy to see the availability for our families to watch the videos from home. I think that's huge, that just sort of sense of knowing what your kid's going to be learning about and what they're going to be seeing is great. I appreciate you making that a part of the process. So, Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to thank the committee and thank you, Rochelle, for the great work. I did watch the videos and they're wonderful. You've made great choices and I just really endorse the work, so thank you. I know it's a lot of work on everybody's part to find something that everyone can agree on, and I agree with President Raymond that it's really important that our families can access those, and I appreciate that the staff is so welcoming to the families to make sure they can be fully informed, so thank you.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Rochelle, thank you to you and the committee. Every time we look at shared curriculum, it's always, it's always something that gets a lot of attention, as it should, and that we want to make sure that the right decisions are being made going forward. I didn't get a chance to look at all of the videos, but I did see some, and they certainly did like what I saw. I'm going to agree with my colleague. I would say I think one of the things that struck out to me is as uncomfortable as it could be, in particular at this age group for kids, the more up-to-date and relevant the videos are, the better. It's easier to kind of disregard what's being said if it looks old and it's cracking and teachers are getting frustrated, so then they aren't showing all of it. And so I certainly endorse updating. I also think it's important that we have it being consistent across the district, and if some can play it and some can't and so on, that sends a different message. I think one that that either it isn't important enough for some kids to see some of the videos, and then also just to concur that one of the benefits I think of having it accessible to the families, which is great, is that families can also go back and follow up with their student if they want. They can watch it together. They can ask questions and that either in advance or afterwards if that makes families or students more comfortable. So just thank you for your work, and I'm certainly in support.
Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you. Thank you, Rochelle. I think you know that I'm very familiar with the 6th grade video issues. And I do like this because it's not, I don't know if most people know that we would have share preview nights at school throughout the district. And the thing is that knowing that we have an option besides just checking a DVD out to someone, that we could provide families with this information so that we have two options or a combination thereof, so that families can come in and watch at the schools if that's what we're going to continue to do, but also that if they're unavailable to come to those nights, that we have something very reasonable that they can do on their own time frame. So thank you.
All right, Dr. Parks or Kendra, do either of you have anything to add? No? Okay. There's no further discussion. Trustee Simon Holland.
I was just going to make a motion. I don't know if we have any public comment.
Oh yeah,
on this.
public comment, sorry.
We do not.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was just going to make a motion that the board approves the proposed 4th to 6th grade SHARE videos as recommended by the SHARE Advisory Committee. And just in case we haven't said what SHARE stands for, Sexuality, Health, and Reproductive Education, is that correct?
Responsibility education.
Responsibility education. Oh, see, I don't even get it. So anyway, I make that motion. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Trustee Simon Holland. I have a motion.
Second.
Second from Trustee Kennedy. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you both so much, Kendra and Rochelle, for being here and making the time. I know Dr. Parks isn't moving, so. Next up, we've got agenda item 4.03, which is presentation to the Board of Trustees on the updates and progress for the newly formed Department of Distance and Blended Learning. This is for presentation and discussion only. And our new Director of Distance and Blended Learning, Ms. Jenny Anderson, is going to take a seat next to Mr. Parks and teach us all the stuff.
Thank you again, President Raymond. Again, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer for the record. And again, very thankful for this opportunity to introduce you and provide you an update on our Department of Distance and Blended Learning. If you go back to the outbreak of the pandemic, we were forced into distance learning, and we really worked hard to do the best we could with very little time and very little resources. Want to acknowledge the tremendous efforts at our school sites, our area superintendents supervising them. All of us know the heroic work that they've done in schools to keep them open. And so tonight, as we consider distance learning in a later item, wanted to also acknowledge our 21st Century Learning Department, who has been thrust into the limelight and responded extremely well, as have all departments in the district, to support our schools. And I think back to our Teaching and Learning Committee, who has also been focusing on what this might look like for both the in-person, hybrid, and distance models. And Jenny Anderson, our new director, has been a member of that team and working on providing resources and better guidance to our schools. So needless to say, she hit the ground running as the new director, and I know I speak for many others when I say we are very impressed with her pace that she is setting in listening and learning. She has took it upon herself to make sure she is out visiting parents, principals, teachers, students, and she is going to provide you an update on, even though it's only been a month, she has an update for you on some great work that she has done. So I'll turn it over to Jenny Anderson, your new Director of Distance and Blended Learning.
Good evening, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, and Board of Trustees. I am Jenny Anderson, for the record, Director of Distance and Blended Learning. Thank you for this opportunity to present this evening. Since being a child in first grade with Esther Bennett at Hunter Lake, I've always wanted to be an educator. During college, I worked at a private preschool and kindergarten before my experience as Washoe County School District teacher began. I had the pleasure of being an intermediate teacher, reading facilitator, and dean at Lincoln Park. I then moved into being an assistant principal at Alice Smith before becoming a principal at Jessie Beck. And I just was into my 8th year as principal at Veterans Memorial STEM Academy, so you can imagine how tough the decision was to move into this new adventure. Throughout history, education is impacted by situations beyond our control. Civil rights, equity, court cases, laws, and new technology, to name a few. As shown in this slide, in 1937, a polio outbreak happened in Chicago, calling for distance learning through the radio. That was a fact I wasn't aware of until one of my colleagues brought it to my attention, and I thought it was relevant. We were also impacted in 1941 when our entire nation engaged in war. And so education at that point was put on the back burner. As you can see through the spans of time, education is moving forward. We begin to see some technology impacts with the first handheld calculator in 1972. The Apple II computer came out in 1977, happens to be a special year for me, and IBM responded with the PC in 1981. 1985 was the year for Microsoft Windows, and we could never go back. We always had to look forward. In the mid-1990s, we see smartboards take off, and those became a much bigger impact in 1994 and 1995, making their way into more schools. Google took off in 1998. All of this happened in just over 100 years. Since March of 2020, our entire nation has engaged in a radical shift to city, county, and state shutdowns, online meetings, distance learning, and intense safety measures, including PPE, that we never imagined we'd be required to use. John Gardner, the Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare under LBJ, said, "I'm entirely certain that 20 years from now, we will look back at education as it is practiced in most schools today and wonder that we could have tolerated anything so primitive." I don't know if he could have predicted how profound this statement is today. Since March of 2020, Teaching and Learning Committee has met regularly to discuss how schools can best meet the needs of our schools and students. A guidance document will be released soon, pulling together much of this work from the committee. We have defined at the elementary level what makes up the required 5-hour distance learning day, provided guidance for the required 5.5-hour secondary day, as well as roles and expectations for all stakeholders involved. This is important work. Through my experience as a site leader, as a participant on the Teaching and Learning Committee, as well as a human surviving in such an uncertain time, I feel confident that in order to build beneficial and a sustainable model, if we can go to the next slide, sorry. In order to build a sustainable model, we must ensure all instructional staff are equipped and trained to allow for blended learning and skilled to extend into a distance environment. All students in Washoe County School District will have an opportunity to learn in a 21st century learning environment with skilled teachers to support a student-centered, blended learning, technology-rich model. We must ensure that students who are learning off-site have an equal education to those who are learning on-site. In an effort to ensure consistency moving forward, it's important to define these three terms that are often confused: synchronous, asynchronous, and blended. And as we put out documentation moving forward, we'll continue to try and include those phrases, that vocabulary, as well as the definitions, because they are so easily misunderstood. As I mentioned earlier, over the past month, I've had the great opportunity to talk with principals, teachers, students, and some of our families. I've collaborated with other departments, and as I've visited several middle and high schools, I've seen some of the most innovative teachers and leaders engaging in students in totally new ways. Everyone's working so hard to provide quality instruction and to improve continually. While I could go into examples of teachers who go above and beyond, working day and night to plan, prepare, and work to support their students, that wouldn't tell the whole story. During a recent virtual student town hall with almost 100 participants, students shared they're feeling stressed, they're bored, they're unmotivated. The communication with others is key to mental health. They acknowledge this. They also see that teachers are stressed. Stakeholders across the district have shared many similar concerns about attendance needs for professional learning, changing and unclear communication, students and staff mental health, isolation, technology gaps, planning time needs, student engagement and participation, and many challenges within Edgenuity. We continue to work to make improvements based on concerns that are presented. This department was created to help ensure that we can develop distance and blending learning models that are both sustainable and promote student learning and achievement. There's work to be done to meet the vision for our future, but we're working to get there every day. And with that, I offer the opportunity for questions.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Anderson. I appreciate the update and all the work that you've done. As Dr. Park said, hit the ground running. This agenda item has been on tonight's agenda since before I think you officially started in the position, as an opportunity to kind of learn more, and knowing this was sort of a first step in getting that update, and not knowing that we'd have an agenda item later on this evening that was particularly related to this. So I just want to thank you again. I had the opportunity for my fellow trustees to know to sit in on a call yesterday with 3 Galena High School students and some of the administrative staff there and Ms. Anderson. And this is a group of young men that reached out to the board, I think, a month or so ago with some of these same concerns, and the staff and Ms. Anderson had already worked to address many of the things that they brought up, but we know there is still a lot of work ahead, and I appreciate you taking, again, your time to update us on where we are with all those endeavors. And I think one of the points you made on the call that really is important to me is that this isn't just a this year project or a COVID project. I mean, this is something for our district to really look at as a long-term, change in the education options and opportunities that we offer to our students, and appreciate you taking the lead on that. So we'll open it up for any discussion. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Ms. Anderson, for coming. I feel like you came in to the rescue. Very excited to have you, and you have a tremendous background, and I think you're just going to continue to do great things as we put this thing together for the very first time. A question, because many of us, if not all of us on the board, have had conversations with people about, like you said, some of the challenges with it and so on. And we didn't plan to jump into this at this time, and all those things happen. But now, as we put our arms around it, or work to put our arms around it and move forward, tell me a little bit about how do you envision one platform for everybody? I mean, I know you mentioned, there's some challenges with Edgenuity. I know some people are using Teams and some have other apps and so on that they've used, but how do you envision that, or does it matter if we don't have all one platform?
Thank you very much for the question. I do think it's important to acknowledge that we wouldn't want to make an extreme shift to add in extreme variables at this time. There's so much our community is dealing with that to go ahead and say we're taking something completely away that some schools have found very reliable for them, or to add in something significantly different and say we need to change to this totally different platform, to use your words. It would cause our system to completely turn upside down. So I think at this point we're trying to be able to build models, or best practices as we're going to call them, for schools that are using at the middle school and high school level Edgenuity, for schools that are using more of the synchronous, asynchronous learning style within their buildings. So we're really trying right now in the pandemic to build something that supports the work that's taking place currently. And then we'll be working within committees, I'm certain, and other departments to build a model that's going to be, as mentioned, sustainable. What we're doing in our district right now is so challenging. And everyone is feeling exhausted and stretched in so many different ways that I think we've got to do the best we can to give them some clean guidelines to be able to follow, and then to be able to work within their community and within their school for these administrators who know their buildings and their schools to do the work that they need to.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Kennedy. Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Anderson, I'm going to say on the record, congratulations. And to Washoe County School District, you could not have made a better choice. I've known Ms. Anderson for several years, and I'm delighted to see that she's in this position, although I don't envy her. The one comment that I have is I know that this is going to be a very heavy lift because there are so many disparate situations now. However many schools we have, that's how many situations. And I would just hope that over time and as you work on this, that things be comparable, that there be some continuity, and that people are able to get comparable education and instruction no matter what school they're in. Not just whether they're in not being in the building versus out of the building is enormous. Being able to do that. I know that some schools are doing it well, but I know that some others are struggling. So I wish you luck, and I'm here to help.
Thank you, Trustee Kennedy.
Trustee Simon Holland, and
Thank
then
you, Madam
Trustee
President.
Calvert.
And thank you, Jenny. This is it's very exciting. As my colleague said, we see the cape and the giant S on your front because we know that you are really writing in to help solve some problems. Two questions. One would be, have you seen any low-hanging fruit or quick wins where we can identify some things that will help people immediately? And then second, what do you need from the board? What can we do to help you?
Wow, that's the million-dollar question, right? What can we do to help? So for the low-hanging fruit question, and again, I thank you for that question and putting that out there. I think that the guidance that you'll see coming soon will really address some of those issues. I've heard from many people that we just want some clear ideas of what's expected. And we've been able to do that through the use or the work on the Teaching and Learning Committee, as well as vetting this document we're working on through, it feels like hundreds of people, but many, many people. We've been able to identify some areas that consistency really will help support what's going on in the schools. And then for families who have shared with us that we don't know what's expected, it will offer that same amount of guidance. So we have an expectation. Dr. McNeil has put out the expectation that we will have an educator version of this document and then a family-friendly version with less legal or education language within it, because we sure do have a lot of words that we use that sometimes we all don't understand. So I think that's the low-hanging fruit, is getting some consistencies in place. And then looking at the timing, obviously we started this work way before our trend lines have moved in the direction that they have. So, our timing was to be able to put that out and really have a clear understanding going into second semester of how to clean up, for lack of a better word, what we're doing in some of these areas with the different type of learning styles that we have in place. So I think that's the start. It's the beginning piece of a very big piece. And for help, I think that professional learning is key. While we were given the gift of some time at the beginning of the year, if people will remember back to what August felt like, to us just having staff come back on site, and all of the fear and concerns and chaos that was connected to that. And that's the gift of me having just come out of a building, as I lived that. And you had fear from families and you had fear from staff. And so we had, yes, it looked like we had 5 days to do really great, intense professional learning. And again, it was a gift. But there was a lot going on, and there was a lot that we were dealing with. And when your brain is wrapped around your own safety and security as an educator, you may not be able to fully grasp some of the tools that you're being introduced to or some of the things that you're being asked to take on, because you're worried about, are these kids coming into my classroom going to be safe? Do I have my room set up with the proper spacing? Is everyone going to come back to school and within a week we're all going to be pulled out? I mean, there were just so many different things. So I think understanding the need for supporting our teachers and our administrators with time and professional learning is going to be huge. Time has come up over and over and over again, that people need time. They need time to plan together. They need time to learn new skills. They need time to figure out how to put this instruction into place in a blended world or in a distant world, because it's a lot more work to be able to take it and make sure that it works the same way when you're doing it virtually. And I'm sure you all know from your work over the summer on board meetings, just to get things started takes a little bit longer. It's the same thing when you're instructing a class. It takes a little bit longer to get everyone in. And in elementary school, they're so adorable, but they want to show you their cat and their new shoes. And so trying to really get into intense instruction, it takes a lot of forward thinking.
Thank you for that. And I just want to echo the concern about time for teachers, and that plays into all of our decision making around COVID as well, because we have so many teachers that have to give up their planning and their prep time to substitute in another class, and we know that's wearing on them too. So thank you for all you're doing, and I know that it's really going to be helpful to people.
Thank you, Trustee Simon Holland. Trustee Calvert.
I think you kind of answered this, but is there like a balance between the professional learning and the blended learning strategies? I mean, how does that all kind of work together?
Thank you so much for the question. In my perfect world, the entire teaching force or instructional force of Washoe County would be trained in blended learning. Because once we're able to build that capacity and everyone understands how to utilize those tools to their fullest extents, then no matter what setting you're in, you can transfer that. We're up against some barriers right now we haven't always landed on the same tools that we're using. And again, some of the pieces that we've heard from families is there's so many different things that are being used that if you've got a kid at different levels, where do you even start as a parent? Because some are doing Zoom, some are doing Teams, some are doing Dojo, there's so many different things that we're using. It makes it very, very challenging as a family. So I feel like our best work is to really ensure that people have a solid understanding of the tools that were agreed upon that we need to use, and the best practices that have been put together through the 21st Learning Division. They've done amazing work, and I would venture to guess that most of it's been built in one way or another. It's figuring out new ways for everyone to access it and having the time in small doses to take on a new learning, to try it out, to take on the next level of learning, to carry it out. Because the way we have typically done professional learning in the past is you get a day or days and your brain is overfilled with all sorts of great, amazing things, and you're lucky if you use a teeny tiny piece of it and carry it forward. So I think we need to be looking at more long-term plans to support that, to better support our students.
Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Ms. Anderson, and congratulations on your position. I would like to just kind of piggyback on Vice President Taylor about the foundation of the curriculum for our teachers. I do think that would be really important for them. I think part of the issue we saw with distance learning is that teachers in many occasions had to create everything from the ground up, and there really wasn't anything already in place to build off of. I do think that would be a great place to start and have for our teachers to help them. And I do think going forward, we've heard so much on ingenuity and figuring out what is the best option for that type of learning. We know ingenuity, we have it for credit recovery. North Star uses Pearson in our online school. So I do think that is something we have to really look at, and then hopefully have that settled before next school year begins. Because I think we all know the distance learning option for families is probably going to be with us, as it should be, and let them decide. But I do think we have to really look at our tools and make sure we're presenting the best product. So I'm curious how much work, if any, has been done on evaluating ingenuity and how all of that's going to come together next school year for our middle school and high school distance learning?
Thank you so much for the question. I feel like it's important to say that Kendra Fox, who is the Secondary Curriculum and Instruction Director, as well as Dina Termella, and who's the Elementary Director, that the three of us work very closely together in that idea of looking at how we're implementing our instruction and how we're moving forward with that. As far as Edgenuity is concerned, I appreciate you calling out that the intent behind it is different than the use. So the purchase and the reason we have it, it's being used in such a different way than what it was intended for. I'm gonna fall back on the new girl and say that, within the first month that I've been in this role, there's been many things that I've been trying to wrap my arms around and understand and help with. And while those are a piece of it, looking at curriculum, looking at materials, we know we have solid materials in elementary for math, for reading, that do have virtual or distance learning capability. I'm still learning about what that looks like at the secondary level and still trying to grapple with where we're going in the future. So those updates to come, but we're not quite there yet.
No, and I definitely can appreciate that. The last comment I'll make, and I've heard this from almost every single principal that I've talked to about distance learning, is when we get past the COVID issue, where maybe the distance learning is an option, but it's not, people aren't using it, or you're going in distance learning because of a concern for COVID, that the district have clear expectations and responsibilities for distance learning, because what we're seeing right now is we have students in distance learning where there maybe isn't a clear understanding from the student and family on what is required to be in distance learning, what's the expectations, and that's creating some friction between families and the schools. So I think having a district-wide expectations for distance learning so that everyone knows what we're getting into when we go distance learning, because it is extremely different than in the building. So I absolutely appreciate your responses and the work you're doing, and I know it's a lot, and talk about being thrown in the fire. So thank you very much for your time.
All right, I see our student representative, Ms. Gomez, has her light on, so I'll turn it over to her.
I just want to say congratulations on your position, and I think we've already seen in this time that you've been in your position, you've definitely been able to reach out to students and want to hear from them. You were able to attend our town hall, and that meant a lot, so thank you very much for that. Throughout, as students, we've seen the instability of all of this, so I think going forward, we're very excited to see the different aspects of the stability you can help us with because of everything going on. You brought up the five aspects that you guys got from the town hall, and I think we're glad that we could provide you with that since you were able to see the different aspects from us students, so we look forward to seeing what changes you can do with that. And congratulations again.
Thank you.
All right, Superintendent McNeil, any last words on this?
Thank you very much, President Raymond. Jenny, we've known you for a very long time, and one thing that I've always treasured about you is your abbreviated patience. And you want to go so fast, but you understand, and you have taken that time to really listen. And, I'm going to call out an example of that. You spent an hour and a half with a child who wrote a very passionate letter, an open letter to our community. And you spent a lot of time with her to just, really dig into where her concerns were. And that is something that you do for so many, whether it's a teacher, a principal, and a student. And so I know that we want to go fast, and sometimes it's good to go slow in order to go fast. But you have done just tremendous work. You have an enormous capability of just having that common sense approach. and you're a member of a very, very dynamic team in the Office of Academics. So just thank you so much for all of your help and all of your support, and thank you to the board for approving a dedicated position to our distance learning and blended learning department. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil.
All right, if there's nothing more to add, I know we do have public comment on this item.
John Eppolito.
My name is John Eppolito, and I am a parent. I have 4 kids. Can you guys hear me? The acoustics is terrible in here. I have 4 kids, 2 still left in the district, and I'm with Protect Nevada Children. I'm no longer teaching, and I'm kind of glad. To me, this is just more stuff teachers are going to have to do, as if they don't have enough to do already. I'd be very concerned about the teachers and more rules and more blah, blah, blah that teachers have to do. Teachers are stressed out in this district, and it's very apparent. To me, this was a very sugar-coated version of quote-unquote distance learning. Most experienced teachers and many parents are starting to realize students receive the best education from great teachers in person. I might have missed that in the presentation because I was tapping out my comments. An example, my oldest son, who graduated from Columbia recently, his least favorite class in high school was the online class I made him take. Statistics, I think it was, because it wasn't offered at Incline High School. My kids are experiencing a diminished education. My oldest graduated in 2016. My youngest won't graduate until 2013. Most of that is at the high school level, and I attribute most of it to the distance learning. Again, as an educator, I see this. In addition, most of the studies that you read will show laptops diminish performance except for high-achieving kids in high school classes. And you know, you guys know this, and I've given you all the studies, but you sit there like you don't know it, or you don't care, or you can't afford to hire teachers, which that might be the bottom line, I don't know. The most recent study is posted on our Facebook page, Protect Nevada Children. It's toward the top of the page right now, and that's the McKinsey study. And McKinsey, it just came out a couple months ago, that study showed kids that use tablets are a half year behind on PISA testing versus kids who don't use tablets. That study also showed students using laptops are significantly behind in mathematics. So, you know, you only hear a little bit. To me, it's all just a bunch of blah, blah, blah. You need good teachers, and they need not to be stressed out. You can join almost 1,000 of us on our private Facebook page, Protect Nevada Children. One of the other things that is always overlooked are the data breaches. We've had at least 3 in this district, all by third-party vendors. 2 of them you guys still have as school officials. You never kicked them out. One of them's Pearson. And the worst one is Edmodo, where our children's data was for sale on the dark web, and then it got sold to the Chinese, and you guys refused to tell parents. And that's the worst thing that's happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito.
The board also received an email from Chris Denowitz.
Thank you, JJ. All right, if there's no further discussion or questions, then this was not an action item, so you are free to leave. Thank you, Ms. Anderson. And Dr. Parks, you're done now too. I had to make sure. 4.04 is presentation and discussion to provide an update on current student enrollment trends to include the financial implication of declining enrollment, actions taken, and future actions related to increasing enrollment in the Washoe County School District. For presentation and discussion only, I see our Chief Accountability Officer, Mr. Ben Hayes, and our Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer, Ms. Irene Payne. And I also see our Area Superintendent, Mr. Joe Ernst.
Good afternoon, President Raymond, trustees, Superintendent McNeil. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. I'm joined, as you said, by Mr. Hayes, who is our Chief Accountability Officer, and Mr. Ernst, Area Superintendent. And I do know we have Mr. Mathers on Zoom, who is available to answer any questions that we can't answer that you might have. We're here this evening to give you an update on student enrollment, and this came about because the trustee asked to have the discussion, I think, a couple of months back. So that's why we're here this evening, and with that being said, I am now going to hand over to Mr. Hayes.
Good evening, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, and trustees. For the record, Ben Hayes, Chief Accountability Officer. So the story, we have talked several times that since the beginning of the year, we didn't meet our kind of enrollment plan goal. And that has a fiscal impact, which we've talked about it and we'll discuss a little bit more later. So we know that, but we also wanted to kind of study the enrollment trends of the first few months of this school year, just to see what kind of, can we predict anything for next year? Can we get a hold of some of these kids and kind of get them back into the system? And what we've seen is just a tremendous story of migration this year. Lots and lots of movement within and between learning models and in and out of the school district. So I'll go through kind of quickly these tables, but you'll see at the very end when we talk about distance learning, that kind of, it is, again, a story of migration and a lot of schools, a tremendous amount of work being done by the schools to kind of make relationships with students. But as you can imagine, there's a lot of students that are disconnected and we have to kind of find them and get them back into our system. So what you see on the slide at first is in-person enrollment since September through now. And that's gone down about 1,000, and any school watching this presentation right now will think that that seems crazy because it's really, there's been a lot more kids coming into school. Next slide, you'll see that the temporary distance learning has gone up tremendously. But these two models, in-person and hybrid, that's what you can think of as in-person for our elementary students and our high school, or middle and high school students. So again, in-person, with official enrollment, it looks like it's gone down about 1,000 in the elementary schools. It's actually gone up a little bit in middle schools and then started to kind of tail down recently. And then in high school, it's gone up a bit. Overall with the district, it's down about 730. The next one is hybrid, and that kind of relatively flat. You can see it was kind of increasing in middle school, especially similar to the in-person model, and then in high school it was dipping a little bit all year long, and then you can see we've lost about 1,400 in that model in official enrollment since September. Again, the next slide, if we can go to that, just so I quit teasing it, let's jump to the second table right there, temporary distance learning, and what you see there is a huge increase, almost orders of magnitude. So overall, we've gone from 603 students on temporary distance learning. Remember, this is kind of a month into the school year in September, to now with nearly 4,000 students on temporary distance learning. And those are, there's about 4% of those records are for kids that are already on distance learning, but 96% of those are in-person or hybrid. And you can see elementary's gone up 5-fold, middle school more than 10-fold, and high school, again, almost 20-fold. So again, what we're seeing is, and then real quickly, distance learning up top is just kind of a lot of, I would say, decreases in enrollment, steady decreases in enrollment, and those kind of aren't migrating, as I said, to distance learning. Those are going kind of into hybrid and in-person learning, and then a whole chunk of them went to temporary distance learning, like I said. So again, not to belabor the point, but there's a big story of migration in and out of learning models and in the district. And again, that has led to some students, we're not exactly sure where they are. We're doing our best to track them down, but looking to project enrollment next year. there's just a big story of we've got work to do to get, again, every child by name and face in our schools and then to graduation. So if we go to the final slide on these data piece, this is really the overall story. So overall, enrollment is relatively flat since the beginning of the year. I think it's decreased slightly, about 130 students. Increased in elementary school. I remember we talked at the beginning of the school year that there were about 800 unaccounted for kindergartners that we thought would be enrolled. We've gotten about 300 of them back so far this year. And on the previous slide, we don't have to go back to it, but you can see that families and students are trusting the schools, that they trust that it's safe, they trust that it's regimented, and they were coming back. But at the same time, there's a lot of students that have gone out of state and to homeschooling since the beginning of the year. So I can't make the point better than by saying that we've had 600, since October, 650 students enroll in our school district for the first time this year, brand new enrollments, but there's been 870 withdrawals. And those withdrawals are largely, there's some that are, homeschool is still a kind of a steady, I say problem, but that's probably a laced word. So it's a steady stream of withdrawals, but it doesn't compare to out-of-state withdrawals. There's a lot of families that are moving out of state, more than likely due to the service economy kind of being slower than anybody anticipated. There's also a big chunk of kids that are withdrawn, so by law we have to withdraw students who don't attend if we don't know, we can't get in any contact with them for 10 days, or if they don't show up for 20 days. And that continues to be a stream of kids. There's been about 360 of those since October 1st. Luckily, we've gotten about a third of those back. 140 so far have returned, and that's climbing, so we are reaching out to them. We can't do much about the out-of-state, but we have a lot of students that we think that we can go after with kind of the homeschooling next year. And again, we're starting again to get a stream of kindergartners to come back. So just to remind the board, and I know you don't need the reminder, but with those withdrawals for non-attendance, with moving out of state, every withdrawal kind of counts fiscally as well. So Mr. Mathers at the beginning of the year ran some numbers, and coming in a little bit lower of enrollment from 64,000 to close to 62,000, that was a $12.6 million revenue impact on us. And any sizable future withdrawals, so whereabouts unknown, homeschool and all that, will definitely lead to more of a fiscal impact. But there are some kind of bright spots. Like I said, kindergartners, temporary, we've had a lot of recently, the last few weeks, a lot of people want to move to temporary distance learning. They want to stay in our school system, stay on the pathway with us, but they want to kind of go to temporary distance learning until some things figure it out, or figure themselves out. So with that, I will hand it over to Mr. Ernst.
Mr. Hayes, I believe we have a few
sorry.
questions for you first. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. It's actually for Mr. Mathers. With a net enrollment loss of roughly 200 plus students since October 1st, is there an estimate on what the budget impact is on that piece alone, or is it still too early to tell?
So this is Mark Mathers for the record. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I guess what I would say in response is we do see every year a fluctuation in our average daily enrollment. Normally we see a decline and then a bounce back up. So at this point, I think, given the situation, I wouldn't jump to too many conclusions right now. As Ben said, staff is reaching out to students. I think it would be appropriate to give you an update at our next budget presentation in January. Certainly, as Ben said, every student that we lose is significant, and so for a loss of 200 students, that equates to $1.2 million of reduced per pupil funding. So it is critical, but again, we see fluctuations throughout every year.
Thank you.
Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Hayes, I think that you referred to this, but I want to clarify it. Temporary distance learning, that's primarily exclusion, those exclusion days, or are exclusion days counted in that? Dr. Lamarca is going to think I obsess about exclusion.
Thank you. I did not go over that, so thank you for reminding me. Again, Ben Hayes for the record. Yeah, temporary distance learning, in this case, it refers to students that are excluded, but also students that call in and say, I'm sick, I have a sore throat, but haven't gotten tested yet, so we'll put them on temporary distance learning for the time being. And then in the last couple weeks, we've gotten an influx of parents and families that call in and say, I wish to go out on temporary distance learning until kind of this peak straightens out.
Okay, and one other follow-up on that. On the students, the non-attendance, are those clustered in any one level more than others? Like, is it more high school? Is it more secondary or elementary, or is it spread across the levels?
It's spread across the levels, and I should have mentioned this earlier. One of the clusters, part of that population, is the students that aren't vaccinated. So the state is very strongly telling us to withdraw students that don't have their vaccinations yet, even if they're on distance learning. So there's a big chunk in there, and that's definitely spread equally throughout K through 12. And that's one of like I said, we've gotten about a third of them back so far, and I think we'll get most of them back eventually.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other lights on, so I will turn it back over to you. Mr. Ernst, are you up?
Sure. President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees, Joe Ernst, Area Superintendent. I'm here this evening to talk with you about what our schools are doing as far as overall outreach efforts. There's a number of things happening at schools where they are promoting and actively reaching out to families. It starts with consistent contact with families and outreach to find students. And this includes our Vanish students. So at the start of a school year, when students do not show up for school, there's intensive efforts at the school level, working with our truancy department and others to really make sure that we're tracking these students down, finding these students, and making sure that they're enrolling back in school, if not our school, in a school elsewhere. Other efforts include just keeping school websites updated and really working to make those a little more intuitive and a little more family friendly. What we also do in the elementary schools is really work at building relationships with our non-district, our pre-K programs that are near to the school, so that we have a nice relationship between the school and the early childhood programs that eventually feed the schools, and really having good communication there, and then being able to answer questions of parents from those programs. Kinder Fairs is also something that's used in elementary school, where we bring in families and explain to them their 4 and 5-year-olds who are starting school for the first time, bringing them into school in May to show them the school, to welcome them. And what that does is it starts to promote that registration is beginning, because we know that kindergarten, when we look at the overall enrollment at kindergarten still needs to be very targeted with the outreach efforts. And so when we do that at the Kinder Fairs, it's really helping build community awareness to make sure those kindergartners are getting enrolled. And that starts as far back as when we open online registration back in February, and then the efforts just continue to intensify, working through May and through the summer. And oftentimes we'll have kindergarten students, a high number of kindergarten students, enrolling a week or two before the school year. So that speaks to that a little bit. Also, personal phone calls. And so very proud of the work that our principals and schools have been doing as far as when we are aware that students and families are choosing to attend another school, to reach out personally to that family to talk to them about why those choices are being made, and also let them know that there is always an open door back at the zone school and a willingness to have those families and keep those families in our system. We've recently seen some of the charter school students starting to come back into the district recently, and so when that outreach starts and is there, it helps families when they make that decision of wanting to come back, knowing that it's there with open arms to them. Principal meetings with families when they're being rezoned. So we've gone over rezoning our past couple of years, and there's been just extended efforts to welcome the new families into the new zones. And so if students are moving from one school to another, from Taylor Elementary over to Hall Elementary School, the principal at the incoming school meets with those families, sets up a night. The outgoing principal joins that principal to really just show that our schools are all working together, and that we want to make sure that when we go through what can be big shifts, because people become accustomed to their zone school, and when that zone changes, it can be somewhat unsettling. And so really trying to make sure that we are open in those communication efforts and really helping bridge from the outgoing to the incoming school. And then, of course, our schools are really trying to work with families whenever possible to grant variance with extenuating circumstances. There can be child care circumstances that relate to why someone would need to be in this particular neighborhood school. And so, of course, there's much to balance in terms of looking at the possible class sizes in the building and being able to balance what variances are granted, but always doing that. And then with the rezoning, being conscious of that. If we have a student who is grandfathered to the outgoing school, and it is helpful for that family to have the sibling remain at that school for a year, a willingness to make sure we do that. Again, trying to be mindful and help families with the transitions when those occur. We know that we've got registrars, counselors reaching out over the summer in our high schools. We know that we have transition days with our middle schools to our high schools. Again, helping kids become comfortable with where they're leaving to where they're going. Once they get into high school, there's student peer mentors there, and then there's freshman and sophomore orientation days. And really it's about helping make sure students and our families are comfortable at schools. And so those are various efforts that are occurring in terms of outreach effort from schools to families.
Okay, thanks, Joe.
You bet.
Next slide. Thank you. So we have been acutely aware of the ebb and flow of our students and enrollment trends for a number of years. In fact, we set up an enrollment task force in 2017 to really take a deep dive in terms of student enrollment and what we could do very proactively to keep our students, to retain our students, and get our students back into the Washoe County School District. We did some targeted marketing and outreach that pointed to the fact of the offerings of the school district. So the key message at the activity we did in 2017 and 18 was talking about the educational choices for our children and the different pathways, the different options for our children to take to get to graduation. We used our principals, we used student voice working with Ben and his team, we used teachers to talk firsthand about the difference that is Washoe County School District, the family that is Washoe County School District. And what we did through those couple of years is we did a whole range of different marketing activities, including advertising at cinemas in Washoe County. We did some very targeted Facebook advertising and tracking that those adverts on social media. We did mailers to zip codes, and we particularly focused on talking about North Star and RISE, which around 2017 still needed some awareness within our school and our community populations. So we focused on that. But of course, enrollment continues to be, next slide please, a concern, and Ben has just shared some information with you. So what we're doing at the moment, and the plan will be to come back to the Board of Trustees when we have some more information and some more details, but to work with an external resource who is expert in student enrollment and re-engagement. And we're looking to develop a broad-based enrollment campaign. So at the moment, we're talking with this external resource. We're waiting for a proposal that will give some more details and a cost associated, and then we'll come back and share that information with you, give you an update. But what we're looking at initially is looking at enrollment within two verticals, so one at the south end of town, one at the north end of town, so the Spanish Springs High School vertical and the De Monte Ranch High School vertical. So we can really concentrate on those and see what success we get. So what we're looking at is, rather than a contract for like 3 months, we're looking at a contract that is defined around the number of number of students that we get back into the school district. And we're looking at very much a grassroots outreach to our families that have decided to do something else other than Washoe County School District. Now, whether that is homeschool or charter. So that is the plan. We're still formulating that plan. As I said, we're looking at a grassroots campaign, but it may also have some social media, some radio and TV. So it could expand to a more broad-based advertising campaign. And of course, if we're looking at recruitment, we can't look at recruitment without retention. We have our students, we want to keep our students. So part of that retention has made us look to the website, and I'm sure trustees remember a couple of meetings back we had a couple who made, parents who made public comment who had a disability, and they talked about how difficult the website is to use, the usability of the website. Now, we have more and more families and more students who are relying on our website to be effective and to be efficient. So we've been looking at the school district website, and we're working, and I'm hoping this happens in beginning of next year. We're looking to make it more accessible, easier to use for our families and our students with disabilities. And we're also working on improving the navigation. So the homepage and the navigation will look quite different. It will be way more appealing, easier to use, less cluttered, more, it's going to be very instinctual. It's going to be clear, like you click here and you get there without having to click here to click here to click here to eventually get there. So Mike Morris, who is our webmaster, has been working hard on this the past few months. Like I say, we're hoping that we have all this work done by January, and we have a website that has increased usability and something that we can be very proud of. And quickly to what Joe was saying, is Mike Morris, webmaster, has also been working with schools to make sure that our schools, our individual school websites are up to date, easy to use, and reflect the Washoe County School District brand values. So that's it from us. We're happy to answer any questions. We will come back with more information around the enrollment campaign, and also to share the new and improved website with you. But we're very happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Well, thank you both, or all. Thank you, all three of you, very much for the information and the update. And I appreciate having always the data in there. So thank you, Ben, for gathering that for us. Any questions? This way. Oh, I see. I'm not sure whose light was up first, so I'll do Trustee Cottle and then Trustee Calvert.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a comment and a question. The comment is on the website, one thing that could be helpful for the community to see what's going on at specific sites is to really emphasize the usage of the school websites or school portion of the site. Some schools do a really great job of putting a lot on there for families to have information but see what's going on. And then in other schools, there's nothing there. The calendar isn't even available on what's happening. Because I know as a trustee, I'll look and see what's going on in that school, what events are happening that I can go to. I think that could be another way to really emphasize on what's happening in individual schools. And then my question is really about what strategies have we thought about in the recruitment of kindergarten? Because I know from our last presentation on enrollment, a significant portion of the 2,300 students lost this year were kindergartners, and we don't really know why, and Nevada doesn't require it. Maybe they'll come back next year as kindergarten, and that's a tough recruitment because some of those families, if that's their first child, you don't really have the family engaged in the system yet. So what are we looking to do to get in kindergarten enrollment back to where we would expect it to be? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and thank you for the suggestion on the school websites. I know that is definitely on our radar, and we're working towards that. So in terms of kinder registration, we are in the process of working with Casey Edgerton and developing, for the most part, a media plan that will include working with KNPB, and also getting Casey and members of the team on Face the State to talk about how important your kinder is. I think some of our families have perhaps thought that they can just maybe because of COVID not register their child for this first year and then catch up at a later date. So that is part of the key message. But we're working on that. We're also working on planning a video that we can share with the same messaging, and we're making sure that we have that in English and in Spanish. And I see Mr. Parks says, come on up. Dr. Parks, sorry, sir.
No worries. Thank you. For the record, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer. We are working on specific strategies to increase kindergarten enrollment. If it is the superintendent or President Raymond's will, we'd be glad to make a formal presentation. But some of the things we are emphasizing is the idea that in the past we have registered our kindergartens at a later time. We really want to make our kindergarten and our early childhood programs part of the normal registration process, so that there isn't any family that is told, we need you to come back next month. And we are looking at many different outreaches for our schools to make sure we're getting that word out early. Obviously, our current situation with the pandemic, we do believe that's having a heavy impact on especially our kindergarten numbers. So a lot will be developing in the coming months about how aggressive we're going to be able to be about our in-person models.
Great, thank you.
Trustee Calvert and then Trustee Kennedy.
Yes, I was wondering about our homeless. I know you were saying that we have a lot of kids that are not connected. So what are we doing about the kids that are homeless in our community as far as engaging them and getting back into school?
Hi, for the record, Ben Hayes. Dr. LaMarco would be a better person to answer that, but I can take it just a quick 2-minute jump at it, and then we can provide something in the superintendent's highlights, I'm sure. The CIT department, the Children in Transition department, under Rochelle Murillo's leadership, has done a lot of calling. I know that they're doing a lot of work on contacting, doing home visits, but also figuring out how many bad contacts we have. So if we have whereabouts unknown, we're trying to get that contact information. I know they're working a ton with the Children's Cabinet in the Worcester vertical especially, but finding students that have become disengaged and working to get them back in the system. That department recently got a $60,000 gift from the Giving Circle to do outreach on students that we kind of haven't had contact with. So I know that there are a lot of things in the works. I just can't articulate them right now. I know we had a meeting yesterday, and Dr. LaMarco, we're going to bring this to the academic leadership for some pilot stuff that we can do in the spring to re-engage some of the most deeply disengaged students.
Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Ernst, I actually have 2 comments, both of them very positive, that I would hope that you would pass along to the other area superintendents. I think most of you know I've been out to 18 schools, and I can tell you that every one of those schools, the principals, the APs, the deans, the counselors, the registrars, the teachers, every person in the building, everyone was working to try to contact and reach families, whether it was, because it isn't, from what I've seen, not just enrollment, but it's the attendance issues also. So even if we get them enrolled, they have to come to school or participate in schools. And what the schools are doing to try to contact and connect with these families is so impressive, particularly in the face of everything else that the schools are dealing with. The laundry list that we have right now of what schools are doing that we've never had to do before, it's really commendable what schools are doing to try to put students first and really make those connections and have those students come back. My second comment is actually on a personal note, and this has to do with the variance. I have an extended family member who is a child in transition, and Principal Zimmerman out at Cold Springs could not have, and the staff could not, I don't want to cry, could not have been more welcoming and accepting, and it has been a tremendous transition for my nephew. So I just want to say thank you to everyone. These are real people. These are real incidents. These things are happening, and a variance is not a small thing. So thank you.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I see on the what's next, and thank you for putting all of this together. I see on the what's next is talking about visiting with families that have left the district, and I know some of that work has been going on. I can't remember where I saw a chart about reasons why people had left the district, but we saw that chart recently. And I just wondered if you could share some of what you already know about why people have left, and then if anybody would comment on what impact distance learning has on that. Is it a positive or is it a negative? Because we're going forward with some difficult decisions.
Trustee Simon Holland, thanks for the question. Joe Ernst for the record. I think it is an important question for us to be able to answer as a system. I would be relying somewhat on Ben to be able to parse down some of the survey data. But I think one of the things that we see right now in education is a healthy competition that has come with charter schools and public schools. And I think that during the pandemic, it has put extra stress on schools and families. And it seems to me in some of the conversations, it's been about availability or learning models or location. Some of those have been factors in people's choices when going to another school. But the other thing, I think it always is important for us and the quality of the product that we are offering and what we're offering as a school district, and continuing to strengthen everything that we're doing and being able to articulate and show that to the families. And so some of the families that I mentioned a little bit earlier in the presentation, they've gone to other schools outside of the district, had a chance to kind of see what that looked like, and now have actually come back into the school district. And so I think those are just some of the anecdotal pieces that are happening or contributing to folks going outside of the system.
Anyone else want to add anything to that, Ben?
This has been, I'll have to resurrect because I know we did some surveying last year on regions that they had left. So I can't remember it well enough to remember. But Mr. Ernst is correct that a lot of it was state charters, especially the new ones that have opened. There's a couple of encouraging things to me as far as watching the trends. So at the beginning of if you remember in July when the decision was made to go in person, there was a quick kind of migration to distance for a lot of people, but then within weeks they started coming back and coming back in big waves. And so the implication to me, or at least one of them, is that they trust us. They trust that the system is going okay. And so the other thing that kind of is encouraging is that we've gotten again, 900 students have already left out of state this year. We only had 1,200 all of last year, including during the COVID spring. So that's kind of a heartbreaking thing for me to see, but the encouraging part is we're kind of keeping up with that with new enrollments. And again, kindergartners, some of the people that Mr. Ernst said, some of the families coming to us from state charters. And then we have seen a big migration of families choosing to do temporary distance learning with us rather than doing homeschool, rather than doing a charter distance. So it's impossible for me to make an educated guess anyway of what the vote would do tonight for enrollment, but it seems like we have some confidence in the district and some kind of desire to stay within the system and kind of keep going on the pathway.
Okay, thank you. And I think I read some things recently about nationally what's happening with folks who are moving in and out of public education. And actually one of the studies that I read talked about a lot of people wanted smaller class sizes, and some school districts actually have broken up their schools to make smaller schools so that kids feel like they have a smaller home, and it actually didn't work at all, and it didn't have any positive impact on student achievement. So I know everybody's looking at all of this now. We're trying to sort it out, but I appreciate it because it has such huge impacts on our district, and so thanks for the effort to staunch the flow.
And real quickly, I'll add on, this is anecdotal, so it's not real objective data, but we had a student voice town hall virtual last week, and really one of the biggest themes that came out, of course, stress, of course, kind of edgenuity, which you've already discussed, but at length, they spoke of belongingness and wanting connection, and so I think there is a craving to be part of our system, and I think you'll hear some of the area soups talk tonight about what they kind of have going for engagement and belongingness and that, so that's another kind of encouraging thing.
All right, any other questions or comments at this time? Dr. McNeil?
Well, first of all, I really appreciate the team putting on this presentation. There's a lot of work that goes into this presentation, and as Ms. Payne stated earlier, this work has really been going on for a few years now because we knew that this trend was happening, and whether it's housing or a population shift, it's really important that we're on top of this and that we track where the student enrollment is. And so one thing is that sometimes we can really take a look at our enrollment, but we also need to be careful about our adults. And we are losing one of our leadership team members. And she's not going to like that I'm doing this, but we're losing the enrollment of our Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer, Miss Irene Payne. And so we have a little bit of something for you, Miss Payne, because you are part of this district. You and I have worked many, many years together. You have worked with countless people on our leadership team, and you are always in our hearts, and you are always will be a part of our team. So on behalf of our Board of Trustees and our entire leadership team and so many principals and teachers and students across this district, thank you for your service.
Thank you all so much. I don't deserve that. I really don't, but it's really appreciated, so thank you very, very much.
Well, Neil's not here to yell at me, but you do deserve that, so going off. Very much. So, and we will miss you and all the hard work you've put in over the years. So, well, I don't think there's any further questions or comments. This is not an action item, and I don't believe we have any public comment on this item. So we will let you move on with your flowers then and go to our next agenda. Oh, okay. I think actually we will take a recess now and come back. We just have 2 more agenda items left. I know that we're all eager to get to 4.06, but we'll take the recess now and come back to finish up. It is 6:18. We will take a 15-minute break, and so I don't know what time that will be. I can't think right now. So we'll be back at 6:32, right? 6:33. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. We're now on agenda item 4.05, which is discussion and possible action to provide final approval to the action taken by the Board of Trustees on November 10th, 2020, related to modifying the attendance zone boundaries for Silver Lake Elementary School, Stead Elementary School, and Desert Heights Elementary School, effective for the 2021-22 school year, and reaffirming the current middle school attendance zones for Cold Springs Middle School and William O'Brien Middle School. I believe we have a few presenters with us, or we do have a few presenters with us. Our Chief Facilities Management Officer, Adam Searcy, our Zoning Committee Chair, Beth Smith, and I believe we are joined via Zoom with Lauren Ford, our Zoning Committee Staff Liaison.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, technical difficulties.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I think we're pulling the presentation up.
Thank you very much. We appreciate being here with the Board of Trustees. So we're going to go ahead and just very, very quickly review some of the information that we've already discussed before. Of course, the Zoning Advisory Committee is made up of 13 members. We are in our 4th year in practice, and we welcome 6 new members for this current term. We follow various Board of Trustees policies and regulations, and those act as guiding principles to us in the Zoning Advisory Committee as we make decisions that affect so many families around such an emotional topic. The next slide. We do a tremendous amount of community outreach, particularly on this topic and all. That could look like Connect Ed, calls, flyers, principals talking with parents, and of course the in-person and virtual meetings that we have on these topics. For this particular topic for community outreach, we held several in-person meetings over the last committee year. We heard from many families over 4 meetings held between December 2019 and March 2020. And we also visited the board in May and June of 2020. In this committee year, we've discussed it 2 times, and we have now come to the Board of Trustees 2 times as well, too. We reviewed several different options on the next slide. In October 2020, and that explored a new approach to balancing the students.
Excuse me just for a second. JJ, we're not seeing this on YouTube. John, can we check that, please? Okay, thank you.
That's okay. Are we good to go? Okay. So for this revisiting of the options, we looked at 5 different options in October 2020, although we ended up ultimately arriving at a recommendation which was a hybrid of one of these options, because the Zoning Advisory Committee certainly looks at the data and the options provided by district staff, but our goal is always to arrive at the best possible decision, and we do believe that we have that here as well.
Okay, good evening. For the record, my name is Adam Searcy, Chief Facilities Management Officer for the school district. This slide here illustrates basically the existing and proposed or projected conditions for the schools in question here. In this particular chart, we've already shown the impacts of bringing 5th graders back down into Silver Lake Elementary School, and that's really where we focus on addressing the issues. Next slide, please. You can see this is an illustration of the existing zoning boundaries. So you've got middle schools with the colors, the blue lines represent the elementary school boundaries, and you can see Silver Lake Elementary School there kind of in the center, the middle school boundaries all going to Cold Springs Middle School in this particular graphic. Next slide, please. This is the same zoning boundaries just zoomed out, and you can see how Silver Lake Elementary School zoning boundaries extend far, far into those valleys, Antelope Valley, Rancho Haven, and Silver Knolls areas, as well as the densely populated area around Silver Lake Elementary School itself. Next slide zooms in on that area around Silver Lake Elementary School and also just illustrates the, existing zoning boundaries that we attempted to address with the zoning committee. Next slide. Just to transition into the zoning committee's recommendation, this is the entire verbiage from the recommendation that we went through last Board of Trustees meeting. Again, moving on. This recommendation is illustrated here. So really what the zoning advisory committee recommended and we presented last meeting includes reducing the Silver Lake Elementary School boundary by not only moving those rural valley areas of Silver Knolls, Rancho Haven, and Antelope Valley into the Desert Heights Middle School, or Elementary School, also moving the residential area south of Silver Lake Road, in between Silver Lake Road and 395, over into Stead Elementary School. And then because those elementary schools feed O'Brien Middle School, the rezone also affects the middle schools for those areas. The following slide represents the projected enrollment impacts of that change specifically. Again, exactly the same information that we went through last meeting. Paging ahead again. This is from the record of our last meeting, basically the board confirming the elementary school rezoning recommendations, but making a proposed change to the middle school recommendation that we're really here to further discuss this evening. So moving ahead, we have some new slides that illustrate what the revised middle school boundaries would look like. So you can see the elementary school boundary for STED is modified to include those students in between the freeway and Silver Lake. Those students would be rezoned into STED and are still considered for the purposes of this presentation to be matriculating to O'Brien Middle School. It's really those rural areas that are within the Desert Heights blue boundaries that are being rezoned into Desert Heights Elementary, but in this graphic are shown in purple to be rezoned into, or to matriculate from Desert Heights into Cold Springs Middle, and the rest of the Desert Heights Elementary School zone matriculating in orange or tan from Desert Heights into O'Brien. That's what that map illustrates. And on the next slide is the enrollment impact data from that change. So the upper slide, or the upper table on this slide, are the proposed conditions from the zoning committee's recommendation. And then with the change, as was discussed at the last board meeting, where those rural areas would instead, I get that mixed up all the time. Those students, rather than going to O'Brien, would go to Cold Springs Middle. Okay, so you can see the impact. If you are zoomed in, you can see that's between 3 and 5% of the total enrollment basically reduced at O'Brien and increased at Cold Springs Middle School. That's challenging. We talked at length about the terrain up there and the distances and the lack of interconnectivity, but also there's some more qualitative variables that I wanted to turn the floor back over to Committee Chair Beth Smith to articulate a little bit more about the pros and cons of this option. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a topic that has been brought to the community and to the board a total of 8 times, including tonight. This is a topic that has been very deliberately and very, very carefully considered by the Zoning Advisory Committee over 2 different committee years. There were quite a few different options discussed, healthy conversation had, and quite a bit of public comment heard over the course of 2 committee years. I do also want to point out that many of our new members of the Zoning Advisory Committee read through the materials from last committee year and also listened to those meetings so that all of that public comment that occurred in the last committee year was carried forward and was considered. And in conclusion, the things that I'd like to talk about tonight really revolve around 2 words, and that is consistency and connection. The first is consistency. Zoning is a very difficult, challenging topic that is very emotional for many families. The burden of that change always falls to the families that are living through it at that moment. However, one of the things that the Zoning Advisory Committee feels very strongly about is to honor that challenge by being as consistent as possible in how we approach zoning and how we look towards a district structure that meets not just a 1 or a 2-year plan, but 5 and 10 years. One of the things that's very important about this decision is that a lot of the feedback that our committee has received over the course of its 4 years is that zoning was approached too individually and not as consistently as possible. And one of the things that we have been very, very careful about is hearing and respecting how difficult it may be for a community to deal with a near-term zoning change, but acknowledging that in the long term, it creates a flow and a structure that the community can trust and understand. This is something that we have asked thousands of families to trust us with, and although the decisions can be difficult, every recommendation that the Zoning Advisory Committee meets that same consistent standard of a long-term plan. And again, I do want to stress that although a change can be difficult for a near-term community, and that is understandable, the zoning recommendations we make are really meant to last for all the future families that will live in an area, and that they will look at in a zone and they will understand how they pull together. And that brings me to my second point, which is connection. And that really relates to the cohorts of students at the elementary school level. For many years now with the Zoning Advisory Committee, and then also adopted by this Board of Trustees, we have been following a belief of simplifying and keeping those children connected at an elementary school level, so that children all together in elementary school will matriculate to the same middle school and also the same high school. Keeping those connections together are extremely important. I do recognize that the rural communities in the North Valleys are geographically set apart, but their relationships at Desert Heights Elementary School will be just as close, regardless of where they actually live in terms of an address. Sending them over to Cold Springs Middle School as a very small minority might meet a near-term desire to keep that school connection there, but it would separate out a very important connection for that cohort of elementary school students. And although they do live geographically set apart, they will be close members of that elementary school community. The transition from elementary school to middle school is a very challenging one. It's a very important moment in a student's life. And having those relationships that you've carried on through elementary school as part of that transition is very important. And this is not just something that the Zoning Advisory Committee believes, it's something that we've been pursuing as a district for 4 years now. And you may remember with decisions in the past, the spaghetti charts and the simplifying of that. And again, keeping those connections and those cohorts together through and through as we make our zoning decisions. And so those are just a couple of the things that I wanted to bring to the Board of Trustees as we revisit this topic and decide how we're going to move forward with this particular community.
So I think that's the end of the content we have for this evening. We appreciate your time and open it up to questions and discussion. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Searcy, and thank you, Ms. Smith. I appreciate your providing that sort of an additional context to help guide us in this decision. And again, just appreciate all the time and energy that you and the rest of the Zoning Advisory Committee spend to help make all of this come together. So, does anyone have any questions or comments to lead us off with? Vice President Taylor.
Just for clarity, thank you, Madam President, and thank you to both of you. And Chair Smith, thank you. You've done an amazing job continually with this committee, and it's the reminders are good that as we begin this process kind of anew, if you will, that there were some tenets, if you will, that we've stayed consistent to, and this recommendation is in line with that. Just remind me of the recommendations that you've listed here, A, B, C, D, E. Which one is the one that, and I know you've broken it down, but I want to just be reminded based upon the other material that you've given us here from our last meeting.
So on slide 7, the recommendation from the zoning committee that was presented at the last trustees meeting was actually option A, as described on this particular slide. The version that is contemplated on slides 17 and 18 is new. It had not individually previously been presented. I think a version of it was presented in the June 2020 trustee meeting, but not back to the zoning committee.
So the recommendation from 17-18 is not included in A through E. Those are the options from our meeting when we met last month, right?
Yeah, options A through E on this slide 7 are options that were considered at the October meeting of the zoning committee. We then brought forward only option A to the board last meeting, and basically it was a preliminary motion or a partial action.
Thank you.
Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to you both for being here tonight. Again, I think hopefully this will be the last time we meet on this one. I spent the last couple weeks I visited the 4 schools in question just to kind of get thoughts. And at Cold Springs, they were happy and excited to maintain the rurals because they are going to have enrollment challenges. At O'Brien, they were glad to accept any student that walks through the doors, which I would expect nothing less from the great team there. But they do understand that they will have some challenges with enrollment going forward. The elementary levels was pretty easy and expected. Silver Lake absolutely needs relief. This is like the worst school year ever to have an overcrowded elementary school with everything else that we're dealing with. And then Desert Heights is excited and eager to welcome new students through their doors next school year. This situation for me looks, I don't want it to cause precedence, but I do think it is an extenuating way in circumstance based on location of schools, location of residents, mountains, roads, and then the significant disparity in enrollment for Cold Springs and O'Brien. So between all the weeks of this discussion, speaking with the schools and parents, I still believe that the preliminary approval we gave at the last meeting is still the best way forward for this area for the near term before we see expected changes up there that will ultimately change enrollment some more in the next 5 to 10 years. So I'll just leave it at that for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Trustee Cottle. I do have one question. If you could remind me approximately how many students we're talking about that would, in the committee's recommendation, be going to O'Brien, but in the alternative that we provided last meeting would be going to Cold Springs. Is it 13 students?
It varies as the years go forward.
Sure. Right now,
but initially, depending on which school you look at, you're in the range of 13 to 25, something like that. It is modest. I framed it in terms of percentage of enrollment, so 3 to 5% impact, reduced enrollment to O'Brien, greater enrollment, but less than 25, yeah.
Okay. You know, I certainly understand all the arguments made on both, you know, the committee side and Trustee Cottle's recommendation. Something that really stuck with me, Ms. Smith, that you talked about was that kind of the family at the elementary level, and having been, you know, part of a really cohesive elementary school family as a parent, and knowing kind of that the connections you make with your, you know, with the other members of your child's, you know, their friends, the PFA members, that it really does become a pretty tight-knit community, and it really does strike me that separating them off, and I know we've talked in the past about the opportunities for variances sort of in both directions, but you know, that is something that's concerning to me, that, you know, maybe the families now don't want to make that change because obviously they're used to Cold Springs and they want to stay there. But if we're talking 10, 20 years from now, the families that are in that elementary school setting and have created those relationships, to then not be able to move forward with them, you know, to the next phase into middle school, you know, I am challenged with that. I think if I felt like it was a larger impact, you know, if the percentages were going to make a more significant impact on the overcrowding at O'Brien, it would be an easier decision for me, but I don't know, those are my thoughts right now. So. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President, and I know that the committee did a tremendous amount of work and struggled with this, and I know that you all followed the guidance that the board gave you, and I know that's been an important part of the committee's work for quite some time. I know one of the reasons that we talked about it being preliminary approval for that motion was so that we could get some more input, because this option had never been part of the outreach that had occurred, which Vice President Taylor pointed to earlier, that was not one of the options. Did we get public comment? I know Trustee Cottle, who is close to those communities, went out and talked to schools. I just was curious if we got any comment from the communities officially.
No, we did not receive that I know of any public comment on this item, but I don't know if the committee received any outreach.
No.
And just again, I'm just curious. I know, Trustee Cottle, you talked to schools. Was there any other outreach effort that we officially did that said, here's what this option is? I don't know if I know it was certainly part of the board's record, but I don't know if people knew about it any other way. Just, I'm not questioning it, I'm trying to get all the information.
Irene, as we detailed in this presentation, we've had upwards of 5 different zoning committee meetings that touched on this general topic in some form or fashion, and over upwards of a dozen different combinations of rezoning potential proposed options, some of which included some or all of these particular areas remaining in Cold Springs. If they're, in fact, the recommendation I believe we presented from the committee to the board in May actually included these areas in question, the Silver Knolls, Rancho Haven, Antelope Valley, remaining in Silver Lake Elementary School, and these residences along the freeway going to Stead Boulevard. And in that scenario, the logic was that if you're remaining in Silver Lake Elementary and the rest of Silver Lake Elementary is moving to Cold Springs Middle, that you would matriculate to Cold Springs Middle in that scenario. We were asked to revisit that. The committee made a different recommendation, and again, following that logic, let's keep the elementary school kids going to the same middle school together. So I would say that this community, this affected community, has been engaged multiple times with various scenarios that consider them either remaining at Cold Springs Middle or O'Brien Middle. Not this precise combination of scenarios, and I would also go so far as to say, generally speaking, the people who are being proposed to be rezoned are reluctant to the idea, if not outright opposed. They've developed relationships with those schools, or they have siblings, or they have anticipated made decisions based on an anticipated future outcome. So we have received that feedback previously, but specific to this evening's item or this precise combination of scenario, not so much. I think it's reasonable to kind of extrapolate as to kind of where the public comment is at on this one.
If I could also add to that, in discussing this in October, we certainly did receive some public comment that all centered around not wanting to change elementary schools, which by default also meant not changing the middle schools. We didn't receive any public comment that was okay with changing elementary schools, but then didn't want to change middle schools. So the conversations are always cohesively presented together, as they have been in the entire 4 years for the Zoning Advisory Committee, with some minor exceptions related to South Reno.
Okay, thank you.
I do want to just correct the record. I did a quick double check on the numbers, and it is closer to 50 students actually who would be affected. It's modest, but it's more than a dozen.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I believe that equates to roughly the 3% plus.
Yeah, the 3 to 5% impact is still accurate, but it's closer to 50 total students.
Got it. Thank you. Trustee Kennedy, and then back to Trustee Cottle.
and I'm not sure which of you I should address the question to, but could you speak to the resulting disparity in that percentage of capacity that then results with the two middle schools? Because we have one in 5 years that is looking to be over capacity, and the other then still at around 50%, if I'm reading it correctly.
Yeah, that's correct. I'll take this one. I mean, it's really a conundrum of geography and neighborhood connectivity that puts us in a situation where it's really difficult to balance it more evenly because of the way the students are dispersed. So, you know, a scenario that was even mentioned last time was if the entirety of Desert Heights Elementary School was zoned for Cold Springs Middle School, that actually balances the numbers quite nicely, but it involves the entire northern community of Stead to drive right past O'Brien Middle School to go to Cold Springs Middle School. So these are the types of kind of puzzle machinations that we go through to derive or try to arrive at the best solution, all things considered. That said, this particular solution very much does result in a significant imbalance of enrollment, and that in and of itself creates some challenges within those schools.
I'll also add to that, this is also part of a larger regional conversation involving these schools that the Zoning Advisory Committee did take up in its November meeting. So there are other conversations being held which may affect O'Brien Middle School as well in the future. But going to the disparity with the population, with the new school in Cold Springs Middle, the building of these schools, as we've learned in the zoning process, are not necessarily just 1 year or 2 year or even 10-year processes. These are very long-term strategically placed schools based on far length growth in terms of these areas. So although we do see a large disparity in the population now, they're really meant to sustain a growing community over the course of decades. And it's not unlike some of the exact same decisions that the Zoning Advisory Committee and this board had to make related to Marcy Hers Middle School as well, and the affected middle schools and elementary schools. Again, long-term consistent plans. Ideally, the zoning recommendations that we make should make sense outside of it being explained to you. In theory, you should be able to look at the maps and really just inherently understand some of the logic, and we do believe that that's represented in the recommendation.
Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Adam, for clearing up the numbers. I was looking at them. I want to get that clarified, so you did that. And I also want to back up what Chair Smith said about the public comment. The public comment that I've received really through the summer was, we don't want to leave Silver Lake, we don't want to leave Cold Springs. And the Silver Lake discussion was really hard to justify when they're so overcrowded. And I've heard that from the school over and over. I even heard it from parents that live directly in Silver Lake that have expressed, the school's overcrowded. The middle school one is very, very difficult to explain. And looking ahead, O'Brien Zone has a ton of development going on right now that will impact a school in the next 5 years. Cold Springs' development out there is probably more on the 10 to 20 year impact. So O'Brien is going to have impact immediately, and I get concerned about leaving them overcrowded and then in the near future needing to revisit that because they have so many students, so it makes sense to do it now. And 3 to 5% when you're full does make a difference. Maybe not on Cold Springs end, 3 to 5%. They still have a ton of space, but O'Brien will definitely feel it with 3 to 5%. So I'm looking at this also from the long-term enrollment impacts based on what's happening in the area, as well as trying to balance the desires of the community. So I don't know, Adam, I know your team does such a good job of really trying to factor in this growth into these projections. I don't know how much insight you have on potential students coming out of all the developments happening in the O'Brien zone that are going to impact this middle school and the elementary schools in the area.
So I'm moving on from making predictions in the last 6 months, but the population growth is not subsiding. The developers, whether we're talking in the Cold Spring zone or the O'Brien zone, are actively moving forward with permitting and construction projects. It is very real. And you're right, we do spend a tremendous amount of time to the best of our ability and project that population growth into student enrollment growth. And again, to the best of our abilities, those numbers are reflected in what you see here. And you can see the growth in the O'Brien zone is nearer term than the Cold Spring zone, while significant, is likely on the tail end of this decade and into the 2030s before Cold Spring sees hundreds and hundreds of additional students in their enrollment zone. So, I mean, I think you're right. The growth is there, and it's more advanced in the O'Brien zone and will affect those schools sooner.
Thank you.
All right. I think if there's then no more questions or concerns, then we'd be just needing to confirm or reaffirm whatever we were going to do in terms of action on this. Trustee Cotto.
Thank you, Madam President. I just didn't want to get ahead of anybody. Let me get my sheet here. That's good. All right. I move that the Board of Trustees provides final approval to modify the attendance zone boundaries for 3 elementary schools, moving a portion of students from Silver Lake Elementary School to Stead Elementary School, and a portion of students from Silver Lake Elementary School to Desert Heights Elementary School, effective for the 2021-22 school year, and reaffirms the current middle school attendance zones for Cold Springs Middle School and William O'Brien Middle School.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Trustee Cottle, a second by Trustee Simon Holland. Is there any further discussion or questions?
Madam
I do,
President.
and really then, to my colleague, Trustee Cottle, what you're advocating to remain in a split feeder situation as opposed to the recommendation from the committee to eliminate the split feeder.
For this specific decision.
And primarily because the schools didn't really want to have it, or?
Primarily because of the enrollment discrepancies and
I'm sorry, because I didn't understand, because
the enrollment discrepancy in the middle schools and community preference.
And probably future growth?
Yeah, future growth.
Well, I'll just, I support Trustee Cottle, and I know he knows that community. I will be voting against this. I just feel it does sort of set a precedent that I'm not truly comfortable with. I think, we've had to make very similar decisions for other verticals in the past, and they've been very tough decisions, and they've impacted families. And I think for me, it's important to be consistent, and I really do value that, keeping the elementary vertical up to the middle school vertical together. But I respect Trustee Cottle and his connection again to that community and his position on this. So, all right.
Madam President?
Yes.
Just under discussion, I very much appreciate the committee's work, and I very much appreciate the guiding principles. And these are tough decisions when we have to make decisions that make people unhappy. I will be supporting the motion because of the discrepancy, as Trustee Cottle referred to it in the enrollments, the need to use Cold Springs Middle School as well as we can, and not to add to crowding at O'Brien, and also in light of the future growth that we know is coming to O'Brien, so that we don't have to go back and correct it later. So, but that's with great respect to the committee and great appreciation for the work and great respect for the guiding principles. Sometimes they work really well, and sometimes we have to make judgments with them. So I do appreciate the work that you've done.
All right, we ready for a vote? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Aye. Or nay, whatever I'm supposed to say. Okay. All right, that motion passes 5-1. And again, thank you both, Adam and Beth. I appreciate you being here this evening again and presenting the information and all the work you do. Okay, takes us to the main event, 4.06. This is a discussion and possible action to review the COVID-19 case incidents in schools, adequacy of staffing levels, and other applicable factors, as well as data indicators used to assess COVID-19 community risk, to include but not limited to completed risk assessment forms, test positivity, community-wide case rates and hospitalizations, and if data indicators suggest very high risk or above for up to 7 days, or the board deems it necessary, the Board of Trustees will consider relevant actions that may include changes to learning models to full distance learning, hybrid system, or in-person, 2020-2021 school year calendar, and or 2020-2021 athletic seasons. This is for possible action, and we have a number of presenters joining us this evening. I am going to have our superintendent, Dr. McNeil, kick us off.
Thank you very much, President Raymond, members of the board. For the record, Kristen McNeil, Superintendent of the Washoe County School District. So with us this evening, as you all have received hundreds of public comments, which you all have very deliberately read and had great time in reading those comments. So tonight we have a presentation, and we will have our Deputy Superintendent, Debbie Beiersdorf, Area Superintendent Gina Curtis, Area Superintendent Joe Ernst, our Chief Human Resources Officer, Miss Emily Ellison, Dr. Paul Lamarca, our Chief Strategies Officer, who has presented the COVID data before, as you know, in a standing item. But also with us this evening on Zoom, we have our State Superintendent, Miss Joan Ebert, joining us, as well as Director Caleb Cage of the Governor's Office COVID Task Force. And then we also have Chair Bob Lucy, County Commission for Washoe County, will be joining us in this presentation tonight. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Lamarca to kick us off.
Thank you, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board. For the record, Paul Lamarca, Chief Strategies Officer. We're going to begin going through some of the slides you're very familiar with at this point. Yeah, I can't click it. That was interesting. Thank you, JJ. Here is our COVID meter, the risk meter. We are at very high today. We've been using this, as you know. Thank you for going to the next slide. We have been hovering around 12.0 for about, this was updated on Saturday. We've been at 12.0 for the every day since Saturday. We've been in this region now for more than 2 weeks. On the left-hand side, you can see the subscores based on the indicators that by now you are all familiar with. That's the risk assessments, test positivity, case rates per 100,000, and then hospitalization specifically due to COVID, and then just general hospital use. The next slide is our data dashboard that we are updating 3 times a week based on information we received from the Washoe County Health District. Again, this was updated on Saturday, and it hasn't changed a whole lot. If anything, it's a little bit worse. So as of today, our test positivity is actually, I think, at 19.3, no longer at 18.3. Average daily cases per 100,000 is at about 107 per 100,000, which these are daily cases. We were kind of shooting for 100 when we were looking at weekly cases, so we're way above that 15 per 100,000 threshold kind of set by the Harvard group. If you look at school-age children, we again have seen increases with this population. This middle area, these are kids throughout the Washoe County, not just kids within our Washoe County schools. And then in the bottom portion of this display, you have the school-specific cases. These are cases where either a student or a staff member has been infectious while attending school. This data, one thing I would like to point out is we will probably be making some changes due to the lag in information we're getting from the Washoe County Health District. We may be taking more control of this as we go forward. And that's not a criticism of them, it's just the sheer number of cases. Also, under exclusions, this is a little bit misleading because, as you know, we've begun to exclude full classrooms and in several instances have placed schools temporarily out on distance learning. So full classroom exclusions are not included in this number that you're seeing on this page. The next page, this is again a comparison really of site-specific cases to our school-age population county-wide, and the point of bringing this to your attention is the rates within our schools are far less than the rates within the county as a whole. So if we look at the 5 to 10-year-old group, which is our elementary age population, new cases per 100,000 for the last 7 days, that's November 14th through the 20th, was at 170 per 100,000, whereas within our schools it was at 52.75. And we see similar differences as we go through. And that's important because our schools aren't a super spreader sort of a situation, but the cases are definitely on the rise. This is a graph we've been sharing for the last several opportunities to speak with you. This is just the increases we're seeing based on our adult population. That's the blue line. The orange population, which is our 11 to 18-year-olds. The green population, which is our 5 to 10-year-olds. And the yellow line, which represents our 0 to 4-year-olds. Really what you're seeing, if you look at the far left, I just put some of the values in the table. When we were first making the decision, you were first making the decision about what data you would use to make some of these decisions. Cases were at a manageable level per 100,000, and you see now that they are far beyond where they were back a couple of months. Tried to display the data in a little bit of a different format that might help with some interpretation. I'm going to walk through the 5 to 10-year-old age group just so you see what this table is representing. From the onset of the pandemic through September 20th, among our 5 to 10-year-olds, we had a total of 201 cases. From September 20th to October 20th, again, this is county-wide data. This isn't school specific. From September 20th to October 20th, we saw 88 additional cases. That's a 44% increase. The total went up to 289 cases. And then if we look from October 20th to November 20th, we saw an increase of 206 cases, or a 71% increase, and we're up to 495 cases as of the 20th. Basically, from September 20th to November 20th, we've doubled the number of COVID infections in the county among these populations. The only other thing I will add, and there's not a slide on it, hospitalizations are up among this population. I think we're at 50 hospitalizations. We have 8 school-age children that are currently in the hospital. They're still admitted. I'm going to turn it now over to Ms. Curtis and Mr. Ernst to begin talking about contact tracing, and perhaps Chairman Lucy will also be joining us for this portion.
Thank you, Dr. LaMarca. President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees, Joe Ernst for the record. Before I begin going this evening, I wanted to first start out by acknowledging the tremendous work that's occurring in our schools. We're very proud that we have been able to be in person and hybrid learning from the onset of our school year, and that has come with remarkable efforts from our teachers, our principals, and all external staff in Washoe County School District to support the efforts that are happening at the school. With that being said, I wanted to talk a little bit about right now, as Dr. Lamarca pointed out in the various data that he shared, the high volume of COVID cases that are occurring within the community, and along with the contact tracing and the available resources to do so. That is putting a tremendous burden and responsibility within our system, those lack of resources. And it starts by the overall capacity of teaching to sustain in-person teaching and virtual learning. What's happening right now in schools is the number of exclusions is impacting staff availability. And as the exclusions increase, as Dr. Lamarca showed, they doubled in a month's time. As they increase, what's happening is there is even less external staff able to support due to their own exclusions. And so the overall working bandwidth is decreasing. There is also, as a result of the contact tracing, the exclusions, and the lack of resources, there's also inconsistent learning. Mr. Hayes pointed out earlier some of the temporary distance learning that's occurring, and he explained some of those graphs and what we kind of saw there with the temporary distance learning and the number of students that's happening to. What happens also as a result of that is the overall continuity of education is substantially impacted. We know that we have embraced very much an all-hands-on-deck mentality from the start and have very much given the absolute best efforts to uphold that promise. But what we're seeing right now is when we get exclusions for 14 days and the overall availability of subs and staff, we're getting maybe at best a new substitute teacher in there each day. And each day, these children are having a new teacher in front of them. And certainly that too impacts the overall continuity of education for our students. With that being said, I wanted to turn it over to Ms. Curtis here.
Good evening, President Raymond, Vice President Taylor, Dr. McNeil, and Board of Trustees. I'm Gina Curtis, Area 2 Superintendent for the record. Okay, to continue with our contact tracing exclusions and lack of resources, it takes us to the shortage of guest teachers, otherwise known as substitutes, which we are all well aware of. And actually today, the HR office sends out the sub availability and sub numbers, and we had over 200 subs that weren't picked up today. Granted, it is a day before a holiday, but just so you can understand the impact that our schools are having. The other issue that is a concern is the inability to fill vacant positions. So there are schools that still haven't filled positions, whether it's teaching positions, special ed aides, secretaries. So there are schools that are lacking that. So that's another factor in covering classes. The teachers who, especially at the high schools, who cover graciously, who volunteer, they're covering during their prep time. And so that takes away from their own time to lesson plan, to collaborate with their colleagues, to make phone calls, to do something for themselves to move forward. So that's been a big burden on the schools, especially the bigger high schools. As one of our students mentioned today, that North Valley's high school had administrators teaching today. So it does impact not only the teachers and their time, but also the administrators and assistants and anybody else who's helping out in that capacity. Washoe County School District has our PLC implementation plan, and we are in year 2 of that plan, and we are very proud of the work we've been doing. But again, it's been difficult to maintain consistency with our PLCs. Obviously, if they're reducing time to collaborate because they're covering classes, as well as trying to recover learning loss from last spring. So this slide is about why schools have been moved to distance learning. So you may recall that the school district did create a decision matrix for school closure. And I'm looking at the form right now, and we have 11 steps that we as area superintendents would ask the principals. How many certified are out, how many ESP staff are out, how many classes need to be covered, how many people are available to cover lunchtime, recess. And so unfortunately, we've exhausted this decision matrix, and it's now become a part of the school's decision making. So principals are doing contact tracing and taking time away from their own duties to follow up with this big concern. Keeping schools open. So this is something that we've been working on, and we just wanted to kind of give you an example of what it looks like on a typical day for a school. So I oversee Matthews Elementary School, and remarkably, Matthews has not been closed for distance learning. They have not taken the entire school to distance learning. They've had classes excluded that we've heard of. There's been a large number of staff that have been quarantined. But because they're a Title I school, they have Zoom funding, they have more people, more resources. So they are able to not close and go full distance, which is wonderful. But again, they're being pulled in every direction. So students aren't getting their interventions and supports that they normally would because these people are covering for their classes. And another example of schools that have gone full distance learning, Bennett Elementary School, they had, I think it was 15 teachers that were out and 2 classes that were excluded. The principal was excluded, so the assistant principal had to cover. But they were out for 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and so they were able to come back to school on Thursday, given the time for the Washoe County Health District to help do some investigations, as well as the school to have some time away and able to clean the school and take care of that. So we saw that as a positive thing. We removed them for a couple days, giving time to find out what the issues are and giving time for our excluded people to come back into the building. So that's been a huge success, as well as Hug High School, we're here today, and they had the similar situation. I think that they had 25 teachers that were out, and so and there were many open cases of COVID that they just didn't have the manpower to trace and follow up on. So they had 2 days off. It was a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and they were able to come back on Monday. So we've had a couple schools that have gone to distance learning and come back to the school, and then we've had some that have been able to maintain the capacity at their schools, but again, loss of learning and just the consistency of having that one person in your classroom all the time. And with that, I'll bring it back to Mr. Ernst.
If I could ask a quick clarifying question on that, the exclusions you're talking about, and in particular, maybe like the Hug High School example, are the individuals that are excluded because they have tested positive and are quarantined for the 14-day period, or are they waiting for the health district to confirm whether they were a close contact and are excluded until that has been confirmed?
Thank you, President Raymond. Both of those.
Okay.
Yes, and in addition, there are natural emergencies and why people are out too. They could be just have a cold, they could be pregnant, there's bereavements. So in addition, you might have 5 to 10 people out at a bigger school daily.
Okay, just wanted to confirm. Thank you. Mr. Ernst.
Okay, so as we continue to move through the slide, now what happens is the implications to the entire school district. And so Ms. Curtis talked about a couple of schools. Now when we start to look at a school district with over 100 schools in it, there are the coordinating efforts to support all of these schools when we get the high number of exclusions that have been mentioned. And so what happens often is schools will be notified of a positive test in their community. They instantly work to let our health service department know that, because oftentimes they're receiving the information prior to actually the health department or health services receiving that information. At which time they begin carefully looking at each of the affected students, teachers in the building that may have had close contact, and begin those really quasi-contact tracing efforts. And in doing that, they then are, once we find that out, there is a large-scale coordination to try to make sure that we do have adequate substitute guest teaching coverage in the buildings. And recently we've had even a higher number of our schools that have gone full distance learning for a few days, a week, or a couple of weeks, and in one case, a month. Even in that situation, we still are requiring a high number of guest teachers based on the exclusions. And so even with that, that's impacting it. The other aspects is, and we know some schools, fortunately, have yet to be impacted as other schools have been impacted. But as we look at that kind of exponential growth that was explained early in the presentation, certainly those schools will begin to get impacted as well, further challenging the ability to make sure that we have adequate coverage in those buildings. And when we do that, it's really important that there are the normal day-to-day happenings that occur within a building. Inside of this entire COVID umbrella are all the things that happen in a school building within a day. And some of the top of the list, when we talked about North Valleys today and principals having to go into class to cover for those classes, when there become emergency situations or other supervisory issues that occur within a school, when they're in covering a class, that too strains the system to a certain degree. And so really what this leads to is currently with the growth that we're seeing and the resources that are available, there is a real lack of sustainability to continue to do what is happening in schools on a daily basis. And that's occurring really from early morning all the way into the late evening, each day, every day, to try to support schools.
Madam President, could I ask a question?
Trustee Simon Hone, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. One of the things we've gotten emails about is teachers who have been told to wait at home because they may have been exposed, and they're unable to get tested, or they may get tested and they're waiting for results. But we've had several emails about that, and I know we're trying to handle some of that internally. Can you help us with what's the procedure? And maybe Dr. Lamarca, you're the one most familiar with that, but we've heard from several teachers that they've been out for longer because they couldn't get tested and were waiting for that. And I know I just wanted to get that while we're talking about all these things that are happening to keep people out of the classroom.
Let me begin, and then I'll turn it over to Ms. Ellison. If a teacher is asked to quarantine at home because of possible close contact and they're asymptomatic, they will not be recommended to get a test. If they do begin to show symptoms, they would be able to test. But regardless of the test result, if a person is excluded due to close contact, they have to remain out for the entire exclusion period. That's actually been one of the challenges, is sort of confusion around when you can actually return to the site. And Ms. Elson may want to add to that.
Yeah, thank you for starting there, Dr. Lamarca. Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer for the record. We do have a testing partnership with Renown. We were able to implement that several months ago. I'll be candid, our resources are stretched thin as well, and that program is managed by our 2 employee health nurses and the Director of Health Services. And so obviously we have a large employee population that we're working to support, but I know those ladies are working to get those contacts made and followed up on within 24 hours. And then generally testing is available within 24 hours as well. We know, of course, that Renown supports more entities than just our school district. And so anyone who's had an opportunity to drive by the health department or drive by the Renown testing site will, of course, see that there is longer wait times than have previously been experienced because of the surge in cases. But we do still have that resource available for our employees, and I know that our health services team is working diligently to make sure that the employees who, are seeking testing because of symptoms have that opportunity.
If I might, Madam President. So again, but it's only when someone is experiencing symptoms that they are going to get a test, even within our special system. And I guess one of the questions that I'm going to flag for myself is we did add more resources for student health nurses, and I'm just wondering if that's a place where we can get any additional capacity if we add more resources to our student health service. So just you don't have to answer it now, but just something I'm going to sort of put on my parking lot.
If it's all right, I would like to speak to the asymptomatic testing, because I know that there is a certain level of comfort or peace of mind that perhaps comes with a test if you feel like you've been exposed. And I think Paul would underscore this message as well. While there's certainly that peace of mind that may come from a negative COVID test, the exclusion period is 14 days when there is a confirmed exposure, because the way that the viral load works, you may test negative today and positive tomorrow. So when we're talking about finite resources, time, people, money, testing, we've heard loud and clear from the health district as well that asymptomatic testing is not possible during this time because of the surge we're experiencing. So.
Superintendent McNeil.
I was just going to ask Chair Lucy if he would like to come up to the podium.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to participate in tonight's meeting. First and foremost, I want to thank President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, and all the trustees. I know how challenging this has been. It has been just 3 short months. August 11th was the last time that I appeared in front of you. And I want to clarify, obviously there has been some challenges, but I don't want to lead that the challenges are specifically coming from any one spot within our community. The challenges that we see currently here in Washoe County, and just so we get some very much clarification, I think there's some misinformation out there, and this is one of the things that we challenged with here in Washoe County when we have that outreach into our community and to our citizens quite often. Obviously the health district, Washoe County Health District, and the Washoe County, myself, in which I serve for, are 2 separate entities. The Washoe County Health District is definitely run by a separate board and community and outreach other than me. We at Washoe County Commission oversee a number of issues, but the Washoe County Health District does fall under its own board and has its own construct. So when we talk about contact tracing and a number of different things in regards to ramp up and how we do that, those go through the Kevin Dick, the health district officer, and his board. But we talk about CARES funding and how we're spending those CARES dollars and what we need to be doing to try to embrace things. And I understand when you sit here in your board meetings, your focus is for your school district. You are the largest employer in Washoe County. You have the most people that you dramatically impact throughout this region. And that's an important job in itself. I'm coming here today to try to provide a global perspective about how this is going to be impactful to our community and how I am here collectively to help as a region with my other counterparts in the city of Sparks and city of Reno to help and see if we can bring forth some resources for your community, for the school district. Now, stability, I want to talk about stability for just a brief second. You know, I said it previously when we offered up support back at the August 11th meeting, that schools right now currently provide a safe and controlled environment, and they can manage the children's movement in and out of those schoolrooms very effectively. In my opinion, very much more effectively than I can if we send those students home and they are not being supervised. And let me explain to why I get to that. Many of those individuals, when we talk about these students, their parents are the ER doctors. Their parents are the nurses, the nurse practitioners, the nursing staff, the technicians, a number of the first responders, the REMSA paramedics that are all on shift many times during the day responding to this COVID response. We've been at this COVID response for now 9 months now. And as you saw from Dr. Lamarca's presentation earlier, we talk about the cases within your school being double in regards to where it was when we first started back in September and how those cases have dripped. Let me give you a little bit of some understanding in regards to, as Dr. Lamarca spoke to cases within our region. Well, before I came and spoke to you, the 7-day moving average at that time was for new cases was 97. When adjusted for population per 100,000, that was 20.3. We had 121,287 active cases and a total of 4,823. As of yesterday, that 7-day moving average became 501, from 97 to 501 in a short period of time. That's about 105 cases per 100,000 people and for adjusted population. And then that was just a 30% increase just over last week. And so when we adjust that for population, that's 208% of our peak, of the peak of that Clark County has ever experienced. We are at 208% of what any peak Clark County has ever experienced. So now, once again, that's just globally. This is for our entire region. Going back to what I was saying, when you look at how effectively you guys have met, when I say you guys, the school district has managed the COVID response within your schools and collectively, yes, there is community spread. You have restricted the response, the spread by only about 2 times since you've opened schools up, whereas within the community, it's 5 times. 5 times of what you guys are experiencing throughout the community. So to sit here and say that the school district is a major factor in the spread or continual spread within this community, I would say no. I would say that you see massive community spread throughout the community. I see that this is not the challenge of any one person. And I am empathetic to the challenges that the teachers are having to endure going through this and moving forward. So as I sit here, I want to make sure that what do we do going forward? And I've had many conversations with Superintendent McNeil, President Raymond, the state, Caleb Cage and Julia Peak, both at the state, and with our health district officer and our manager, Eric Brown. And so as we want to move forward, I think some of the most increasing things, we talk about contact tracing and testing. Well, testing is one thing that we are definitely continually to work on. Remember, CARES funding does run out on December 31st. No matter how much money we have, we got $86 million here in this region that was dispersed between the 3 entities. The county got one quarter of that. The other quarter to the city of Sparks, and one half of that funding went to the city of Reno. Now, we've collectively worked together with the district many times to provide services. Right now, we are providing 52 contact tracers throughout the region, 12 of those contact tracers being pediatric, and we are seeing that that's not enough. Not only is it not that it's not enough to handle the surge currently at its current pace, but it's not enough because we don't have the testing turnaround time and the ability to make sure that those tests are available rapidly for these individuals. As we heard tonight, it's challenging. Trustee Simon Holland pointed out that this may not occur until these people are showing symptoms where they've been, contagious for quite some time. And so when you have this type of issue, you're going to have community spread no matter what you do. So if your teachers go home in the end of the day and they go to the grocery store, if they're out amongst on the weekend, on a hike or somewhere out, staff members, school parents, these people are still out in the community. And I think one of the challenges of when we reopened, there was such a need to go back out and socialize that we overdid it. And we are now trying, and people became, what we've continuously heard is COVID fatigue. People are losing the ability or the want or the need to continue to wear masks when they're out in public, continue to social distance, continue to maintain the proper sanitation. And so I would contend with you that this is not a school district issue. This is a community issue. As Mayor Sheevy and Mayor Lawson and myself have advocated time and time again, this is more than just a school district. We need to make sure as a community, as a region, if we are going to address this COVID issue, if we are going to continue to allow those first responders, our health workers, the true heroes, and also who I would consider our heroes are our teachers, to continue to be safe within their community. I'm advocating not that you go to a model one way or the other. I'm not going to sit here and tell you how to provide for school services, but what I'm going to tell you is that we need to do a better job as a community to make sure that those individuals are safe. We need to do a better job as a community in making sure that people wear masks. We need a better job at making sure that people social distance. We need to do a better job making sure people stay home when they need to stay home. This is not about continuing to move forward and just disregard what's going on. The capacity at our hospitals is real, but it doesn't mean that every bed at our hospital is filled. It means that the staff at those hospitals are impacted just the very same way that the staff in your schools are impacted. One individual gets sick, the exclusion goes in, they can become unavailable, and I don't have enough doctors, nor do I have nurses or physicians to continue to fight that fight. But what I would tell you is that if you were to move to a distance model, move to some of these different hybrid models that may have that implication, you might be taking more people out than just COVID. Those parents that are currently working in those ERs and at those hospitals right now within those tents, they have children. And if they cannot go to work and they can't get their shifts covered, who's going to be at home making sure that those children are getting the education that they need? Who's going to be at home making sure the mandate that they are going to attend their Zoom classes? My understanding is that the attendance during distance learning did drop, and that we have children. And I will be the first to tell you that if I was in a high school age or a middle school age, I was probably a problem child, but I probably would not have given it the attention that it needed, and I would not have been as attentive as I could have been. So, with that, where do we go from here? I'm advocating that, we have the COVID Trace app that has been developed by the state that Caleb Cage and Julia Peak will talk about. I would ask that all the students and teachers, we all have smartphones, that we download that app. The kids are more apt to it. That way we can provide for a little bit more tracing. The manager Brown and I have isolated 40 more additional staff members from the Washoe County different departments to help with contact tracing that we will help continue to move forward on. You'll hear from Caleb Cage in the manager's office, how we continue to work on adding to the testing capacity. We have a contract that we're currently working on with Quest Diagnostics to continue to bolster that. But remember, this is only until the 31st of this month. I know you as a school district have contracts with Renown Hospital, who's done a phenomenal job in trying to turn around your testing in a very quick, rapid time. I did confirm with Health District Officer Dick that when those tests, when your students or teachers have been tested by Renown, they are prioritized. Our staff can immediately go in because your health services directors are notifying our staff that those individuals have been tested. So instead of waiting for results to get back, we immediately start prying for those to get those, pry those from the system so that we can immediately start case management and contact tracing with those individuals going forward. The last thing, though, I would ask of this board is significant outreach and messaging. Significant outreach and messaging not only to your students but to your staff. Download the app, talk about significant self-assessment. Self-assessment is crucial. If your kids get sick, if parents come home sick from a community spread that they contracted it at their office or out and just generally in the general public, don't send your kids to school. Please keep them home. Please contact us if you have challenges with that. Washoe County still remains vigilant in trying to find alternative housing for individuals to quarantine. We want to continue to be a partner in this region, and I will stand here. Even though my counterparts, Mayor Lawson, Mayor Sheevy, the City Council of Reno, City Council of Sparks, and my commission, stand resolved in the understanding that we are here to help you. This is one region. This is not us all siloed and standing alone. The money that came in those CARE dollars are to support this effort, and I would ask that we do that together. So if there's any other specific questions that I can answer for you or how CARE dollars were spent, I felt like I've taken up enough of your time tonight, but I do appreciate you allowing me to come the opportunity and speak to you about this, because this is a significant change in where we're going. But I think your school district has done a phenomenal job, and I'd hate to see us go backwards when you've made so many strides forwards. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair Lucy. And I just want to make sure the audience knows we don't take questions during the presentations, but when you have your public comment period, you can ask. So.
What about the survival rate? What's the survival rate? How many people are surviving this virus in this county?
Sir, this is a public meeting and we do not shout out like that. If you have questions or concerns when you have your period for public comment, you can ask those. Superintendent McNeil, are there any questions, I guess, from the Board of Trustees specifically? Oh, Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. And I have a question about the numbers of students, the positive cases in schools. I'm familiar with what we do when a staff member or the adults are either exposed or have symptoms, but do we use the same procedure with students because we send adults over to Renown? Are the students also tested? Does our student health department give them a prescription to go over to get in line to get tested?
Hi, Paul LaMarca for the record. No, that particular avenue is not available to students. Students that self-screen, which we do self-screening, we've advocated that from the onset, and their parents call them in sick, or if they're at a campus and they show some symptoms and they don't feel well, they are isolated and they are coached on how to get testing where it might be available to them, but they don't go through the employee health nurse for that to occur. Those students are isolated for a 10-day period. They can come back earlier if they do receive a test and there's a lab that indicates that they've tested negative. So that's different than a close contact quarantine.
Thank you. May I ask a follow-up on that? So it is possible that our numbers are actually higher, because right now I've been told by the administrators an incline up there, that there is no place right now for families to be able to get testing. So what we'll see then is, so it's possible that those students would then be staying out under the exclusionary numbers, but they might not be showing up in our actual positive numbers, because there is a possibility that students are positive, haven't been tested or can't get tested, and then are coming back after the 10 days, correct?
That is correct. I will share that we've been invited and we've been attending a biweekly call with pediatricians across the area. Sarah Healy, Dr. Sarah Healy kind of facilitates that call. And there are many pediatricians that are on that call. The volume with which they are testing kids is through the roof. They are having to coach families often to not get tested because there are no symptoms, or there's some subtleties around this. So for example, if today I may have had contact with another person, but I'm not showing symptoms, I need to wait several days before I can get tested. So there are some barriers. So you are correct that if someone perhaps has symptoms and never seeks a test, and they wait out the isolation and they feel better at that point in time, they could be flying under the radar. That is a distinct possibility.
Superintendent McNeil.
I think our next presenter is going to be Emily Ellison.
Good evening, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board, Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer for the record. The next couple of slides provide some human resources data that attempts to quantify and illustrate what we're experiencing in our schools. This slide depicts the fill rates for our teacher absences. So when a teacher is away from school, a guest teacher or substitute teacher is requested through the ASOP dispatching system. And what you can see here, I'll spend a little time orienting you to the data, and then we'll talk a little bit about the conclusions that might be drawn. But what you can see here is a comparison of last year to this year for the time period August through November 20th. And in the second from the left column, you have the number of requests and the fill rates for the 2019 school year, and then the number of requests and fill rates for the 2020-21 school year. This is interesting data because what you're seeing here, and I'll look at the last two columns on the right, through November 20th of 2020, we had in the month of November 6,783 requests for a guest teacher to coverage in the absence of a certified teacher. And of those, right about 70% were filled. And so what that means to us is that roughly 2,000 of those requests went unfilled. And in that circumstance, we have a number of ways that we respond. We've talked a little bit about that at previous board meetings. We have approximately 150 licensed personnel who aren't assigned to a school site. And so Debbie and I and Kate from my team work each evening to determine how we can deploy the people who are available from that pool to other schools to provide all hands on deck support based on the unfilled absences and exclusions that the school is experiencing. We also have some schools that have gotten really creative in providing virtual teachers. So if the teacher is excluded because of an exposure and they're well enough to teach, or they have a positive case and they're well enough to teach, the school is finding coverage for the classroom and the teacher is zooming in so that there's that continuity of learning. We're also, of course, the principals work to assign alternate coverage to those classrooms. Mr. Ernst talked a little bit, and so did Ms. Curtis, about administrators and other certified staff covering during their prep periods. There are times when classes need to be divided when they're uncovered. So particularly at the elementary school level, if there's space, given the maximum occupancy and physical space requirements, if there's space, students might be dispersed to other classrooms in that grade level. So that's what we experience when there's an unfilled absence. Of course, we are working diligently to try and address the gap. extensive outreach to our substitute pool, which currently numbers more than 1,800 active subs. Those are all people that have worked for us in the last year, but maybe have not picked up assignments this year. We're working to contact those folks, answer any questions that they have, and see how we can continue to get them engaged. We have a comprehensive recruiting effort that we're always engaged in that it utilizes both, traditional and new methods for outreach and advertising and social media and employer branding. We're working with funders to try and identify incentives to pay for the licensing process for our guest teachers, because we know that that can be a barrier. Oftentimes individuals have to work a few days before they've even broken even in their pay. And then we're, of course, working closely with the Nevada Department of Education and advocating for emergency sublicense provisions and the availability of that option for a district of our size, because we think that that will help us to close the gap. When we look at this data, I think it's telling us a few important things. You may have noticed initially that the raw numbers of requests have actually gone down this year, and at first I double-checked my data just to make sure I hadn't reversed my years. But what we're seeing there, I think, is incomplete data, because Ms. Curtis talked a little bit before about there's lots of non-COVID related absences too in a typical year, right? People might experience family hardships that take them away from the workplace, or non-COVID related illness or pregnancy or other things. And so I think what we're hearing anecdotally from staff is that they understand the difficult situation that we're facing and the shortage of guest teachers. And so when they might have otherwise been away, they're feeling really reluctant to do that because of the impact that it has on their colleagues and their students. The other thing that's not reflected in this data that might contribute to the numbers being a little bit less just in terms of quantity this year is that virtual teacher arrangement that I talked about. So schools are getting really creative, and if the teacher's excluded but the students are not, that's a win for students because there's continuity of learning with the instructor, but that's not necessarily a need that's reflected in these numbers because coverage is being arranged through other staff members in the building. So it could be administrators or the ETS or the librarian or and a variety of other staff, but there's not a lot of those people to pull from. I think in total, what we're seeing here as well is that guest teachers are anxious about returning, and that's what we're getting feedback on when we're talking to them and doing the outreach that we've just finished. Many of them are saying to us that because, of course, a lot of them are retired educators and a casual workforce, and so many of them are conveying that they would like to just kind of wait and see how things go and see what the numbers look like and what our classrooms and schools look like before making the decision to return, but they're very much interested in still supporting students in the long term. Overall, I think what you're seeing here is that broad exclusions in the absence of timely contact tracing, but in the interest of safety, make these numbers higher than they need to be, right? There's more noise in the system, if you will, because we're making difficult decisions to exclude while we work out the contact tracing, but of course that's impactful. And we're not the only employer in this community, right? People are married to people who don't work here, and so exclusions are happening outside of our system as well, which is impacting these numbers. The longer it takes for someone to be contacted to determine if an exposure has occurred, the higher these numbers will be. The longer it takes someone to get a test, the more inflated these numbers will be for a longer period of time. And this is certified only. This doesn't take into consideration our other employee groups, our ESP employees or our administrators or our school police or our psychologists and professional technical staff who are being impacted in the same way, and that further diminishes the resources that we have available to provide all hands on deck support. If we could go to the next slide, please. This slide depicts leave requests, and this is just another data point that we can look to help quantify what we're experiencing. On the first line, you'll see the notation FFCRA. That stands for Families First Coronavirus Response Act. That's the federal legislation that was passed early in the pandemic that requires the district to provide 10 days of paid emergency sick leave for COVID-related absences at the district's expense. All other leaves are the types of leaves that are afforded to certified and ESP employees through the collective bargaining agreements, and you can see that the numbers have been substantial in this year. When I look at the typical volume of leave requests that we would process in a year, we're trending at about 2.5 times what we would normally see in terms of leave requests. And these numbers include both short and long-term leave requests. They also include leaves related to illness and exposure, so there's a lot of data being put into the system. And these are unique numbers of leave requests, not necessarily individual employees who are out. And as you can see, the numbers just continue to climb month over month. And then finally, as you contemplate the possibility of transitioning to distance learning, we're planning for what work looks like during that time. And so our thinking in developing the guidance based on whatever decision is made here this evening, if the decision is made to transition to distance learning, our guidance would be rooted in these guiding principles. So we believe first and foremost that our employees provide essential educational service for our community. We also believe that employees can work safely from our buildings following social distancing and virus spread mitigation protocols. We believe that delivering educational service from our facilities provides access to technology, connectivity, supplies, and administrators to provide support, guidance, and supervision, which we know is so important in the workplace. We also believe that expectations should allow for exceptions and flexibility when appropriate. These are extraordinary times, and we have to remain nimble and responsive and balance the needs of our employees with the work to be done as well. Safety, common sense, and flexibility should underscore all of our decision making, and again, our guidance will be rooted in these principles. And we know, of course, that there are concerns among employees about what this transition might mean to their work. We desire to keep current district staff employed during the distance learning period, and in order to do so, we may need to utilize employees in different ways. And we'll need employees to remain flexible in supporting student learning and our families during this time. And then finally, we understand that childcare supports for our employees will be necessary in order for our employees to continue providing this essential service, and we're working to develop those supports that would be included in the guidance. And then I'll pause for any questions that you may have.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Emily. Couple of questions. Can you go over what the request to end Nevada Department of Education is about? Something that is available to the rural counties that is not available to Washoe and Clark. And I have a couple more questions after that.
Yes, absolutely. Great question. I think Dr. McNeil would like to say something.
Trustee Simon Holland, State Superintendent Ebert is going to be covering that in her slide when she comes up.
I'll go on to another question then. We've also had questions via email that increasing pay for substitutes would help with our availability of substitutes or guest teachers. Can you comment on that?
I'd be glad to. I think the first important thing that I would like to say that people should know is that I'm certainly not opposed to increasing pay. I think that economic advantage is important for all individuals. I think when we think about a compensation strategy, though, we have to be really careful knowing that we have such limited resources that we really believe that if we make an investment in something that we're going to get a return on investment. When I talk to my colleagues in other districts and surrounding districts that pay higher than we do, they are experiencing the same challenges that we are. And so I have yet to find a district that's been able to give me sort of the magic figure at which your fill rates tip into favorable based on compensation. What I do see in collaborating with my colleagues around the country through the Council of Great City Schools is that there's a definite relationship between licensure requirements and fill rates. So, of course, in those states where there are less stringent licensure requirements or less fees associated with licensure requirements and that sort of thing. There's a relationship with fill rates and those being positively influenced.
Thank you for that. And then just one last question that's probably Superintendent McNeil's question. My sense is that staffing is the biggest concern that we have right now. Is that a fair assessment? Is that it's not the only problem we have, but it's the biggest problem we have right now, driving some of the solutions that are being proposed?
I would say that we've got big three, right? We've got contact tracing, we've got expanded testing need, and then obviously we have staffing needs. And the sustainability part is intricately related to the staffing needs. So yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, I can't see anything. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to go off of what Trustee Simon Holland said about, or asked about pay for guest teachers. The issue I see representing the northern part of the county is that they're not just having trouble getting enough guest teachers, they're not getting any. Because our guest teachers are centered towards the cities and they're working in the cities. Do you think there would be any movement in helping guest teachers maybe drive out further by giving a mileage bonus to the base pay? The further you drive, the more you would get on the base pay. Do you think that would cause an impact for guest teachers have an incentive to drive to Cold Springs or drive to Taylor Elementary School?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I think it's certainly something that we should explore. I don't know that mileage is necessarily the right incentive to do, and the reason that I say that is because we could have the unintended consequence of draining all of the subs from other schools out to our rurals, right? If those become that much more attractive. If you live in Damani Ranch and you consistently sub at Cold Springs, I think you could have a little bit of a kind of a reverse incentive there. But I don't think that it's out of the realm of reasonable to consider whether or not we should differentiate pay for some of our harder to fill schools. I know incline schools certainly have a challenge in this area. Some of the schools out in Cold Springs, some of our schools that are further out in the Spanish Springs Valley also experience similar challenges.
Perfect, thank you.
If you can forward the slide, JJ, and then I believe, Dr. Lamarca, do you have Mr. Shabandi here for the athletics, or?
No, I'll be talking about this slide. And this will be very quick. I think, as you know, we've been following guidance from the NIAA, from the state, and the NIAA has worked very closely with the superintendents of the school districts, and so this was provided to you at a previous time. This is sort of the redo of sports seasons for the 2021 school year. It moves, it truncates all the seasons and puts them all in the second semester, beginning with the winter sports and fall sports and spring sports. If we were to shift to distance learning, that would likely cancel winter sports season altogether, or the winter sports would need to be scheduled for later in the spring, which is not out of the realm of possibility. But the current planned schedule would be impacted heavily. We did, Dr. McNeil forwarded some guidance today from NIAA, which based on one of the governor's directives, I don't remember the number, but at this point, basketball and wrestling, which are high impact sports, winter sports, those aren't eligible to be played regardless. That's it for this particular slide.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lamarca. 35, Executive Order 35 was the other one. And I believe Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf is going to be going over the proposed calendar.
Thank you, Superintendent McNeil. So again, Deborah Beiersdorf, Deputy Superintendent. So this particular slide walks you through the proposed calendar in consideration of moving our schools to full distance learning. It starts tomorrow. Tomorrow is the first day of the Thanksgiving break. Our teachers and our students are not in our buildings tomorrow. Then it moves on to next week, the week of November the 30th through Friday, December the 4th, where we are proposing that in-person and hybrid learning would continue. And this would be an opportunity, this would be time for our schools to prepare for the shift to full distance learning. And I'll talk a bit more about that on the next slide. On Monday, December the 7th through Friday, December the 18th, December 18th is the last day of the first semester. That would be our shift to full distance learning, with Monday, December the 7th being that first day. Our 2-week winter break is December 21st through January the 1st. Our second semester starts on Monday, January the 4th. So the proposed calendar is from that date through January the 15th, the first 2 weeks of the second semester. We would continue with full distance learning. And then the recommendation that's coming before you this evening is on January the 19th, we would shift to in-person and hybrid learning. So back to in-person and hybrid learning as we know it now. So I know, trustees, you have received questions about why we would consider having our students in our buildings through hybrid or in-person learning. So I wanted to talk a few key points that we feel it's very important in order to give our schools and our students and our families time to prepare for that shift. So some key points that are before you this evening. We want to ensure that our students have the materials, the supplies, the devices that they need to move to full distance learning for the 4 weeks. We want to make sure too that our teachers and our staff are prepared with curriculum, materials, supplies that they need as well. And as Chief HR Officer Emily Ellison talked about, our teachers teaching from our school buildings. We want to allow time for our professional learning community collaboration. And then noted here, for example, at the high school level, giving teachers time to prepare for online finals at the end of the first semester because our students would not be in the building to take their finals. Also provide time for staff to prepare for the start of the second semester, again on January the 4th, which would be via distance learning. And then finally, providing time for families to prepare for distance learning as well, getting their, I guess, affairs in order, so to speak, to prepare for December the 4th.
Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf, Vice President Taylor has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Deputy Superintendent. It's just a question. We've been emailed a lot, and I certainly recognize what would be done, why that week is necessary instead of just pulling the plug, so to speak. And maybe Dr. LaMarca might be the best one to answer this. We know after a holiday period, a break period, is when we typically have seen spikes. Because people still tend to want to get together and all the reasons that we all know of. Are there additional precautions we should be taking in the schools during that week? Because that is a week that we could anticipate people having greater exposure. And certainly between now and then, because this is not too far away, right? The workload on those doing the testing and investigating and the contact tracing surely isn't going to, for the community, isn't going to diminish much. So are there things that we should do during that week in anticipation of exposure being higher over this weekend?
Let me jump in there first, Dr. LaMarca. So I think it kind of follows what Chair Lucy talked about earlier as well, in the plea to our community to practice all the safety protocols that we have been hearing about for months and months, and we're begging our community to follow that as well. So with that being said, our schools are safe. They're safe places for our students and for our staff. I know you all have been in many schools since this pandemic started and since the beginning of the school year. Our kids are wearing their masks, they're practicing social distancing, our teachers are, our parents that are coming into our schools, we are washing hands, we are using hand sanitizer, we are doing everything we possibly can to make our schools safe places for all the reasons that they need to be safe places for our students. So Paul may have more that he wants to add, but again, with that being said, very much believe that staff and students coming into the buildings next week to prepare for distance learning is safe for our school communities.
The only thing I'd like to add is the precautionary steps need to be taken during the Thanksgiving holiday, not the week after. In speaking with Heather Kerwin today, because of this presentation and some of the items that might come up, the reality is if we see an additional surge due to the Thanksgiving holiday, we won't likely see that until 2 weeks into the third week following Thanksgiving. So the point is we need to stick to the measures we have in place to minimize contact within the schools, but the exposure will have already taken place during the Thanksgiving holiday.
Thank you. I appreciate that from both of you, and certainly we know when the surge will show up because that's what's been in practice. But I do believe that our schools are some of the safe places out there. I do that, and as we were able to be on top of our testing and contact tracing and so on, that was indicated that we saw little to no school spread. So that certainly, I'm a firm believer in that and so on. But as I've been sharing with President Raymond, because we have been working on this all week, is one thing to be safe, it's something else to feel safe. And it's clear from the communication we're getting from our educators and some concerns from parents that they don't feel safe. So I think all the mitigation things that have been discussed and certainly emphasized by Chair Lucy and all of those things, and making a plea to our community, and we should do all of those things. We should encourage people to download the app and all of that. I guess what I'm saying is I would like, even if it's a recommitment, reaffirmation, or something to remind the people in the buildings during that week to do those things during that week. I think to go through it as though we haven't come off of this week of high exposure for everybody. I shouldn't say everybody, but for those who didn't take precautions that we've been asking, because clearly people are not taking precautions. So I think for us to not do anything in terms of saying, well, we'll just do it like any other week, is saying that, you know what, maybe it's almost like our saying, well, we know it's okay, so that's going to be okay. I also want people to feel safe in the building that week. I do believe that they're safe, but I don't know if you get the emails that we get, but there are a lot of people that don't feel safe. And so what can we do to help? And again, maybe it's reinforcing, maybe it's sending out a reminder, maybe it's making sure people have their signs back up again and talk, or something like that. I would think that if, for me to feel comfortable saying, okay, listen, and I understand why we need the week. I really do. I've had this conversation enough all week, right? But people still don't feel safe. So what else can we do to help with that piece if this recommendation is going to be approved, and we want people to be in the buildings and still feel safe? I guess maybe I was worded that way.
Dr. Taylor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think what we would be able to do to reiterate that message is, depending on the decision of the board tonight, our task was to get, a start early tomorrow, and whatever the action is, to get that messaging out to our families and then to our schools as well too. So it's kind of a double down approach as far as whatever the decision is, then we need to turn around very quickly and be able to get out any additional guidance, any additional mitigating type protocols, whether it's as Dr. LaMarca was saying, remind Ann, Bob, and Chair Lucy, you need to self-screen, and if you do not feel well, then do not come to school, and to get that message out. And whether it's working with our media partners, we've got a media briefing scheduled for 1 o'clock tomorrow, and I believe you and President Raymond are going to be joining me with that, but getting that consistent message out And then also, I believe, you know, what Chair Lucy was talking about today is a renewed effort between the mayors and himself as far as helping to get that message out.
I appreciate that, Dr. McNeil and Deputy Beisdorf and Dr. Lamarcker, I do. I just think that we want to, whatever we end up with here, if it includes school being opening the week after Thanksgiving, a renewed focus on those things, or something to pay a little extra attention. That people are going to be on high alert. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Taylor. And, you know, I think this is something that we've talked about, and, you know, I think this is a sort of a different angle at it, but the ability of, I think, our staff to continue to be spread as thin as they are to maintain that level of safety in our schools and to do that kind of additional work to fill in the classrooms. It seemed to me that, you know, we could get through a week at that level, knowing that then some of that strain will be relieved afterwards, which, you know, and I honestly, I need to sort of think about that one a little more as it's been presented. I think as Vice President Taylor said, certainly see all the need for that week, but also just want to be sure that we aren't exacerbating any of the problems you know, for our staff who are, you know, certainly split, but also for the community. But, you know, as Chair Lucy pointed out, we, you know, as evidenced by the case numbers, we really aren't seeing that growth in the building. And part of, I know what we'll talk about later on is that, you know, that it doesn't, you know, it's no guarantee that there isn't still going to be the spread just because the students, you know, and staff aren't in the building. That the problem seems to be, as we've talked about, what's happening outside of our buildings. It's the hanging out at someone else's house, you know, it's going to a party, it's all the other things outside of our school where we're seeing that transmission happen at a much higher rate for certain. So I appreciate the information though on kind of the thinking behind that, and you know, certainly something to think about as we get down further to the decision point.
Madam President.
Oh, sorry, Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you. Ms. Beiersdorf, I understand what you're saying about why the need to go back for that 1 week next week, and I know that the information that I have, it's purely anecdotal, and it's just really from people that have reached out, but I've heard from a number of administrators that a lot of the schools are preparing for the possibility of going to distance learning next week in the hope that we would, and that they have been talking to students and families. Have you heard any of that? Are you familiar? And I'm also going to just throw in that not all the schools are going to be ending. Incline doesn't end their semester until January 22nd. So there is some of these things that they don't have to prepare for, because with this schedule, whether we went back or not, they still wouldn't be ending a semester until after we were back. But have you heard anything about the possibility of schools having already prepared, having students gone home with work and devices and?
Trustee Kennedy, yes, I have, and anecdotally as well, and I think Joe and Gina could jump in here as well. I think our schools are working so very hard to get out, well, they have been working so very hard to get out devices to make sure students are prepared. And I think also in consideration that a class of students could get excluded with very little notice. So I think another key consideration around what our schools are working so very hard at is that things can change just like that. You know, if we get a report and myself and the area superintendents along with Paul and our student health services start to work through the different cases to make determinations whether it's a classroom of students or in some cases a full school. So I think school, well, I know schools have been on on standby, I think, so to speak, if it's, again, a group of kids or the whole school needs to move to full distance learning.
If I could jump in as well and just kind of add to that, I think our schools throughout the 3 months have been taking all types of measures in preparation for whatever is going to be in front of them. Some preparing and sending home laptops on weekends in preparation for what might come on the next Monday. Some sending home the consumable materials so that students have their workbooks in case they have to go distance learning. And then something else worth remembering is that we have approximately 16, 17 schools right now that are already on full distance learning. They are going to come off of full distance learning on November 30th. And so certainly they've been operational with this right now and able to move forward with it. So they're taking a variety of measures to be able to mobilize as quickly as possible. And I think it speaks to teachers' desires around planning and preparation and trying to do what's best for kids.
Thank you, Mr. Ernst. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. Can you all help me to be able to explain to folks that we feel schools are safe and so they can come back after Thanksgiving and manage safety protocols, but then the next week they can't be there? I'm struggling with how to explain that to folks. And I do understand the need for planning. I'm just wondering if there's another way we can do it. But if somebody could help with how we answer that question for folks.
I can jump in there first. And Trustee Simon Hall, and I'm not going to pretend that next week's going to be easy in keeping staffing up, and the work that the team has been doing will continue into next week as well. And there could be situations where we do have to move more schools to distance learning because the staffing has gotten stretched even more. To me, the recommendation that our superintendent will be speaking to here shortly, it's around the lack of resources. It's not that our schools are unsafe. And we operate every day doing our darndest to keep our schools open and to keep the continuity of education Joe talked about earlier. And that's what we would do next week as well. But I don't know day to day sometimes what it brings. Before I came to this board meeting this evening, I was in contact with another one of our area superintendents that we have another school that potentially we have to consider tomorrow making a move to distance learning because of just because we can't staff it. So I don't pretend that next week would be any different. If that helps.
Yeah, I'm also wondering if there's another way we can get at the planning and preparation without defaulting to being open and then closing the following week. I'm just trying to, along with all of you, coming up with all these wonderful ideas, trying to brainstorm because I know we've all heard from lots of educators who say, I'm ready, please don't make me come back next Monday. So,
well, and it's also, Trustee Simon Hall, it's also, it's 5 more days of instruction with students, that are coming in hybrid in person. And that's a big consideration. I mean, I know our trustees know that it's not an easy decision to exclude one student, a class of students, or an entire school of students. They are very, very tough decisions that we make on an hourly basis. But it's also having our kids with us for 5 more days, and I think there's a lot of value in that as well. Our schools know where they're at with devices. They know where their students are at with devices. They know the students that need the consumables that Joe talked about. They know the student that needs some extra support. They know the students that might be suffering from challenges around food insecurity. I mean, our schools know their students and know their families. So it's a tough balance. Yeah, absolutely.
May I add one point? I want us to continue to think about the families as well. It's, as Chairman Lucy mentioned, this is going to be a big impact to many families who are going to have to secure childcare. They're going to have to make arrangements with employers, so they're going to need some grace and some time as well.
Student Representative Gomez.
Thank you, Madam President. Since you guys were saying that 17 schools have been closed and because they've been sent home and to stay home, how have you guys seen the, students responding to that distance learning and being on their laptops every day and going to school? How have you seen that change, how students have responded? Since however the board votes today, we will be sent to distance learning or remain the same. There's going to be way more students, so how have those 17 schools responded to this?
Thank you. That's a great question. And I think that we've seen a very positive response. Some of the benefits that come from moving to that full distance learning is on the hybrid schedule, as we all know, you have students on one day and then you have a second set of students on the next day. What happens when you go to full distance learning is you have the opportunity to bring all of those kids together at the same time. And so it gives you an opportunity to continue to work at the overall climate and the culture with that group of kids, as well as some teachers would suggest in terms of the early feedback on schools that have gone distance learning, that they're actually able to continue to push learning forward at a really positive rate because they have everybody there for those 5 days as opposed to having them there for 2 or 3 days. And so there's some advantages that way. And so I think that's some of the responses that schools have talked about.
Can I ask a second question?
Of course.
Have you seen like a better attendance in those 17 schools, or has it stayed the same with the lack of attendance?
I'm not positive on what the attendance looks like at those schools. I imagine Mr. Hayes might have a little bit more information for us or what have you. From what I understand, it's similar to what it is when they're on the hybrid schedule.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent McNeil.
Thank you very much, President Raymond. So we're going to go ahead and stay on this slide. And as you all know, I don't typically give an alternative recommendation. However, this is such a tremendous decision that I felt it was fair to give an alternative recommendation. And that is, if we are able to find the necessary supports to continue in-person or hybrid learning, we talked about what the big three would be. And so we talk about the full community effort, and Chair Lucy mentioned that, Deputy Beiersdorf, you all have mentioned that. So if our community can jump on the train and, work with us as far as no social distancing, no social gatherings, social distancing, mask wearing, full-time mask compliance, following all quarantine and exclusion protocols, a comprehensive testing program within our community, and then obviously the adequate contact tracing. And then importantly, talking about the guest teachers and the supply of our guest teachers. And so I'm going to ask JJ if she can bring up the Zoom screen. And we are very pleased to have State Superintendent Ebert and then Director Caleb Cage. And I believe State Superintendent Ebert is there. There she is.
Great. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Wonderful. So for the record, my name is Joan Ebert. I'm the State Superintendent of Public Instruction. Thank you, President Raymond, members of the board, and Superintendent McNeil for having me here this evening. I want to start by thanking the entire Washoe County School District community. Your perseverance, your persistence, everything you have demonstrated about how we should move forward and communities should move forward throughout this crisis has been amazing. Superintendent McNeil and her team, with the support of this board, have been working day in and day out to ensure every single child in the district has access not only to education, but also to nutrition services, mental health supports, everything they need to navigate during this challenging time. I also want to be clear and specific about acknowledging every single educator, every single support staff professional. You have spoken, I've been listening all evening, and you have shared your gratitude for the work that they have done and why they come to work in supporting all of our children. So I want to add to that as well. So specifically throughout the pandemic, and it's been mentioned several times, that the Nevada Department of Education, we work closely with all 17 school district superintendents and the state public charter school authority to identify areas of need for flexibility to respond and to recover from COVID-19. Your superintendent, Superintendent McNeil, has been a wonderful advocate for your community, and we've been in consistent communication to ensure that WASHO's response is coordinated in alignment with all of the expectations for your children and community. The governor continues to prioritize education during this crisis, and this team has been incredibly responsive to all of the educational requests to date. He has issued 6 emergency directives related to education, the majority of which have focused on health and safety measures, as well as providing needed flexibility to districts and schools. I am extremely pleased to share with you this evening that the Department of Education is moving forward with another emergency regulation to support districts such as Washoe County to have more flexibility in hiring and retaining emergency substitutes. We know that implementing multiple instructional models, as you have, all of them at once, and responding to the exclusions of staff as required by the public health officials has increased your need to have support staff. And this change will make a huge difference, not only for the Washoe County School District, but other school districts across the state in the coming weeks and months. Since school began this fall, I've had the opportunity to spend several days in Washoe County school districts with your area superintendents that are there before you, with your superintendent. And the experience of seeing firsthand how your community has come together to provide safe and healthy learning environments has helped me personally to assure our public health partners that their expectations are being met by all of you. I spoke with children of all ages, got down to their level, 3 feet apart, 6 feet for me, 3 feet for them, but had conversations about, what do you think about wearing these masks? They now feel they are part of who we are, and that wearing masks protects not only them, but everyone else they're engaged with. And that practicing the social distancing means, if it means protecting their friends and their teachers, they're up for it. I also had conversations with teachers and educators that shared their frustrations in learning new tools in a very short period of time, all of the ins and outs and the flexibility. I also spoke with teachers who were very thankful for their administrators who were listening to their needs. At Trainer Middle School, I spoke with support professionals. She just got off the phone with a family. The students have learned very quickly the auto dial that it says Washoe County School District. So they're calling on various phones to make sure that the students and the families are reached. And the bottom line to all of this is not one person that I spoke to said that they'd rather be anywhere else. That no matter the struggle, they knew they were where they wanted to be, where they needed to be, and that was in your schools working together through a crisis. While we struggle with all of this crisis, the health, the safety, the enforcement settings, I'm proud that your schools continue to prioritize education, the education of what it means during this pandemic, the education of our children of wearing a face mask, having the hand sanitizer. Your teacher, I was walking down the hallway and I could smell this peppermint, and I said, "Where's that coming from?" And the teacher immediately turned around as she was spraying all. She goes, "That's me. I put peppermint in this so it doesn't smell as hard as they do smell for those resources that we've acquired." And just as importantly in all of this, you have provided choice for parents. You've provided distance education options for students and families who prefer that their children are learning full-time at home. So how does this all round out with what has just transpired? The governor announced on Sunday for 3 weeks of tighter restrictions. The reduced capacity and gatherings and limits. We want to make sure that our children know that and participate and help have those conversations at home with the adults. But I want to also note that those reductions and restrictions did not apply to our schools. In his remarks, Governor Sisolak made a critical connection, and we've heard it again tonight, between keeping our economy open and keeping our schools open. And we know the economy and education are more independent than ever. Again, you've had a lot of that conversation already tonight. We also know that the data show that our young people are less likely to get infected and less likely to suffer serious consequences from COVID-19, but that doesn't mean that they are immune to its effects. Washoe County School District has been doing everything it can to provide community supports. And for some children, that could mean that they would not have a reliable food source, they wouldn't have safe shelter, or that they wouldn't have access to the caring adults, the caring educators who intervene and support them in whatever is needed, and it is needed immediately. The governor asked Nevadans to continue to follow safety measures so that our school buildings can remain open. And we are in a pandemic which caused an economic crisis, which created a mental health crisis as well. And keeping children in school buildings is the key way that we can ensure we have our eyes on the children and that they are getting the education and support they need and, quite frankly, they deserve. I have some other things that I wanted to address with you tonight, but I think a lot of it you have already discussed. But I think what's important is not only looking at the health metrics as the entire community, but breaking down and looking at the data as you have and what has been shared, that the school community, the adults in the school community have their eyes on the children. You have your eyes on each other, keeping each other safe, social distancing. Through the whole reopening, you've made sure that all of those components are in place. And so what I want you to know is that we are here in partnership as you move forward. Again, we're keeping in touch with your superintendent who flagged, Joan, we need more flexibility with emergency license. And I heard some other things tonight that I will take back as well and work upon. And as you consider these difficult decisions ahead, I hope you will consider educational continuity to be the top of the priority for Washoe's community. The truth is, if the community is keeping gyms, restaurants, and retail establishments open, there's no reason why we cannot create safe opportunities for students to have access to in-person learning. So in closing, I want to thank all of you for what you do each and every day. This is a difficult decision, holding in mind of the health and safety data, the mental health data that you have, the educational data and how you want to ensure that our children are learning, as well as the economy. And it's all four of those things that you're talking about this evening and making a decision upon. So thank you for creating a flexible environment for your students. You are leading the way, not only in the state of Nevada, but across this nation in providing the resources that you have for children. People are watching. You've been patient, you've been listening, and you have led with grace in keeping the students and their needs front and center. So thank you very much for your time. And if there are any questions, I know Caleb is going to speak as well. So we will follow your direction, President Raymond.
Well, thank you so much, Superintendent Ebert. It is really a pleasure to have you join us this evening, and we're so happy to have your remarks as part of our presentation and to help inform our decision making. I will look real quickly to see if we have any direct comments for you at this time. I don't see any, so if Director Cage is ready, I think we can pull him up next.
Good afternoon or good evening, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, and members of the Board of Trustees. I'm having a little bit of trouble on my internet side over here, so I'm checking to see if there's anything I can do to get a little bit more stable of a connection. But if you don't mind, before I get started, President Raymond, can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, we can hear you and see you just fine.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Want to just thank you for the opportunity to present again. This is my second time here before the Washoe County School District Board, and in the meantime, we've had Superintendent McNeil come to the COVID-19 Mitigation and Management Task Force and present, and I'm extremely grateful for that as well. To keep the communication open, to make sure that we're doing everything we can collectively. I agree with quite a bit of what's been said this evening about the efforts that are being taken in order to prioritize schools being open. And I want to reiterate what Superintendent Ebert and Chair Lucy both said in different ways, and that is Washoe County, the school district here, should be commended for so many reasons, and during this difficult time, and those lists have already been stated, but giving parents options, working to protect staff and students, and really working hard to make sure that we're going through this pandemic as well as we possibly can. I'm going to give some remarks tonight about from the governor's perspective, from the perspective of our office and what we're trying to do statewide. Of course, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. As you all know, Governor Sisolak recently announced a pause in our ongoing statewide standards. And per this new order, in general, this means the following: that restaurants, bars, gaming operations, gyms, and so on will be able to operate at a limited capacity of 25%, which is down from 50%. Retail stores will remain at 50% with strict social distancing. Public gatherings will be limited to 25% of capacity. Private gatherings will be limited to no more than 10 people, and a re-emphasis on face coverings at all time. These new measures were effective this morning at 12:01 a.m., and the governor will be reviewing the outcomes from these new measures in 3 weeks' time to make additional considerations. I can personally attest to the fact that it was not easy for the governor to arrive at any of these restrictions. Every aspect of the state's response to this pandemic from the beginning has been an extraordinarily complex effort to balance equally critical parts of our economy and our society, which you no doubt are feeling in your own work as well. Every decision that Governor Sisolak has made from the beginning of the response has been one that seeks to prioritize dozens of aspects of life in our state, all that are similarly valued by portions of our population. Governor Sisolak got to the heart of this challenge in his remarks on Sunday announcing these new mitigation measures when he said, "Let's be honest, our casinos, hotels, restaurants, and bars are open with strict restrictions so that we can protect the economy. Meanwhile, the majority of school buildings across our state are closed and our kids are suffering as a result. Our education system and our economy are not mutually exclusive. They are tied together," he noted. He said that many parents need the schools to be open so they can work, which has been discussed this evening. And he went on to explain the dramatic social effects that we have seen in our school-aged children who can't access services at school, including an increased number of youth suicides. And he noted their ongoing educational needs as well. He noted the complexity of this challenge when he called for reprioritizing keeping the students in classrooms or getting them there. By no means does the governor believe that there's an easy solution to this call for reprioritizing our children and our students, but important scientific data exist that support his decision. As he noted on Sunday, a significant reason is that the behavioral health of our children. On Sunday, Governor Sisolak noted, as I've stated previously, an increase in youth suicide during this pandemic. I've been astonished to hear people push back against this, in effect minimizing these deaths. We can all agree that the distress of Nevada's youth should not be equated solely to the number of youth deaths by suicide, but we should also not underestimate the level of distress that our students are facing. The fact remains that youth are experiencing high levels of distress and seeking care for behavioral health emergencies at higher rates than in the past. A recent article published by the CDC found that there has been a marked increase in youth seeking care in emergency rooms from January to October 17th of 2020. Compared to rates of care sought for mental health issues in 2019, nationally children ages 5 to 11, there was a 24% increase in 2020, and for children ages 12 through 17, there was a 31% increase in 2020. Similar data analytics for Nevada is almost complete and reflect an increase in youth suicide attempts and ideation being identified in our emergency rooms. These factors are real, as we all know, and Nevada's schools offer safety nets for students who might otherwise slip through the cracks between our various systems. Of course, behavioral health is only one aspect of student health that the governor considered in his prioritization decision. The physical health of our students is also critical, especially during a pandemic. Because we have been responding to this pandemic for some time now, we have significant data for school-aged children in our state. We also have comparative data between counties with different school districts and district mitigation measures in place, from in-person to hybrid models to distance-only education. These data show us that Clark County has higher per capita rates of COVID-19 in children aged 5 and under, 5 through 9, and 10 through 14 than Washoe County. This difference is despite Clark adopting a full distance learning model. Washoe County, however, has a higher per capita rate for those aged 15 through 19, but this disparity is driven by those 18 and older. These data go back to the beginning of the pandemic, and when we go back to the start of the school year, the situation changes. Since August 10th, Washoe County does in fact have consistently higher rates per capita in all childhood age groups. However, state public health officials, including the state biostatistician, interpret this change as primarily a part of overall transmission in the community and not a disparate effect tied to school in-person attendance. Some evidence that supports this interpretation follows. For this period, 73% of total cases were in Clark County and 20 were in Washoe County. Comparatively, 71% of cases in school-aged children were in Clark and 21 were in Washoe. This implies that the higher rates in Washoe currently are persistent across all age groups and not an indicator of in-school spread. Additionally, it's important to note the growing body of research on COVID-19 show that schools and child care centers are not major vectors of spread. The difference is attributed to safety measures and the ability to enforce them directly within schools. Students within our K through 12 system are also highly unlikely to suffer severe physical illness or need medical intervention if they are infected. Enforcement data as well reflect a challenge for the school district. Currently, schools in the Washoe County School District are being closed when contact tracing results show 2 cases at that school. Contact tracing is not being used in the same way for other businesses and locations throughout the county. In fact, contact tracing is best used as an intervention, that is, a way to stop the spread of the virus, and have not closed any other business, and we have not closed any other businesses using the same metric. To be clear, contact tracing is critical and is especially difficult during the surge that we're currently facing in the pandemic. The school district will not have the resources to build out this capacity on its own, I'm afraid, and in order to prioritize our students, we have to find resources from all levels of local, state, and federal funding that are available to build and support this important system. By no means am I saying that this state and national research is definitive. These are extraordinarily different decisions that require a difficult balance between resources and priorities during a time when cases in our community are on the rise, and I do not envy your position at all. That said, I believe Governor Sisolak is right to support prioritization of keeping our schools, of getting our students back into the classroom. I agree that our educational professionals need PPE, testing, contact tracing, and the other measures necessary to feel safe and, in fact, to be safe. But we've seen countries around the world do everything they can to keep schools open. To quote a recent article from the Washington Post, what the data increasingly shows is that the best way to protect teachers and students isn't to shut down schools, it's to focus on all the measures that will keep them and their families, their friends, and their neighbors safe outside of the classroom. With that, President Raymond, I conclude my remarks, and I'm happy to take any questions you or your fellow trustees may have.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Cage. I really appreciate the information you've provided. I was furiously taking notes. I can't promise that there won't be more questions later, but I'll see if there are any right now from any of the trustees. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. Cage and Superintendent Ebert, for being with us. One thing that I heard from teachers here is their disappointment in the governor's lack of recognition for Washoe being open for education and students in his address on Sunday. Teachers here felt like the emphasis was more towards getting Clark opened and didn't necessarily acknowledge that Washoe has been open and hasn't had their buildings closed for the last 8 months. So I'm hoping that through these conversations and dialogue that there can be an emphasis to recognize the work that is being done in school districts in Nevada that have opened for in-person learning, and maybe not as much emphasis on trying to get Clark to open. This is feedback that I've heard from staff in our community after his press conference. So I was hoping that, just to mention that since you have his ear, just to see if he can, I know he knows it and he recognizes it, but to publicly express it for our staff here. So I think that everyone here would appreciate that.
Thank you. President Raymond, did you want me to address that? Or?
Sure, if you would like to. Thank you. Sure.
I certainly can't speak to how others have interpreted remarks made by the governor. What I can say is by announcing his prioritization and continuing to consistently support schools being open, we have not been shy about the respect and appreciation that we have had for Washington County School District and the very difficult decisions that have been made on the front end. I think President Raymond can attest to that in our our conversations, and we certainly have highlighted that in our weekly task force meetings when we've had the superintendent come and present on all of the really incredible work that you're doing there as well. I'm happy to pass that on, but there's nothing further that I can say to that other than we certainly do appreciate the hard decisions that you as a board of trustees have made, and I know Superintendent Ebert made similar remarks as I did in the beginning of hers, so I know she respects the very challenging work that not just you, but all the way across your entire team have made in order to continue to serve the students and families of our state.
Thank you. Vice President Taylor, and then Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Director Cage, and to Dr. Ebert for being here. It's quite an honor to have you each here. We really appreciate it. This question is actually for the superintendent, Superintendent Ebert. If you, and I know you've sat in, both of you actually have sat in on our meetings, on our meeting tonight a little, and by now you've seen that we've really identified 3 key issues: testing, contact tracing, and the availability of subs. And Superintendent Ebert, I appreciate you're saying, hey, you heard from our superintendent that that's something that we need help with, and I appreciate your saying that you have that the emergency decision that was made tonight that will be helpful in that. My question is, what do you think the turnaround is on something like that, or how might you think, how long might it take for us to really begin here? And I guess other districts are having the same issue, but I'm here, so for us to begin to see the impact of that and give some help to our teachers in the building that are, and everyone in the building, the double, triple, and whatever duty. What do you think the turnaround is before we start seeing the benefit of more availability of subs?
Thank you, Trustee Taylor. I appreciate the question. So our team worked very closely with Emily as we went through this process. So that document is actually being moved forward. I believe the HR team there is ready, that as soon as we have a final signature, and they probably, knowing them, they've probably already have started a lot of those things. So I can't, speak to your HR department, but I can tell you that they've been very cognizant of making sure that we open up that flexibility for the school district and to take full advantage of it. And I believe when she was speaking earlier as well, to when opening up that flexibility and the requirements from various states, you will see, I believe, you'll see more people attracted to those positions to be able to support the educational environment in Washoe County.
I appreciate that, Dr. Ebert. So hopefully sooner rather than later then. I know I can't nail you to an exact date because the things have to work through the system, but as we make decisions tonight, what's important to me is how do we solve the 3 main issues that are in front of us. So I'm excited about this one because that's one of the things we couldn't do anything about. So hopefully sooner rather than later. Can we say that?
Absolutely. We're pushing that ball to the goal line quickly.
Well, thank you. We appreciate all the pushing and ball rolling that you can do.
All right. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. And this one, thank you, Superintendent Ebert, for your support. And this one goes back to Director Cage, if I can ask him. And again, thank you both for being with us tonight. Director Cage, you mentioned, of course, wanting to support us with the things that the state can provide. We've had an example from the Department of Education of some assistance we can get from them. I was just wondering if there were some specific things that you are committing to or can offer to our district to help us going forward, or to help our community and our county going forward with the contact tracing and testing.
So thank you, Trustee Simon Holland. This is Caleb Cage for the record. So a couple of things that are already underway. We understand the challenge in testing time turnaround that's been increasingly difficult during this. As you all are aware, I'm sure the state of Nevada has the Nevada State Public Health Lab, which provides free service to state agencies, public agencies, all of our Department of Corrections facilities across the state, county governments, district governments, et cetera. And in normal times, the Nevada State Public Health Lab would, in 2019, it's been a while since I've heard these statistics, but it's if it's somewhat close to this, approximately a few dozen tests would be run through their machines a week. Here we're doing thousands of tests a week, and during a surge, that backlog even increases more, and that's what we're experiencing right now. We have recently, the state of Nevada recently signed a multi-million-dollar agreement contract with Quest in order to divert our Department of Corrections testing from the Nevada State Public Health Lab. That's about 28% of our overall samples that have been tested in the Nevada State Public Health Lab going back to the beginning of our robust testing measures here. And that's gonna help. We're also helping rural communities across the state build out their localized testing capability as well. The state of Nevada, through the Department of Health and Human Services, has provided significant money to the two health districts, the Quad counties and rural communities across the state to assist in building out the contact tracing efforts. We're in regular contact with Health Officer Dick, Manager Brown, Chair Lucy, and others from Washoe County to find the resources that we have available here in order to help build out that system and make sure it's everything it needs to be in order to meet your needs here locally. We have CARES Act dollars. Of course, they have a quick burn time that must be met by December 30th, as you all know for your work as well. And if there are technical support, if there's training needs, we are fully committed to working side by side with Washoe County, with Washoe County Health District, with Washoe County School District, to figuring out exactly what that looks like given the resources we have.
Thank you. We appreciate it, and we have Chairman Lucy here, and we have Manager Brown here, and I know they're working diligently with you. We're out of time, and I know the money is running out of time as well. So we appreciate that support very much, and I know you all have been working side by side with all of us. So we appreciate it, Director Cage.
Yes.
Trustee Hall and President Raymond, just to kind of piggyback off of what Director Cage is saying, as he pointed out, the state has been very resilient in providing a lot of resources in regards to testing. We also have been able to secure for the school district 3,500 STI testing kits that we'd be able to deploy immediately to the school district for testing. Obviously, as Director Cage pointed out, the Quest initiative will be something that will be able to increase some of our turnaround times in less than 72 hours. We also have a current contract with Charles River Laboratories that's doing a number of testing turnaround for our post stations. And so as we continue to move through that, and Director Cage and the staff at the state level are also implementing a number of issues across the other parts of northern Nevada that may ultimately take some stress and strain off the Nevada Public Health Lab here at UNR, which would open up some other more potential testing capacity so that we could run through those tests a little bit quicker, because as Director Cage pointed out, contact tracing is only good as quick as we can get the test back to the individual and know where those standpoints are. So we are continuing to work on that. Director Cage and myself, we have those weekly meetings, and we will continue to do that and continue to keep your board updated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, are there any other questions for Director Cage or Superintendent Ebert at this time? All right, I don't see any. I will turn it back over to Superintendent McNeil.
Thank you very much, President Raymond. I just want to thank State Superintendent Ebert and Director Cage so much for your participation in our presentation tonight. I know your jobs are not any easier than ours, and I just really appreciate you taking the time and presenting with us tonight, and really laying the groundwork as far as the importance of our schools, and also recognizing the hard work of our staff and the hard work that's been happening here in Washoe County. So just really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. You'd like me to move? Okay, so I was wondering if I could ask County Manager Eric a question about some concerns that we had.
Yeah, do you want to, as a group, I think we can kind of talk through some stuff first, and then if you would like to make your recommendation at that point, does that work, or do you want to?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if we could have Manager Brown approach the podium for a quick round of questions, please.
Thank you very much, Manager Brown. I appreciate you being here, and I know our Board of Trustees truly appreciates your support. And we've been working very closely with the county, and one of the concerns that we've heard from the Washoe County Health District, separate entity, but one of the concerns that we've heard about, and myself and President Raymond and Vice President Taylor were on a call trying to kind of barrier bust through some of these issues. And one of the concerns, it seems, is the VPN type of system set up through the Washoe County complex would not, or apparently does not allow a contact tracer who may be off-site to get their work done. So I was wondering if you would be able to
certainly
talk a little bit about that.
So for the record, Eric Brown, Washoe County Manager. Thank you for allowing me to be here this evening. Superintendent, I was on that call, if you're referring to the call Monday night, I guess, with the City of Reno. I can assure you there is not a problem with the county VPN that is preventing contact tracing from taking place. There have been issues recently as we upgraded our VPN network. As you may know, with the outset of the pandemic, we allowed many of our 2,700 county employees to work remotely so that they wouldn't put themselves at risk having to come to work and during the lockdown stage. What we found at that time was that our infrastructure, our digital infrastructure, wasn't sufficient to reliably handle that. So we took some of the CARES Act money that the county received here this summer, and we used it to actually upgrade the VPNs you're referring to. Those upgrades are not complete, but they will be complete by the end of this month, the end of December. Obviously, the CARES Act money has to be spent by the end of December. But there are some folks who have a memory of lackluster performance as a result of what the network was doing before we upgraded it, if that answers your question. Going forward, that is not going to be an issue.
Thank you very much, Manager Brown. That's great news to hear. I really appreciate the work around that, and know that all the timing of everything is complicated at this point, and with especially the CARES Act funding and all the timeframes that are associated with that. So thank you for helping to clarify. I think while I have you up there, I do have one question that you might be able to address, and I'm going to sort of open up another topic here for consideration that we as a board have received a significant amount of emails requesting us to consider looking at elementary schools separately from middle and high schools, and perhaps keeping elementary schools in person, knowing all the complexities that our K through 5th or 6th grade students, bring in terms of distance learning. And again, moving the middle and high school students perhaps more to that distance learning model. And what you might be able to address for me is if we were to do that, do you have any sense, and I again know that you're not the supervisor for Health Director Kevin Dick, and you don't know all that's happening there as intricately since it's not directly part of your oversight, but if we were to leave elementary schools open, do you know whether there might be some flexibility to shift resources temporarily to focus on the contact tracing for our elementary schools until we kind of, it sounds like there's a lot of stuff in motion that we can rely on being in place in the near future, but if in the immediate we could shift that focus to elementary schools, that would be a great help, I think, to our families and provide that reassurance that, we are doing the contact tracing, we're on top of the cases and communicating them with our school communities.
Sure. So, Madam President, I do want to throw out the caveat that the health officer does not report to me, as Chair Lucy mentioned earlier. They're a separate organization with a separate board of directors, and there seems to be a lot of misinformation in the community about that. But I will tell you that the health officer and I do work very closely together. I probably talk to him every day, if not multiple times a day. We work very closely with Director Cage, who just spoke to you. And we do believe there is a viable solution to focus on elementary schools and the unique contact tracing needs that they have. The explosion in the number of active cases that has been well documented here this evening, quite frankly, it has created a situation, and I actually think, you didn't ask me this, but I actually think that your biggest problem is people are not complying with the behavior we need them to comply with. If they did, you wouldn't have a contact tracing problem. We would not have a testing problem. The numbers that you saw that you were experiencing earlier on this summer, which were very manageable, would have continued. But that is not what's happening. So, as long as they're out of control, and as we face, as I think Trustee Taylor said earlier, the holidays coming up for Thanksgiving and Christmas, I think it's a reasonable assumption they're going to get worse, unfortunately, in the coming weeks. So we can't hire enough contact tracers to keep up with that kind of explosive growth. As Chair Lucy mentioned earlier, if we were averaging a little under 100 new cases a day as a 7-day average before the school year, now it's at over 500 cases a day. You can't hire 5X, you can't add that many people that quickly and keep up with it. That is the challenge we face. So what we're proposing is that we focus on certain segments of the population. Elementary schools might be one, first responders would likely be another. Law enforcement would likely be another, and we would prioritize those populations in the near term to make sure that we were able to have reasonable contact tracing times and lab test turnaround times.
Thank you, Manager Brown. That's helpful information. Again, I know we were on a call together, feels like weeks ago. I think it was yesterday, but
yes.
And I believe, Director Kevin Dick did mention that he thought that was, an option to look at. And I think just to reiterate, and I know we're, all beating on the same drum here, but the reason we're in this situation is because of the behavior, you know, at the within the community at large, and the numbers continuing to grow and grow and grow, and not really seeing a lot of behavior changes on the part of our community. And while, you know, the superintendent has laid out a number of points that we have to address to manage, you know, keeping schools open to in-person learning, you know, I appreciate that the number one thing on that list was all of us doing our part as community members, and you know, practicing responsibly, wearing our masks, avoiding large social gatherings, and meeting with people outside of our own homes whenever possible. And but I think for me, looking forward and you know, what this decision might hold, we do have to you know, consider some of those priorities, and I would like to consider as a board what it would look like to keep our elementary school students in person at this point, with the distance learning model for a short temporary period of time for our middle and high school students, you know, and knowing that we have a goal to get them back in the classroom because of all the important efforts being addressed and taken at the state level, at the county level, with our partners at the city, and knowing that, you know, as a community, we're all behind this and wanting to work towards it. And that includes us as community members making those choices to help bring the numbers down as a whole. So I don't know if, you know, we want to talk about specifically your recommendation now, if anyone else has questions for Manager Brown before he takes a seat, or if we want to have a further discussion. Okay.
Thank you, Madam
Vice
President. I don't have a question for Manager Brown, but I do want to just thank you for having a plan and having your arms around the VPN issue, because it impacts all of us in the community. So to hear your report tonight that you know about it, you're on it, and nothing happens fast enough. You know, of course that's the case, but at least there's a light at the end of the tunnel, and it isn't a train. I appreciate your saying that tonight, and that gives me, as one trustee, and probably many of us, some sense of, as we look at how do we solve these issues, at least that's something that is really solvable.
Right.
And should, by the end of the year, you know, no longer be the barrier that prevents that. So I just appreciate that commitment, and you're sharing that with us tonight. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Trustee Taylor, and I'll just say to all of the Board of Trustees that the county is committed to working with you and working with the other jurisdictions and the health district to come up with the solutions we need. Unfortunately, they don't seem to be easy solutions. Sometimes it takes a little longer than we would like, but I know Chair Lucy and the other commissioners that I work for have been very clear with me and with my staff that the Washoe County School District is a priority. So just know that going forward. Is that it?
I don't see any more lights. You're off the hook. Thank you so much. All right, I think I will ask then Superintendent McNeil if you want to run through your recommendation. I know we have a considerable number of email public comments that we have to read those names off of, and we have some in-person public comment, and of course a lot of discussion to have still before we make a decision. Oh, Trustee Simon Holland, did you want to say something before Superintendent McNeil?
I just wanted to, there are several components to it, and I just want to perhaps propose that we be able to take the recommendation and split it out into several motions. Like, you know, I also am interested in the elementary being able to stay open and others going to distance learning. We have the decision about the timing, whether it's December 7th or sooner. We haven't talked about students on IEPs and what happens with them. We haven't talked about alternatives to the use of spring break, which I know is a big issue. So I'm just asking that we be able to address those individually?
Yeah, I had the same list. I just was trying to follow the slides. I didn't know if Superintendent McNeil wanted to kind of explain some of those points in her recommendation first, but we can continue. Do you want to go through your recommendation first? Superintendent McNeil.
Thank you very much, President Raymond. So first, before I get into the recommendation, I think it's important for us to go back in time a little bit, if you will allow me to, because I think the recognition of exactly what Washoe County School District has done for the past few months, because as County Manager Brown stated, we've been doing this, and we've been doing it without high case numbers within our school district. So if you go all the way back to when we had to shut down, and then we came up into April and May, we were one of the very first districts to have the development of a reopening document with a well-articulated plan to reopen. We developed, in partnership with the Washoe County Health District, an outbreak response plan. We reduced allocations from a loss of 89 to 19. We stood up the reopening task force, the teaching and learning committee, as well as the COVID-19 task force. We've acquired hundreds of thousands of dollars of PPE and with general funds, as well as grant funding, including CARES Act funding. We've acquired hundreds of thousands of dollars of devices through grants and donations. We've procured general community support in many ways, including through food drives, coat drives. We've acquired thousands of hotspots for our students so that there is reliable connectivity. Our Human Resources Office has processed hundreds of ADA requests. Our Nutrition Services Department has changed processes for delivering distance learning meals. Our district administration provided options for families for different models of in-person, hybrid, and full distance. Our Student Health Services Department has hired 2 employee health nurses to help with the additional burden as far as contact tracing. The district secured a partnership with Renown Healthcare for employee testing and received donations from Sierra Nevada Corporation towards this effort. The district developed its first COVID dashboard in the state of Nevada to provide data to the public, families, and staff, which is updated 3 times a week. And finally, our administrative staff continues to meet weekly with the Washoe County Health District, continuing to work with local governments to find additional supports for our schools to remain in person. As you all know, I've made the recommendation because of a lack of resources, and I've articulated an alternative recommendation. But with that, as we move forward in discussing components of that recommendation, the first one would be to shift the district to a full distance learning model to begin on Monday, December 7th, 2020, with an anticipated return date of in-person to hybrid learning models on January 19th, 2021, with the week of November 30th to December 4th to stay in the current model, and to also to be allowed to allow our schools and families to prepare for a move to full distance learning. So if we want to take it chunk by chunk.
All right, thank you for that. I made the notes, and I sort of talked with Vice President Taylor about all those elements that we needed to get through, and I don't know what the best order is for it. I still don't to tackle, but I think even with all of the enormous effort that's everyone has taken over the last week to find ways to support the district, I'm not sure that I, as one trustee, see a way to avoid some portion of our schools having to go into a temporary distance learning mode. We I think just need a little more time to build up that contact tracing, to find and build a pool of those substitutes. And thanks again to Superintendent Ebert for securing getting us that emergency sub-licensure as an option. I think all that being said, as I mentioned earlier, would really like to have a discussion about elementary remaining in person. And so I don't know if we want to start there as a discussion point, and then we can kind of move through and talk about dates. But Trustee Simon Holland did bring up the IEPs, which kind of crosses over on both sides. And so maybe it would be actually good to get a little more information about, if we do have a full distance model for either our elementary school, middle, or high schools, what does that look like for our students with IEPs? We have received a number of emails about that.
Thank you very much, and I believe Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf, but we've had discussions, obviously internally. I mean, we have to follow IDEA, and we have identified special education students as one of our vulnerable populations. And I want to highlight Piccolo as one of our, now obviously they are on distance learning at this point in time, but Piccolo has some of our highest needs students and medically fragile students. And so in talking with the Deputy Superintendent, it would be our recommendation for Piccolo especially to make sure that they have the availability to have an in-person learning model because of the special needs and the high needs of that school. And then she will be able to talk a little bit more broadly as far as specific programming around special education students on IEPs.
Thank you, thank you, Superintendent McNeil. I'm wondering, John or JJ, if we can get Jen Ventress, Area Superintendent, who's on standby to help answer questions as well. So, Area 5 Superintendent Jen Ventress, who is also our special education leader for the district. Her and I, Jen and I had a conversation earlier today following a meeting that she held with her special education leadership to start thinking about what a plan could look like if we were to go full distance learning in order to support our students that are receiving special education services. Is she on? So, hi Jen. Hi, there you are. Wondering if you might want to talk a little bit about some of the early planning, and it's definitely early planning that you and your team have talked about.
Sure. Good evening, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board. Jennifer Van Truss, Area Superintendent for Washoe County School District, working with special education. As Superintendent McNeil mentioned, we are looking at plans, suggestions as far as keeping Piccolo in person. Again, as we've discussed, our schools are safe. We know that the spread is not coming from within our buildings. So that is something we would like to look at and provide additional support to Piccolo as far as making sure that the cleaning procedures and processes are in place. So for Piccolo, that, we would look at this model. We're also looking at models as far as kind of still allowing our students that are receiving supports through resource to be able to come into our buildings and receive their specially designed instruction, provide and receive supports on the distance learning models. Our self-contained programs, we've talked about moving them to a more hybrid model. Right now they are 5 days a week, but if we're able to move them to a hybrid model where half of them are there every other day, then they're still being able to access the supports in place, get the specially designed instruction, get their related services. But then we're also not having so many people in the building at one time, so that if we do have a positive, we're not looking at the entire class population, we're only looking at half at one time. So those are some things we're talking about currently, and depending on your decision tonight, we'd be able to move forward with those plans.
Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Ventress, you're talking about the possibility of a hybrid model for self-contained classes, and I would assume, so like CLS, strategies, SIP. But if we're talking about the fact that we have staffing issues, by doing this with the hybrid, we would still have to be fully staffing for those classes every day, right? And those are,
Correct.
and that's specialized staffing.
It is specialized staffing. Yes, you're correct. But if we are working with a distance learning, the staffing shortage should be able to work its way out. We also, just to let you know, we have our special education administrators and our facilitators who have been out in these schools every day covering classes to help support. So if we are only looking at having half of the school population or half the students with the hybrid for the self-contained, it opens up some possibilities of being able to better allocate resources. So we shouldn't have the staffing issues for our self-contained classes that we're seeing right now.
Okay. Any other questions for Debbie or Ms. Van Tress around that?
I don't have a question, but certainly a comment. As we discuss what the learning models may be going forward, I definitely am in support of doing more than distance learning for those self-contained, those populations, the CLS and the SIPs and those on IEPs and what. I'm certainly in full support of a model like that, because we know that's challenging anyway, and even more challenging from a distance learning standpoint. So if there is a way that can be done, whether it's hybrid in person, but if there is a way that can be maintained for all students in the district that need that additional help, that are in those programs, right? Not just elementary, but are in those programs, I would certainly be in support of that if that's doable.
And also, just as a sidebar, we do have 35% of our special education population currently are already in a distance learning model. So we also are able to support them through the distance learning.
Thank you, Ms. Van Tress. I appreciate your availability via Zoom. Any other thoughts or questions around the IEPs? Okay. Trustee Simon Holland.
I guess I just want to make sure I'm understanding that correctly. So we would, for Piccolo, the proposal is to go back to in-person. For self-contained programs like CLS and strategies and SIP, we're talking about a hybrid model. So half the time they would be distance. Is that what we're saying?
Correct, Trustee Simon Holland. Again, these are beginning stages, and will all be dependent upon the decisions tonight. But we would want to make sure that we are able to offer supports for our self-contained students, or students in self-contained programs. We recognize that distance learning is not an ideal model for any child. We know there's struggles, but we feel like we can best support our families by having them in the building, 2 times a week, 3 times a week, depending on the schedules and our ability with the schedule, with what's going on. And this is 5 weeks of school. If again you go with whatever you decide. But we would be able to sustain this pause in the in-person 5 days a week.
And so now those kids that are on IEPs and are in self-contained programs are in person 5 days a week.
Correct.
I'm struggling with this one because I know how hard it is, and I know you know certainly better than I do, and any of us, that it's so hard for those families to have those kids not at school and trying to work on distance learning. They're our kids, and we want them to have every possible equitable delivery of education. I guess I'm wondering if we could have a default to in-person, and if we have staffing challenges, then go to hybrid.
That is definitely something we can review. Shouldn't be, yes, that's definitely something we can review.
And I know, as Trustee Kennedy mentioned, those are specialized positions, and we already have challenges getting all of those positions filled. I know we're all struggling with all of these. It would, from my perspective as one trustee, I would love to have a way for us to have the default be that they're in person 5 days a week, and then if we can't manage that in some places, we would go to hybrid or some other model.
Trustee Kennedy, and then Vice President Taylor.
Yes, because the other question that I have then is how much of a compliance issue would we have if we are hybrid with those specialty classes? Are we talking about, I know I asked you last time about how we're doing with compliance and being caught up, but are we going to have to then revise for all of those IEPs if we're not getting those minutes per week by going hybrid?
No, we would definitely not revise any IEPs based upon a hybrid model or in-person or full distance. We would definitely provide some notices to the parents as to what those supports would look like. Remember that a lot of the students that are in self-contained programs in a comprehensive school, whether it's elementary, middle, or high, are not 100% self-contained. So when you're looking at some of the specially designed instruction, actually some of them can be as, they can be included in our general education settings up to 70, 80% of the time. Some obviously are going to be more self-contained. So based upon the needs of the students and on the specially designed instruction, we would be able to coordinate their schedules so as to it matches their number of minutes that are considered in their self-contained setting, and work with the families to meet their needs as well. Some families may say, I only want my child to come 1 day a week. They may say 2 days a week, but we would work with the families on building those schedules.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I was just going to concur with what Trustee Simon Holland said. I'd feel even better if the default were in person, and that'd be what we strive for. And if an adjustment needs to be made, it may be student by student based upon what the parent may want or so on, but I would prefer that if that's possible.
We can definitely look at that model.
Well, thank you again, Ms. Van Tress. Let's see, any other? Okay, does anyone have anything to add about, at this time, elementary schools, or any questions about how that would be handled? I think I can ask generally, I guess, and Ms. Beiersdorf, you might be the best to address this. If we were to consider that, just as I asked Manager Brown, can the school district kind of assign resources to focus on the elementary schools and keep them from kind of continuing at this pace with the gaps in the subs and coverage for classrooms? Knowing that there will still be some exclusions, we'll still be seeing some of that, but it would be at a more manageable level for the staff.
Right. So thank you, President Raymond. Again, Deborah Beiersdorf. So yes, we would certainly be working hard to mobilize and move staff, for example, from a high school or a middle school to help shore up elementary schools if we had the need to do so. Obviously, keeping in mind that our teachers at our secondary schools, our middle and high schools they're teaching, they're doing their teaching as well. There will still be a need for guest teachers at our secondary schools. There will still be a need for guest teachers at elementary, but perhaps we would be able to shift folks around easier than we're able, to do right now. And also, I think as well, in what Chief HR Officer Emily Ellison talked about, is keeping our people employed. So looking at other employee groups as well. I know our Rick Martin was back there somewhere. I don't know if he still is or not, but behind me. But perhaps, and I'm just giving you a list. I don't know how viable this would be, but whether it's bus drivers or nutrition service workers, aides, assistants, and then also folks that work in our various departments and offices as well. So.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Excuse me. Thank you. I mean, if there's, my personal preference is to keep students in school as much as we can and keep teachers in the classrooms as much as we can. But we know we are where we are, and we need to make some adaptations because we can't maintain the pace for all the reasons that we've been talking about here. And so a pause may be in order. And so now, as I think about, I hadn't thought about as much, I should say, about excluding elementary school children because I'm not quite convinced that the contact tracing, just because they're so far behind, I mean by hundreds of cases, and if the behavior doesn't change over this upcoming holiday weekend, it's going to increase all the more. So I don't know if the three things that we're looking at, testing, contact tracing, and the availability of substitutes or guest teachers, will be, I don't know if that will put us in a better position for elementary schools either during this time of this pause. So I'm still not sure. I mean, I would love for them to be in school. I would love for everybody to be in school. But I'm not sure that, because in my mind, I know those are three areas that we have to be better at in order to know that we're doing what we can for people to be educated safely and so on. Ideal, no, but we're way past ideal. And so I don't know if those three things can happen. I mean, that's still kind of where I am as I consider it. Somebody, a little help, somebody?
Superintendent McNeil.
Thank you very much, Vice President Taylor. And I go back to, what County Manager Brown was able to share with us tonight. And the reprioritizing, I think, is a critical point as far as where that contact tracing and those efforts are going to be moved to. So if he has had conversations with the health district as far as shifting those contact tracers, and I believe they mentioned the number 40, but if they're able to shift those contact tracers to help us with kind of the backlog that's happening right now, but then help with in order to keep elementary schools in person. I mean, that was promising to me when he mentioned the reprioritizing of that. And I don't know, Dr. LaMarca, if you were able to follow up with Heather Kerwin today around that. She had mentioned it as far as on a phone conversation earlier.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Yes, I did speak with Heather Kerwin about this possibility earlier today. So the reality right now, as you've noticed, at the elementary level, we've gone to no contact tracing. We're excluding a classroom if we have a positive case. Part of that strategy was then to be able to dedicate all the resource on secondary. Now, secondary is more difficult for a variety of reasons. Kids are in multiple classes. It is also the case that there are more cases among the 11 to 17-year-olds than there are among the 5 to 10-year-olds. But there is a backlog among 5 to 10-year-olds. And so Heather was confident that they could shift their focus to the elementary level, but she was also confident that they're not going to be caught up immediately. It's going to take them time to catch up on cases.
Yes, Vice President.
If I may, thank you. Dr. LaMarca, did you have, and you may not have, because this was new information for us tonight from Manager Brown, with the addition of the 40 people they have the opportunity to reassign, even if temporary, right? Did you have a chance to speak with her about that and how that might impact their backlog?
No, I did not, and so that was good news, very good news to hear that tonight. But we were all on calls earlier in the week. So if we're talking about adding additional staff, which is great, it's what we need, there is a training period of time that must take place. We know that the initial training out of UNR, who's been doing much of the training, is 12 hours, but the health district is sharing with us that it takes a minimum of an additional 2 weeks to get those people from that base training to sort of an applied level of training so that they can actually do contact tracing. And then much of the real training occurs while they're on the phones. So that's why they do mention it takes, you know, upwards of 6 weeks to get someone very skilled at contact tracing. The 40 additional staff would be welcome.
So we're looking at the 40 additional staff being available to help in 6 weeks.
2 weeks at least, based on what we've been told by the health district. Just to be honest, I'm looking at a word up there that says honored. To be honest, we've got to have conversations, I think, with all three bodies in one room at one time and make some clear decisions about who's going to do what on what day.
Okay,
Yeah.
I appreciate that, thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Taylor. Any other I saw Trustee Calvert's light and then Trustee Simon Holland.
I just wanted Vice President Angie to re-clarify her three items that she was concerned about.
Sure. Let's see. I have actually really three items, Trustee Calvert. Improved testing, more availability of testing, because right now we can only test people when they are symptomatic. And it takes, there's too much of a lag when we get those results. And then improve contact tracing, as we've discussed, so that we can actually utilize that. So once a test happens, hopefully in a timely manner, and if someone does test positive in the school, the contact tracing can begin immediately, which is what prevents the spread. And right now, there's just too much of a delay because they're so far behind. And then the third thing is the staffing issue. So that because the contact tracing is lagging as it is, because there are just too dang many cases, to be safe, out of the abundance of caution is the phrase that I guess has always been used, the exclusions are broader than perhaps they may be if there's contact tracing. So a whole classroom may be excluded, or if it's middle school or high school in particular, as Dr. Lamarca was just referring to, those students move around, they go to different classes. So then you end up excluding a lot of students and a lot of teachers, which means then we have a lot of teachers, then we have a higher need for subs, and we don't have a lot of subs or guest teachers. And so you have the current staff that's there. They're pulling people from the office and from other areas in the district, administrators. Some teachers are missing their preps, some often, and because they don't have the subs to pull from. So it's the staffing, it's the contact tracing, and the testing. That help? Okay.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. We are hearing, as we're speaking, from folks that are sharing with us that they have an elementary school student and a secondary school student, and if elementary stays open for in-person and secondary does not, are those families put at risk by having the elementary school student going in person? And I guess I'd like to make sure that we clarify what the reasons would be for going to elementary with in-person. And I don't know who's best capable of doing that, but I think what we're talking about is the big challenge we have is the staffing, and it appears from the data we have lower case incidence in the elementary schools. We have fewer exclusions because of the logistics of secondary. As we've said, those kids are moving around a lot more. We're not doing this because the children aren't safe in the school. We're doing this because we don't have the staffing to be able to to provide a licensed teacher in every classroom in every one of our more than 100 schools. And maybe Superintendent McNeil, you could talk about that, but we're getting lots of questions about that, and I want to make sure we're clear in articulating why we would make an exception and have elementary school students come in person and secondary go to distance learning.
No, I appreciate that, Trustee Simon Holland, and this has never been about the safety of our schools. We have said from day one, as far as our mitigation strategies that we have put into place, this is not about the safety of our schools. And so the continued mask wearing, social distancing, a redoubling of the efforts as far as making sure that those protocols are in place and that they're being followed. And then also with the secondary schools, some of the discussion has been around that those are the higher case numbers. That's where we're seeing that. But as far as the staffing in our elementary schools, and I've discussed this with Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf, would this be feasible to be able to keep our elementaries in person? Because you all and myself, we've received many public comments and emails from elementary school teachers who feel very strongly that the best place for our students, especially our little ones, is in the in-person model. And so I feel confident with the additional resources and the emergency regulation coming down from the Nevada Department of Education as far as guest teachers. The ability to shift resources, whether it's with support staff to help our elementary schools, I think that's a key component of this, that we would be able to do that.
If I might, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Dr. McNeil. And I think there's another component to it, which is that as we all know, our primary responsibility is the education of our students, and that the academic outcomes and the impact on academic achievement going to distance learning for elementary students is significantly impacted. Our youngest students are going to be most disadvantaged by going to a distance learning of all of our students. And so for me, we want to default to have them be in person because they will be the most negatively impacted. And their families are negatively impacted because those children can't be left alone and those parents need to work. And so those children are going to be in daycare centers and are not going to have the opportunity to have the same academic progress that they would. So I just wanted to make sure that all of that got on the record for folks.
Thank you, Trustee Simon Holland. And if I could just add that from my perspective, if I had the option to, I think I would, like not to be in this position of having to make this decision right now. And, but that, I think if we had all these resources, even with the surge in the community, I see that our schools do provide a space where we can control those mitigation efforts. We know our students are wearing masks in the building. We know that the social distancing is happening. And, unfortunately, we don't have all those resources right now. And so we have to make this tough decision. But, I am not naive in thinking that our middle and high school students that will potentially be in distance learning are isolating at home without contact, without anyone outside their home, and that they aren't being exposed or having that contact. I think it's, based on some of the data that Director Cage provided and the numbers coming out of Clark County in comparison to Washoe County, I think there's the potential that our students on distance learning who are not in that controlled environment, that we could see an increase in some of those case numbers at that level. But so, I think that sort of goes to the comment that we've received about the high school and the elementary school.
If the high school student is truly isolating at home, that's one thing, but if they're going to the grocery store, going to work, going to a friend's house, they're still going to be exposed in that environment as well. And I think to Vice President Taylor's concerns about the contact tracing, one thing I sort of thought about in this shifting of focus and prioritization of the elementary schools, we know there could be a little delay, and I think we need to continue to be overly aggressive. We need to have at the elementary school those exclusions when we are unsure and aren't able to get to the contact tracing. But part of the challenge has been, from what you all have said, is that staffing part of it. And so even if there is the lag in the contact tracing at the pediatric case level, if we can at least solve some of those staffing problems at the elementary school and keep a little bit more of that continuity if a teacher is excluded, or to be able to manage at that level, I again see that there might be some time to get the contact tracing kind of up to speed, but I think, for me, the bigger concern would be being able to address the staffing needs, and we can be sort of overly aggressive with that exclusion protocol until we know that the contact tracing is kind of leveled off. That's one thought that I had about it. So. Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. I have such really strong mixed feelings about separating out elementary schools. And it's because I know they're still going to have staffing issues for sure, and probably significant ones because of the adults in the building that they may have the problem. But if we need to keep them open, I feel that we need to be honest about why we're doing it. And I do think one consideration is, as a society, we do expect that children will be in schools. It is part of our economy. That is part of what society expects, and it's how it works. And if we do it, I think that that's one component that we have to acknowledge.
Thank you, Trustee Kennedy. And I think the governor and Director Cage and Chair Lucy also mentioned that, and it certainly is something we've seen in a lot of the emails we've received too from our families. Okay, I know I want to be sensitive to how long we've all been sitting here. I know we also have people in the audience that want to make public comment in person, and so I'm just wondering if this would be a good time to take care of that public comment, if anyone has any objections. Okay, so I will now turn this over to our recording secretary. Again, we do have some in-person public comment that we will take first. We also have, I think now probably close to 300 or more public comment emails that we received prior to this meeting, and we will be reading the names off of all of those individuals that submitted the email public comment. That again would provide an opportunity for our trustees to read through the public comment emails, and also if anyone, since we have already as trustees read them, I know individually if we need to go use the facilities or whatever. So I will pass it over to our recording secretary.
Beth Martin. She might have left. But. Okay. Casey Thielander.
All right, so I know that time clock says 3 minutes, but I've listened to you guys talk for 5 hours, and I'm not going to stand here for 6 minutes to get to my point across. When it runs out, when I'm done, I'm done. As far as like this situation goes, think about, like you've all been talking about, the financial burden you're going to place on families. That they are, if one kid is out, like a single family that has one kid, that person's got to quit their job. Who's going to pay for that? Is that coming out of any of your salaries? No. As far as contact tracing goes, I don't understand the theory in it, for the simple fact is that he spoke tonight about that if you're asymptomatic, you're not showing symptoms, there's no need for a test. So if we're social distancing and mass work, then what's the problem of why do we have to do contact tracing? If you're in school and you're doing all of those provisions, why can't you be in school and be asymptomatic? If the CDC can come out and say that you can vote in person with COVID and it's okay, then these kids can go to school. Plain and simple. Plus, CDC came out today. You might want to verify the report, but they're talking about lowering the quarantine time from 7 to 10 days and not 14 days. So you guys might want to look into that as well. If your teachers are, say, contact traced out, if they show symptoms, then go get a test. But if they're not showing symptoms and they were walking through a parking lot with a person that might have had COVID, I mean, all I've heard of tonight is you guys are talking about shutting down based upon a bunch of theories and maybes and hunches. Like, I just don't understand it. Like, you're going to affect this community in the worst way by doing this. So, I had some other things that I want to say about this for other people. Like I said in my first statement about scholarships, these kids playing sports. Like, what are they supposed to do? They've committed their whole prior years to playing travel ball and football and wrestling to go to an Olympic level, to get a scholarship, to do something, and that now is being stripped away from them for a 6-week break because you guys are talking about resources that you don't have the resources to test and do this and do that. If you're social distancing and the masks work 100% and you're at school, because in school right now, everything's been fine. You guys have said that you provide a safe place.
Mr. Thielander, our time is up, so thank you for your comments this evening.
Tony Marquezo.
Good evening, or should I say good night? Thank you. My name is Tony Marestio. I'm representing the Washoe Education Support Professionals, which are your support staff, which are the teacher aides, assistants, bus drivers, nutrition workers, secretaries, etc., all of your classified staff. I have received some emails and some text messages about their concerns. They are worried about work availability since we have not received any real directives as to what is going to happen if we do go out for the next 6 weeks. They're concerned about their pay. A lot of us work 9 months, 9, 10, or 11 months, and so we use our vacation time for the winter break. What about the rest of the time? Will we be paid in some way? So that again is the work availability. Childcare, they're concerned about childcare because if they have to work in a school or transportation workers, their kids are off. What about their children and their education? They're going to, they won't be able to work with their child at home on Zoom or Teams or whatever program they use. Another thing, consistency in all of the schools. We know that schools, different schools work differently because of the administrators. We would like to see some consistency in everything that is done. They mentioned checking your child before they go to school, checking yourself before you go to school. Maybe in some of the lower income homes, they do not have a thermometer. I know, and I'm going to throw them on the line here, my husband works part-time at North Star, and because those people who work there received thermometers free because they wanted them to check themselves before they even reported to work, before they even left home. Another thing, grades. I think the biggest mistake that the district made last spring when we went out was to say that grades could only go up, that grades would really not count. Well, I'll tell you, a lot of the kids did not do the work. They did not report in. That is part of the consistency thing. The kids need to know that the grades will count, that they can fail a class if they do not report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony.
Luis Galvez. So those were all the cards I had.
Is there anyone else here tonight that would like to make public comment on this item? This is your last chance. All right. So now we will be reading off the names of the individuals that submitted email public comment.
Debbie Hickson, Dallas Halsey, Wrangler, Veronica Koppel, Beth Jones, Christina Hilfer, Sarah Gurr, Danielle Kanikoa, Ian Gurr, Justin LeBach, Jerry Fulgham, Rebecca Pell, Katie Nichols, Krista Rossi, Liz Cornella, Christy Marganin, Nori Stodmeister, Amy Quigley, Brandon Siri, Laura Pincolini, Zach Woodhead, Kim Green, Michael Austin, Megan Wuda, Marianne Woolley, Carrie Laster, Amy Jones, Andrea Corbett, E. Sikon, Katie Jameson, Colleen Woolley, Brittany Ewers, Dan Avancino, Sierra Gill, Angie Day, Peter Lucier, Jamie Uboldi, Megan Franklin, Aaron Schulroy, Bonnie, Shayla Palmer, Dr. Meg Jack, Aaron Laster, Margaret Repko, Sarah Schuster, Demi Parteka, Scott Davies, Michelle Hampton, Ian DeWeird, Tamison Joyer, Christina Mandeville, Donna Keith, Stephanie Robeson, Crystal Moser, Amanda Paris, Jenna Larkin, Bryce Alstead, Michelle McAndrews, David Zapita, Dr. Andrew Doring, Nicole Orput, Christina Jackson, Donna Wood, Carla Rice, Deborah Timmons, Allison Records, Kelly Roper, Cindy Peachy, Annette Miller, Samantha Forseth, Tawny Steiger, Barbara Snellgrove, Katie Silva, Megan Zerline, Bridget Burns, Linnea Santana Starbuck, Jennifer Shepard, Elise Rose, Joe Genug, Michelle Sanchez Bickley, Sarah Bryant, Ronnie Avancino, Sarah Kwasna, Caitlin Murphy, Emily Rawlings, Amanda Rodriguez, Matt Peak, Heather Siri, Terry Thompson, Robert Condon, Christine Johnson, Kathleen Taylor, Rebecca Kraft, Diana Novatek, Becky Hepler, Amy Fitch, Russell and Colleen Barnum, Stacy Norbeck, Sherry Mason, Felicia Nando Hernandez, Juana Maya, Wade Christensen, the Washoe Education Association, Amanda Quigley, John Metzger, Tim Zisk, Morgan Dusick, Selena LaRue Hatch, Christine Tierney, Washoe School Principals Association, Nakia French, Katana Taylor, Corey Phillips, Lauren Filsinger, Anonymous, Rhonda Krieg, Michonne Otuafe, Will Harper, Scott Davies, Christina Stewart, David Moss, Karen McCaskill, Shelby Davis, Kirsten Galindo, Brittany Hassel, Joanne McGough, Monica Conlon, Raquel Aboud, Sarah King, Gina Gilbert, KV Towns, Lori Patch, Lori Newman, Dr. Lindsay Hofber, Ron Rokes, Kim Price, Sarah Talner, Ben Fritz, Megan Soderquist, Ivy Grimes, Dr. Michael O'Brien, Stephen Lewis, Anonymous, Rachel Fisher, Danielle McIntosh, James Pittsnoggle, Jackie Wilson, Lisa Nett, Darren Fleck, Melissa Davies, the Brooks family, Angela Park, Christina Callis, Sherry Sykes, Carrie Mason, Kimmy, Deborah Hunden White, Clint Toledo, Carol Healy, Melinda Warley, Jana Rager, Blanca Reyna, Anonymous, Catherine Milliken, Joe Lawrence, Van Fortier, Marissa Van Hoos, Christine Kiefer, Mary, Anonymous, Hallie Meyer, Beth Slamowitz, Julia Rogers, Stephanie Rice, Jill Rogers, Ryan Small, Virginia Davidson, Kristen DeHaan, Malachi Eschaton, Trina Bowman, Adam Kiefer, Lila Mosesi, Greg Batchelder, Sarah Cummings, Rhonda Howe, Brian Vetrano, Nicole Hewitt, Rebecca, Carrie LaFieri Hooper, Robert Michalowski, Nicole Wittes, Dana Berry, Morgan Colvett, Jamie Taylor, Michonne Geary, Serena Haynes, Courtney Reyes, Natalie Ciccarelli, Alex Gavin, Gina Ridgie, Brian St. Louis, Grace Wright, Kate Krieg, Luis Galvez, Kristen Rittenhouse, Joe Mays, Michelle, Romana Devoren, Jennifer Murich, Teresa Bonhan, Deanna Freeman, Daphne LaPointe, Mike Trainer, Michelle Simmons, Jennifer S., Serena Harup, Dawn Gearhart, Jennifer Delaney, Amanda Rodriguez, Riley Wing, Carolyn Perona, Mackenzie Caldwell, Misty Dunlap, Tara Johansson, Heather Gorsuch, Phil Kaiser, Carlos Cortez, Suzanne Lewis, Kelly Matthews, Kelly Evans, Brian Bass, Nicole McClure, Heather Onis, Simone Weaver, and Adam. That is all we've received.
Well, thank you very much, JJ. And, you know, we have said this throughout our decision-making process in the summer and early fall. We're just so appreciative of the engagement and the level of involvement our community has had in this important decision. And while I know we're at this point just reading the names off, I can tell you, in talking with my fellow trustees, we all value the email public comment just as much as the in-person public comment. We all take the time to sit and read through those public comments and just know that we appreciate the time that you have taken to participate in this process once again. So, and we're good to move on. We're done with public comment, or?
We do have two students who are here that would like to provide comment, if you'd like to take it now or have them wait till the end.
I think technically the public comment period is still open, so if they are interested in doing that now, I think we can do that.
Jen, can you just have them come up and we'll get the cards later?
Hi, good evening. I'd like to thank you for taking the time to hear what I have to say as a student, just offering my opinion. My name is Luis Galvez. I'm a senior at Reno High School, and I'd like to urge you to keep the schools open, because last spring when schools first closed, we not only had a hard time learning because we had a lack of motivation, but we had a lack of resources, and we didn't have contact with our teachers the same way that we did with in-person learning. In addition to that, we also don't have the resources we need for our future. Me as a senior, I need to prepare for college. Every single week, I meet with my counselor, and we talk about what I can do for self-improvement, and we have that meeting in person so that we can get all the tools that I need to succeed as a high school senior and further going into my college career. And with that, without in-person learning, we not only lose that face-to-face contact that engages us in learning, but we also get disconnected with the learning style that we've been accustomed to for the past 11 years. For the past 11 years, we've had this face-to-face learning where we can work collaboratively and creatively with not only our teachers, but with our peers. And with distance learning, that would just be impossible. So for the sake of our education and our sanity and our futures, I urge you to keep schools open for the remainder of the semester. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Galvez.
Hi, excuse me, I'm a mom of 4. I have 2 elementary school students, and they are really struggling. Distance learning in the spring, you know, it was brand new, and I give a lot of grace and patience, and I know that it was super quick and fast, and no one really knew what was going on. But because they have been in school, they have been doing better, and they have been making bigger strides with a teacher in person versus what I could do for them in the spring. As much as I try to keep what's going on, you know, pretty low key, they're in 1st grade. They know what's going on, and they have a lot of questions, and they need the stability of being in school. And I know that distance learning is not for us, and I have already made the decision that for the stability of my kids, if distance learning does happen, we will not be a part of the public school system anymore. And I don't know what that looks like, but I do know that it will be a different, whether it's homeschool or private school. I'm willing to make that sacrifice for my kids to have, like I said, some stability in their life right now with all that's going on. And I feel that the best choice is honestly keep our kids in school, in person. And it doesn't make sense to me to go back in person for the week after Thanksgiving and then distance learn, like someone else had said. If it's, you know, it just doesn't make sense. You're going to Thanksgiving and then in school and then distance learning, and it just needs to be one way or the other. We can't keep flip-flopping kids back and forth over and over again. It's not good for their mental health, and so many professionals have said keep the schools open, including the governor, and I just really feel like that should be taken into strong consideration. I've been here since 4 o'clock. So I'm very tired, I apologize, but please keep the schools open. Thank you.
Thank you, and would you mind sharing your name?
My name is Erica Hansen.
What was the last name?
Hansen.
Okay, thank you. Oh, great. Thank you, Ms. Hansen.
I think that's it.
Anyone else? This is truly the last chance. We'll close public comment at this time and move on to some decisions here. Okay. I think what I'd like to do is try to break down some of the decisions we have to make. And what I'd like to start with is really just making some decisions, first of all, about our secondary students and whether or not we are going to propose that they move to a temporary distance learning model. And then I'd like to have after that motion is made, a second motion around our elementary school students. I think then we can look at the timing of the decision for whatever
group is on distance learning, and then we should probably make a formal motion around the calendar. We haven't had the opportunity yet to discuss spring break. I think that is because none of us, I don't know, I haven't talked to anybody, but I'm not sure that there's any interest in or need to use it, but I think we'll make a formal decision around that. And then lastly, probably just formalize any kind of request for the self-contained IEP programs that would exist outside of, whatever decision was made around elementary schools. So I think to kick us off, I'll start with the secondary level, and just as I stated earlier, I don't want to have to make a recommendation or hear, I know the superintendent doesn't, that we have to do this shift to full distance learning at this time. And for all the reasons we've talked about today, I think every presenter has made the argument for why it is important and best to keep our kids in person learning. And that's at all levels. It's hard for our elementary students for sure, but I have so much sympathy for especially our seniors in high school this year and the challenges that they've had to go through and just getting completely reacclimated to a new way of learning and the hybrid model. But I really, in all that we were presented tonight, don't see a route to continue as a district in the full hybrid model for all, hybrid and in-person for all of our grade levels, just due to the fact of the lack of resources. We need to just, as in a lot of ways, as the governor said, sort of hit a pause, and I want it to be a brief pause where we can secure more of those supports, secure more of those resources, so that in January we come back ready to go with all of the supports that we need to make sure that we can push through to the end of the year, would be my hope. And so, at this time, my feeling is that I just don't see a route for us at this moment to keep those middle and high school students in person, outside of what we had talked about earlier with the self-contained programs. Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. And I agree with you, but I have a couple of concerns, and I think that families would agree that we need to ensure that there's consistency. We need to ensure that there are expectations for everyone, for students as well as teachers and admin and staff, and that they have a right to expect rigorous standards-based instruction with regular contact with teachers. I think those are concerns that I've heard repeatedly.
Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess the question I have centers around my concerns is how are we going to address the inequity in distance learning and the mental health of our students, especially at the middle school level, when we do this. We really haven't talked a ton about that, about the unintended consequences of these decisions, like proficiency gaps. Chair Lucy talked about COVID spread with these individuals not in our buildings, so therefore we don't know where they are. We haven't discussed those things, and those things are major major impacts for this decision, especially the mental health, and how are we going to take care of the mental health of our students when they're on full distance learning as a school district.
Superintendent McNeil or Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf, I don't know if either of you want to address both the issue Trustee Kennedy brought up surrounding kind of that rigorous and consistent instruction, or anyone up here, I'm sorry, I'm looking at three people, I forgot. So would someone like to address that, and then also the concerns that Trustee Cottle brought up?
Thank you very much, President Raymond. I'll start out with the consistency in our distance learning director. She presented yesterday a very comprehensive document, I think it was yesterday, that talked and laid out guidelines and expectations. So we have guidelines and expectations for students, guidelines and expectations for students or for parents and guardians, guidelines and expectations for teachers and administrators and support staff. And Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf and Emily Ellison went into on one of the slides as far as workplace expectations and what those would look like. And that if secondary would move to a full distance learning model, those expectations would be throughout the district. And that document that was referred to earlier is actually sitting, I believe, in communications right now, but it is ready to be pushed out depending upon the decision of the board tonight. And then as far as mental health, obviously this is always a concern, and it's a tremendous concern, especially with our middle schoolers. We've said way back in July that the middle school was a very unique population. And so whether it's going to be a full court press as far as outreach, we've talked about utilizing our support staff in various capacities as far as making phone calls and follow-up phone calls. That important connection, Trustee Cottle, is able to happen in a distance environment, but it must be consistent. And so we need to make sure that we have those protocols in place. So I'm not sure if one of the area superintendents or Deputy Beiersdorf, I see Chief Academic Officer Troy Parks standing up there.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. For the record, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer. Just adding to, building on what Dr. McNeil said, in draft form we have ready to go guidance that will go out to all schools, and it will make very clear expectations for what a daily schedule will look like. You know, that those Jenny referred to the 5-hour day and the 5.5-hour day. Gives sample schedules of what those days could look like, emphasizing one of the challenges we know we're going to face with distance learning is engaging students. So within the document, it will have student engagement strategies and links to those strategies. It gives very clear expectation for our teachers about resources and expectations throughout the day, as well as for our students and families about what is going to be best for them to be successful. Also, there will be direct links to support that can be utilized for any teachers and administrators who need extra support. Those are some of the high highlights of that document and its guidance.
Thank you, Dr. Parks. Joe Ernst, for the record, when it comes to the mental health, I think one of the things that we've seen over time is that our distance learning has gotten better and better. It started back in March, and we saw what the first iteration looked like, and now we see distance learning at very high levels in certain circumstances. And we also know that schools, through our various smoke days and times that they have had to go to distance learning already this year, learn ways to check in more effectively with their students. One of the potential advantages, as we're thinking this, is if we look at it as a pause, as we talked about a pause for middle school and high school, I think the actual length of days that students would actually miss is somewhere in the neighborhood of, I think,
Yeah. 9 to 10 days. So December 7th through December 17th are 9 days, and hybrid students go every other day, so that would be 4 to 5 days. And they would have 2 weeks in between off. And then starting second semester, the 2 weeks, that's actually 10 days. So if they were hybrid, they'd really be going only 5 days. So the total time that middle school and high school will be on full distance learning is 19 days compared to 9 or 10 days.
So I know we keep saying 6 weeks, but when we're looking at the time, the students are only there every other day anyway. And so when we're saying where are they going to be when they're off, on their off days, well, they're already off. So they are used to that, is what I wanted to say. But a brief pause is definitely meaning that it's 9 to 10 days. Does that make sense? It's hard to visualize. I have it written in front of me, so that's why.
Trustee Cottle, did you have more to?
Yeah, the other thing that we haven't talked a lot about is that we have different grades in different schools depending on where you live. So some elementaries are K-5, others are K-6. Middle schools, Cold Springs is 5-8, and you have 6-8 and 7-8. So now if you're between 5th and 6th grade, depending on where you live, determines what kind of delivery of education you have. How do we explain that to parents? Because Lemon Valley families, Lemon Valley has K-5, Stead is K-6. So just because where you live, 6th graders at Stead are going to go every day if we do it with elementary, but because Lemon Valley, you live in Lemon Valley, so you don't. So how do we explain that to parents, that depending on where you live is now impacting how often you get to go to school for the next couple of weeks? How do we explain that to parents?
Trustee Cottle, Deborah Beiersdorf, Deputy Superintendent. So I think that takes us back when we, to July, when we first made decisions about our learning models for the current school year. And we gave the option or the choice for families of students in our elementary schools to attend 5 days a week, whether they were K-5 or K-6 schools. And for Cold Springs Middle School, we allowed the 5th graders. I'm going to look to my team here. 5th graders, right, correct. I don't recall the 6th grade. I think it was 5th grade is what we allowed, kind of as an exception for that particular school, given their enrollment 5th through 8th.
So I know we haven't made any decisions yet, but if, let's say, middle school is put on distance and elementary allowed to stay, would 5th graders at Cold Springs Middle School stay, so that school would still be operating with their 5th graders and not their 6th through 8th? How would that work?
I think that would be a recommendation that we would make, that those students would still be able to attend 5 days a week as they're able to do so right now.
Okay, and the other school that comes to mind, I don't remember what we did with Mount Rose. Yeah.
Will we do it the same way because there are a couple of other schools with unique enrollment, so they would have that same option as we did going in?
Yes, this is Gina Curtis for the record. Yes, Mount Rose is considered as an elementary school, so they have the option of going every day.
Okay, thank you.
And may I add, Gerlach, we would make that recommendation as well. That was an option that school was given as well.
Any other questions around what full distance would look like at that? I think, I know I received a few individual emails especially from high school principals, and, you know, while I don't think anyone wants to go to a distance model, I think one of the things I did hear was, you know, everyone's prepared. Many of our schools have been prepared for some form of distance, especially this last month with the case numbers rising and the exclusion. So I was encouraged to hear from our principals that they've been ready. They can make it a pretty quick adjustment. And I think that's a credit to all of the work that everyone's been doing, knowing that this possibility might come. All right. Any other questions at this time around the secondary schools? Is there anyone that is prepared to make a motion? I know none of us want to have to be in this position. Do we need more
discussion and move to elementary before we make a decision, or? So I think I'll put a motion out there and people can consider it. You know, I think the type of motion we'd be looking for is that, you know, due to the extreme strain on our resources due to the surge in COVID cases, we'd look for a temporary shift from the hybrid model for our middle and high school students to a full distance model, and we'll create another motion that would determine the dates for that time period.
I'll make the motion, regrettably. Okay. Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees temporarily changes the learning model for secondary schools with the exceptions noted to distance learning. We're going to do the calendar later, right? Move secondary schools to distance learning on a temporary basis.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Vice President Taylor and a second by Trustee Kennedy. Is there any further questions or discussion? All right, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? Okay, so that motion passes 5-1, I think. And not sure I heard everybody, but okay. So now we're looking at the elementary school, and I think, you know, we've had a lot of discussion about this, and so I don't know if anyone else has any other questions or comments at this time. Trustee Simon Holland.
I have one question. I guess I would like to hear from the staff, what's the alternative if we aren't in distance learning and we have the staff situation that we have and we don't get more contact tracing and we don't get more resources for testing. I mean, if we don't solve this tonight, what's the alternative?
That would be the recommendation that I put forward as far as all secondary and elementary going full distance. The alternative was if we were able to find those resources, that we would stay with the current models.
But if the board doesn't support your recommendation, then what?
So that's, it's my understanding that if we go through each one of the motions, so you all just made the motion to approve secondary going to full distance, and now for elementary to have the recommendation as far as to stay in person. We've heard from various presenters tonight as far as how that would look. And I know you all are going to be talking about students with IEPs, but to have the elementary schools within 5 days a week as they are now in person, knowing that the contact tracing, the testing, and the staffing is going to be something that we continue to work on together. So whether it's with the county and the health district, those efforts have been put forth. I mean, we had Chair Lucy here today to talk about additional testing capacity. The county manager mentioned that the VPN was no longer an issue. And then obviously with the contact tracing. And so with those supports in place, it would be to have elementary schools to stay in person.
I
And
see.
then the element, and then the emergency regulation with substitutes.
Okay, I'm struggling because I know that those promised resources aren't going to help us immediately. And so I just want to make sure that if we are in person at the elementary level, and we don't have those resources, that we are going to be able to fulfill our responsibilities.
You want to, do you have something to add to that,
I have
Trustee Kennedy? Or?
Yes.
Okay, Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you. I have a concern also about whether or not resources would be immediately available. And without them, I'm afraid that we're going to be more of what we currently have, which is in and out and in and out. We know that there is successful distance learning for elementary school. We have successful distance learning with what we have about 30% of elementary students that may be. We know that it can be done if we're committing to the consistency and the contact and what the expectations are. I'm wondering if we can't best support students and staff for the very short term by having everyone on distance learning. I just have a feeling that we're not going to be able to fully support in school the way that we would like to.
Thank you. Student Representative Gomez.
I would agree with staying in school for elementary students because I think that those students, like kindergarten students, have never been to school, so they don't know what the expectations are. And even through distance learning, they wouldn't understand what is expected of them as they would in person. So I would agree with staying in person for them.
Thank you for that perspective. I think what I heard, and I think I'd look to staff and other trustees, but that we're not necessarily needing to keep elementary schools in person. We aren't necessarily needing additional resources. It's more a shift of the resources that were being spread across the entire district, being more centrally focused on our elementary schools because of some of the burden of the middle and high school students we're adding to the system as a whole. You know, I think what I heard in terms of the contact tracing is if that prioritization is shifted to the elementary schools, it could remain with the 12, and if it grew, that's great. But if it remained with the 12 just focused on elementary school, that's a smaller number of case numbers, and it's easier tracing. We know there's a backlog, but I think if, we have what I learned in some of our calls with the health district too is that while the health district would still be doing contact tracing for all pediatric cases, they would not, if we go to distance for middle and high school, which we have now decided, they are not prioritizing that at the same level because those students aren't congregating in a communal setting any longer. And so the resources that were being absorbed by contact tracing those students get shifted to our elementary students. And then the licensed staff that have been spread across the entire district would be focused then on support for our elementary schools. And correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, I think that's what has led me to feel more comfortable with moving forward with this possibility.
Paul Lamarca for the record. I think you are correct. There's new CDC guidance, and Heather said as much, that if we shift to distance learning, they know we will want pediatric cases to remain a priority. However, they can't be because they're no longer in a congregate setting. I believe that at the elementary level, if we remain in person, we are best served by continuing to exclude broadly, because it's going to take them time to catch up. The problem that we've had, so the catch up hurts us in a couple of ways, but the primary way is that the typical sort of path of discovery is that a parent contacts a principal letting them know a child is ill, or a faculty member shares with their administration that they're ill. It's then taking several days before the health district can begin that particular study. So if they're able to get on that study very, very quickly, great. But if not, I think we have to continue with the classroom exclusions, doing that fairly liberally until we can have a better plan. If we get more resources, we understand the dedication. We heard tonight that they can actually work remotely. We've heard differently in other settings. We know a number of them are down right now and having to work remotely. So I don't want us to assume that, tomorrow we're going to have resource that we don't have today.
No, and I appreciate you clarifying that. I think that is not likely to happen. I do think another thing I would add, I guess, is just that, and we heard this from a lot of our families and staff that contacted us, that there are so many elementary schools, and some of them have been more impacted than others by COVID cases and exclusions, and because we're seeing this spread in the community, we know that won't continue to be the case, but it's just, to me, it feels so different, and I guess that's where I'm coming from. Mr. Ernst.
I think also in elementary school, you have a different dynamic with scheduling. And as Dr. LaMarca said, if you move towards the more aggressive exclusions, and that's kind of the practice that we've been operating from now, when a full class goes out onto distance learning, all of the students go out on distance learning, and then their teacher goes out on distance learning. And so you do maintain some degree of continuity with the learning. And to the resource question, I think there's a hope that, given the first motion, that there may be more available resources, but we would still continue to use the decision matrix with our elementary schools, and we would still continue to work that through if we were getting to larger numbers of exclusions.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I keep going back to the three things that I think are important for us, at least in terms of my thinking, is the testing, the contact tracing, and the subs. And my understanding, and I know we've just been talking around it, but I'm linear in my thinking tonight, probably because I'm so tired, like all of us, right? From the testing and contact tracing standpoint, and testing really, it's what's available as well as how long it takes to get a result, which is primarily the case, right? So if what we're hearing, my understanding is what we heard tonight is that, although all pediatric cases continue to be prioritized, so we aren't the only educators in the community, that we could give a greater priority to that age group that are in elementary school, so that from a testing and or contact tracing standpoint, right, they'll get quote unquote pushed through. So that gives us an opportunity to make some headway there, because we're taking roughly 2/3 of the people off of the system, roughly, middle school and high school. Not off the system, but they're no longer, say, priority 1A, they're just priority 1, right? And then from the substitute standpoint, because middle school and high schools are not in in-person learning, there will be less of a need, because we don't have the broad exclusions as much, because they're at home. There will still be some exclusions. People will still get sick and, have, family emergency, whatever, the same kinds of things that Deputy Bydorf was talking about. But we're not in the same position where we have the mass exclusions because of a potential exposure that we can't really track down yet. We won't have that same capability. We won't have that same opportunity, I should say, now that we've made the decision to put them on distance learning. So that frees up more of the guest teachers or subs to cover at the elementary school level. Should we still using the same decision matrix? Should we still have to do, should there still be more of a delay in the contact tracing or testing than we want? I'm trying to, that's what I heard as I'm trying to separate this into those three areas that are important.
I would agree with the contact tracing and the testing. And the fact of the matter is that, I mean, we had Chair Lucy here tonight, we had the county manager here tonight, and we have State Superintendent Ebert and Caleb Cage, and I truly feel that the momentum is there. But it's all of our community's responsibility to keep that momentum going. And as far as the secondary for substitutes, we will still need substitutes in secondary, even if I'm on full distance, we would still need substitutes for that, but the need will not be as great.
Right. Okay. I just wanted to, as I sort through this, and because I spent a lot of time this week, okay, Angie, focus in what are the things that are important, and so I'm still trying to stay in that context. Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure whose light was on first. Trustee Cottle and then Trustee Seinfeld.
Thank you, Madam President. Last time we talked about technology, we were told that we prioritized the devices to high school and middle school because they were on hybrid, and elementary was the lowest priority. So what do we do about that if we want to go full distance? And I'm already aware of one elementary school that's doing paper packets if we go full distance, which sounds like rinse and repeat of last spring, which isn't going to be great with the community. So I'm curious in how we're going to handle the technology issues with at the elementary level if we go full distance.
I don't know if Dr. Turner is here or did he leave? Okay. So we have, as you know, we had the update with the devices, and we've got several thousand devices on order. With our hybrid model, the students, if they go full distance, that's what, when you all get to the calendar option, as far as talking about for next week, that's something that we need to be able to do. In other words, the students need to be able to come in and get the device. As far as elementary schools, if they were to go on full distance, it's my understanding that the majority of our elementary schools are in pretty decent shape for having students to have devices. And that also goes into the account as far as kind of the BYOD, where the parents actually have a device. So not sure if the area soups or Deputy Beiersdorf want to jump in on that, or if you guys are good.
Thanks, Superintendent McNeil. I think it's accurate. I think everything that you said is accurate, and I think that if we have the elementary schools in person, if I'm following the question, then that negates the technology as much, because the kids are going to end up being there more in person and what have you. And so I think the question was, if they go full distance, what will that then look like? And I think it'll look similar to what it has looked like on the full distance learning days that we have experienced. We have to remember, we've experienced a high number of distance learning days in a number of grade levels, at a number of elementary schools, in a number of classrooms that have moved forward with distance learning for 14 days or for some time period. And so while I wouldn't say that it will look exactly the same in each of those places, there are plenty of examples that we have had over the past 3 months, and it would look similar to what's been implemented during that time.
Okay, so some of the elementary schools that I've visited recently, they're telling me they don't have the devices necessary. And if they have the devices, they're already out with the people that are already doing the students are already doing full distance as a choice. And so some elementary schools aren't sure how they're going to do the whole school full distance when they're still in need of devices. And that was some of the things that, at least I've heard, that the devices were prioritized for secondary, and that elementary will get them at some point, but it's not now. And so, like I said, I already know of one elementary that's doing paper packets, and I just don't think that's going to go over well. when it's just a paper packet, because what does that mean? As what contact with the teacher is going to be happening, especially in kindergarten, first and second grade. I think these are the things that will eventually be fleshed out from the community to us when it starts happening, so we need to talk about it now and get out in front of it, if that's what we end up doing.
So I think part of the concern is as far as what distance learning would look like, and as we've articulated, those expectations, whether they are for the teacher in the classroom and working in the classroom with all of the materials in the classroom, those expectations would be set throughout the elementary schools. So the teacher would be working in the classroom. The difference between the spring and where we are now is the teachers are covering new content. So as far as paper packets, they still are covering Nevada content standards. And the outreach, depending on the particular situation, would still have to be contact with the students.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I've had some of my questions answered, but I'm still struggling with, as Dr. LaMarca just reminded us, we will still have exclusions happening at elementary school, even if they are in person. We're still going to have staffing requirements, and the continuity issue isn't solved if we are still having exclusions. So we really have to make sure that testing is available to those families and that contact tracing happens for those families. We will, I understand, as Vice President Taylor was asking about, we will have more substitutes or guest teachers. We should have more substitutes and guest teachers available to serve the elementary schools, but we are going to continue to lose continuity if we're pulling teachers out and putting in a sub. And I know we're all struggling with all the facets of this, but I don't want to minimize the complexity of our belief that by keeping elementary schools in person, we're able to, and having secondary schools go to distance learning, we're able to shift resources just sort of, magically to support the elementary schools and not have staffing problems there. And I guess, I don't know what the answer is, but if anybody has comments about that, just trying to make sure that our public hears all the thought process, and that we're not minimizing how complicated this proposal is to be shifting resources so that we can keep the elementary schools in person.
Can I just add to that quickly that you may be able to address while you're up there? And hearing Mr. Ernst talking about, the classes where the whole class is shifting, and there doesn't then seem to be that loss of continuity because the whole class is shifting. Do you have information or numbers on how frequently the whole class is shifting versus just the teacher or, one or two students being excluded?
The current guidance that we're receiving right now from the health department and in conjunction with health services is that if there is a positive test in an elementary classroom, that the full classroom is excluded and the teacher is excluded. And so what comes as a result of that is that all of them together go on distance learning. And so that's the current direction given the lack of resources from contact tracing. Full exclusion, that's what we talked about, that more aggressive exclusion. And then when you do that at the elementary level, the teacher and the students go out. So the students who are receiving the distance learning are receiving it from their teacher. Therefore, there is not a need for a substitute teacher in that situation. And that's the current dynamic right now in elementary school.
Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer for the record. Trustee Simon Holland, I think that the point you make is an important one, and I certainly don't want to sugarcoat the complexity of continuing to operate elementary schools for all of the reasons that we're talking about. I think the broad-based exclusions that Area Superintendent Ernst talked about is one element of that, but freeing up the resources system-wide so that we can focus resources on the elementary school, I think will have an impact. It's still a complex endeavor, right? Because while you may have some whole class exclusions happening, you'll still need guest teachers, for example, to cover for non-COVID related absences, or in situations where maybe there's someone in the household who's positive and now the whole household has to isolate, and that is independent of the classroom. So there certainly will be a need for those resources, and I imagine that the work that Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf and my team and I do on a daily basis to deploy additional supports to schools will continue. But what this proposal does is it frees up some bandwidth, and it takes a little bit of some of the strain off of the system, which right now the string is really tight, right? And it gives us a little bit of wiggle room, but I don't want to oversell. It's still going to be complex, and we still will need to make sure that we have the commitment of our local partners, because the contact tracing and the testing are a part of the safety equation, right? And so not only does having those things happen faster help us pinpoint and isolate the appropriate exclusions versus having these kind of broad-based exclusion policies, but it helps, and Trustee Taylor talks about this a lot, it helps with the perception of safety, right? Someone knows what's going on in my classroom and with my situation, and they're giving me professional guidance. And so it will be challenging. I think you all are, hashing out all of the right reasons that we would consider elementary school, but the decision to move secondary to distance learning definitely helps to free up some resources system-wide. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions and thoughts to share? All right, well then I think if not, then it could be time to form a motion on this item, if anyone is prepared to do so. Vice President Taylor.
I'll make this one too. Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees votes to continue in-person learning for elementary school students, with the exceptions that we're talking about earlier. For some elementary students are in middle school, and with the exceptions discussed earlier.
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Vice President Taylor, second by Trustee Simon Holland. Is there any further discussion on this item? All right. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. That motion passes 5-1. Okay, I think the next item then that we can discuss is the calendar and the timing for our secondary schools on distance learning. And again, knowing the recommendation from Superintendent McNeil to include that week after next week to be an in-person week, and then with the return date set and her recommendation of January 19th, I think this would also be a time where we could take some definitive action on and resolve any concerns around spring break. I will just say, for the record, I requested that Superintendent McNeil include the opportunity for us to discuss calendar in this agenda item, because it had come up in previous conversations about looking at schools going to full distance or not, and so I requested it, but
it was simply for us to be able to have it open as an opportunity to discuss. I know it's not part of her recommendation to use it, and so I think we can, make any confirmations on that. I think I'll just start by saying, first of all, I don't think we should touch spring break, and secondly, there is so much new information tonight. We've been working. Dr. Taylor and I have had a lot of conversations. There's some opportunities to look at partnering with the university on contact tracing, and I think there's a lot in motion, and I'm feeling a little hesitant to nail down the 19th as a return date when it's possible we would have things in place prior to that we would be ready to roll out. I know that there's time for the training and the contact tracing to all get in place. I think, it is possible that the 19th is the earliest that could happen, but not really having had enough of those conversations. What I'm considering is that we maybe set sort of a tentative timeline for the temporary shift to distance learning tonight, but ask that we come back at the meeting on December 8th, have staff report back at that time about some of the progress that's been made and see whether, either that length of time should be shortened or needs to be extended or whatever we would learn at that point. And that would also give us a sense of maybe where we are with some of the guest teacher numbers and if there's any positive improvement on that. But I see Deputy Superintendent, nope, okay, she's just ready in case there's questions. So any discussion on this? Thank you, Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I have comments, I guess, on both ends of it. I understand the recommendation being the 19th. I like to get back early because honestly, the earlier we get back, the better chance it is that our students will be able to participate in their activities. And I know that's important for them. I also recognize that a 2-week break after the break is probably where you came up with the 19th, because it gives a chance for, if people have been gathering and doing the things that we've all been asked not to do, if they've been doing that over the holiday, then it gives a chance for it to kind of run through. And so I understand that. So I'm kind of, I'd like it to be early. But again, don't even know if it could, because the contact tracing most likely now won't happen until because the VPN won't be available until the 31st of December. But at any rate, then on the other, so that's in my mind as I look towards the end, I'm kind of pulled. And on the front end of it, the same reason, because people are probably going to gather, even though we know we aren't supposed to. And so I understand the trepidation about coming back, but I also understand the need for prep time. And some of the emails we've gotten is that they'll be ready, right? So is there any time that we could shorten that? You give it 2 days or something like that, so the kids on hybrid can come Monday and can come Tuesday and they can get what they need and so on. So it still brings them back, but they aren't there all week in case there has been some contamination. In addition to the emphasis on those mitigation efforts that have kept us, from being a super spreader like everybody thought school was going to be. So those are my thoughts around those two things. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. I'm not sure whose light was first, Trustee Simon Holland and then Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you. We had a question about what happens to secondary students with the semester change. They'll be needing to change classes and starting in with a distance learning class if we make this until January 19th, and I just wanted to get comments about that. What do we do with those kids?
So it would be my understanding, so the second semester starts on January 4th, so they're actually going to be transferring into their new courses on January 4th. So they are still in full distance on January 4th, so they would come back into their, whatever class they're in January 4th would be the class that they come in back into person or hybrid on the 19th.
So
Is that
they
correct?
would be starting out a new semester in distance learning with a new teacher. I think that's rough. I think that's pretty rough on kids.
May I jump in there just real quick, Trustee Simon Hall and Deborah Beiersdorf? So that would be true for new courses that a student at the secondary level would be starting second semester. We do have semester courses. I'm looking at Area Superintendent Curtis as well, because she's not that far out of being a high school principal, but continuation of an ELA course, a math course, a science course, a social studies course, in most cases continues the whole year. They're year-long courses with the same teacher in most cases as well, unless maybe there was a class period change or that would happen.
Yes, if they change their master schedule, that would be a concern of a change of teacher, but usually at this semester, they try to keep it as consistent as possible, except for, like she said, a health class or a computer class that's a semester long.
Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to say, since we have made the decision to go distance learning for secondary, I would hope we would do it as soon as possible. I do believe, particularly since all middle schools and high schools have been on a hybrid schedule. Granted, we do have special populations that have been going every day, and there might need to be some other kinds of plans that would be made for those students. But I would like to see them start on November 30th. And if we can't do that, as Trustee Taylor said, Monday and Tuesday, that would cover everybody on the hybrid schedule. Everyone will be back. But in order to do hybrid, everyone has to be operating with some kind of device. They've been doing it. Most of them have the materials. As Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf said, she too had heard so many schools are ready. I think that if we're going to do it and ease up some of the strain on the system, then we do it as quickly as possible. And in terms of the January 19th, I understand that, but I was thinking that the 14 days after the holiday is another buffer just for the system. Seems, although it may seem rough, I think that it may best protect everyone.
Student Representative Gomez.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to add on to what Ms. Katie Simon Holland had said about students changing their classes. I think as a student, when we've had to change, at the beginning of the year, I've been a distance learner since the beginning of the year, and knowing how to get into teams the first day of school and not knowing what I was supposed to do. I think the schools have made it really easy to understand that we were supposed to get into the call and knowing which one's our first period and second period. So I think students are able to understand if the schools are able to communicate with the students, like in morning announcements or something like that. And the second thing I wanted to say from what Ms. Kennedy had just said, I think it's important that students do go this upcoming week to school to be able to know the resources that they're going to have during that distance learning. I think you guys have made a really good ways for mental health to be supported during these times and for students to know that they're going to have that help. So I think this week teachers can be able to help students understand what they're going to be provided during these times so they don't feel alone and they know they can do this.
Thank you very much. Any other thoughts or anything to share? Well, I think was almost more concerned about next week from the parent perspective, and that would have been in relationship to our elementary students and just being able to secure that childcare. If we're just talking about middle and high school students, I don't really have a great sense of what that need for that contact is at that level. I think I sort of feel like I heard some principals saying they're ready to go, the devices are there, they've got them, they're good to go. And I know we talked a little bit about, leading up to tonight's meeting that there was some preparation made, but I think if we need the Monday and Tuesday to be able to make that transition happen, I'm good with that. If you know, I guess I need to maybe hear a little bit more about what the differences might look like from either not being in person at all next week to being in person 2 days to being in person the whole week.
I'll jump in there if I can. President Raymond again, Deborah Beiersdorf. So I want to stress that any preparations that have been made so far have been informal. So just I don't want our trustees to think that direction was given to our principals to send home textbooks, et cetera. I do think that any time we could get, schools could get with students to ensure that students have the tools that they need, that explanations, direction is given, what Dr. Parks talked about earlier about the guidance document. That's going to be a change, of course, I think, for some of our schools as well. They haven't yet seen that. And again, that goes back to some of the previous comments about consistency. Students being able to retrieve items they may have at school, whether it's a musical instrument they need, they're renting, or whatever else might be there. I think would be very important as well. So I think some time just eyes on, here's what the plan is. Teachers been able to talk to students. Again, their last day was today. And if we had the remainder of the week, it would, different conversation for sure, so.
Thank you. Superintendent McNeil.
No, I appreciate that, and I really appreciate what our student representative said. I think that was very, very insightful. So thank you for adding that, because I think that's important. One of the aspects that I think that we've all talked about today is safety and security and checking in with one another. And so I do think, at the very minimum, having that ability for a couple of days, Monday and Tuesday, because they aren't in school tomorrow. So the decision that's made tonight, if I am middle or high schooler, I'm not going to be able to get back to school and get my belongings. So at the very minimum, if the board would be so willing to look at doing a Monday, Tuesday, because then you would have A and B day, and I would be able to go in and get my devices, but I think even more, or supplies. But I think even more important than that, it's that reassurance with my teachers and knowing that somebody is there and that outreach.
Thank you, Superintendent McNeil. And I think for me too, like I said, I'm maybe just being overly optimistic and hopeful. I think we heard just a lot of great information tonight and about, so many of our community partners stepping up, and I would love to consider a scenario where we are back in person on January 4th. I know that's aggressive to get all of that in place, but I think, I'm wondering if we could have sort of a preliminary recommendation of that tonight, and then with a review of that on the 8th of December to see if any movement has been made to get us closer to being able to put in place the resources we need, especially for the contact tracing. I think, and I think Vice President Taylor has mentioned this, and Superintendent McNeil, I feel comfortable even if there's the gatherings over the holiday and students and families are traveling or whatever, but I feel comfortable if the return on the 4th is in a setting that has all of those resources that we've talked about, and the testing and the contact tracing being part of that, our substitute and our guest teacher base being part of it as well, but also the masks and the distancing. And so if I was confident that was all in place, then I'm comfortable with January 4th at that time, even knowing that there was that winter break. I mean, that was, in my mind, that was sort of always what the plan was. It was not about the again, for me, the surge in the case numbers as much as the inability for you all to, maintain everything at this pace. So that's sort of where my mind is, that I think I'm comfortable with Monday, Tuesday, next week, and then I would like to consider a tentative return on the 4th, or the first day back. Yeah. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. A teacher just reached out to me and gave me some info. I'm hoping you can help with this, but apparently Reed High School is on block schedule, so they actually have students taking final exams on Tuesday, December 1st, which would mean if we do 2 days, some students have to do final exams in person, and then others have to do it online. And with block schedule, it creates an issue seeing everybody in 2 days. So I'm curious on how many high schools and even middle schools are on the block schedule that would make that challenging. So it sounds like the whole week has to look the same one way or the other, or else it's going to cause some difficulties. So I'm hoping that we can make sure we don't set up schools that are on a block schedule to have a challenge.
If I may, Madam President, I just got a message from a teacher at Galena. Didn't mention finals, but did mention block scheduling, in that they only see their kids once a week because it's hybrid, and so they wouldn't get a chance to see all of their kids. So,
Do you want to speak to that, area for Reed High School?
Sure, I'll speak to both. I think it's a very valid point. I think that when if the idea is, in part of the reasoning that we've heard, is to be able to check in with our students. If we don't have an opportunity to check in with the students, and we only get an opportunity to check in with half the students, that's a limitation. And then if you have some of the finals and the conversation that was mentioned around that, I think finals will be dynamic as we're going forward on the whole, as we start to look at finals via distance learning and some different dynamics with that. That will occur here towards the end of December and the end of the semester. I think those are things that we'll want to be working through carefully, but in the example of Reed and that being surfaced now, certainly can stand to reason as far as the ideas about seeing the kids through the full week. But I do think finals will be something that we're going to want to be paying attention to as we move forward.
May I also just add in there as well, just, make sure that you have all the information. We do have, I'm looking at the list right now of schools that are out right now on full distance learning, and we have 3 secondary schools. 2 that are looking to return on the 2nd of December. That's AACT and O'Brien. And then 3rd school that's now on distance learning is Innovations, actually for the 2nd time. And I just don't have that return date in front of my eyes right now. I believe it was the 8th, if I recall from talking to Superintendent Ford today. So we would have 2 schools at least coming back into full person, or coming back into the building on the 2nd, so next Wednesday.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent. Okay, anyone else have anything to add on this, or questions or thoughts to share? Is anyone at this time prepared to make a motion? Nobody is making motions. Trustee Cottle.
Yeah, just, thinking this through, it just seems like there's too many circumstances to try to catch on trying to make contact with students next week. It just seems, since we're going to do it, might as well do it on Monday and allow schools to have their students make an appointment to come by or something. Because if we do 2 days, some schools that's not going to work. If we do, and we also have schools that are out on distance learning anyway, so they can't come back if they're excluded. And then if we do the whole week, just kind of, I don't know, I guess I get the question of why do the whole week if we're going to do it, just do it. I don't know what the point would be to do a couple days here and there. It's not going to be equal across the board, and then we're going to get all these questions about, well, what do we do? Why does my child not to get that opportunity? So, I mean, schools can allow students to make appointments. I just don't know how else you would do it, because I didn't realize the block scheduling issue, and that's not gonna, the 2 days don't work, especially if there's finals. I mean, that makes it hard for even a teacher if you have some of your students now are doing it on distance, some are doing it in person. That's not equitable either. So I say just do it on Monday.
Mr. Ernst, I see you're late.
Yeah, along those same lines, you know, when we look at a couple of the schools that were mentioned, Reed High School, Galena High School, they're both currently on distance learning. And so they've been, as we know, Reed High School has been on distance learning for a few weeks. And so they're up and moving. They're going forward with that full distance learning. And so, you know, in terms of just the continuity in the building of continuing forward with the distance learning, that's something to think about as well as you guys are kind of working things through.
Superintendent McNeil.
I was just going to say, is it, because we did it in the spring, as far as when we had to shut down, schools were able to make appointments, and you know, whether it's an alphabetical, whether the freshmen come through first, whether then we go through the sophomores on Tuesday, and such and such throughout the entire week. Is that something that the schools would be able to carry out?
Yes, it is. And in fact, at Reed High School, some of those things have taken place already when they went to that full distance learning.
Vice President Taylor, and then Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you. Do we know when Reed's scheduled to return?
Next Monday, 11:30.
Next Monday. And from what I understand, Galena is not on distance learning.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I said, from what I understand, someone from Galena just sent me saying where they're not on distance learning.
They returned on the 23rd.
Okay.
23rd.
We have a number of schools that are scheduled to come back into the buildings on Monday, on the 30th.
Okay.
Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you. I have to say, I agree with Trustee Caudle. I'm thinking that if we go sooner rather than later, because I was also thinking that if a school is doing finals, I realize that's a connection with students, but you're not doing a lot of the connecting, like making arrangements. You're doing something that's pretty high pressure for a high school student. So it's not exactly what we've been talking about engaging and making connections and making sure that they know we're here for them. So my recommendation would be we start on Monday the 30th.
Okay. Any other questions? Anyone want to make a motion, or I can make it? Okay. Then I move that the Board of Trustees approves the secondary schools shift to full distance learning to begin on Monday, November 30th, with an anticipated turn to the in-person and hybrid models preliminarily for January 4th, but we would like a review of that at the December 8th meeting to make a final decision, and just a confirmation that we will not be changing the use of spring break for any portion of the distance learning period for the district. All right, so I have a motion from me and a second from Trustee Cottle.
You mind
Any
repeating
discussion?
that? I want to make, yeah, please. I just want to be sure on the ending of the motion to return and how the tentative, if you can go through that again, thank you.
I'm sorry, JJ, I don't remember exactly what I said. What I meant to say was that, you know, we're anticipated return on January 4th, but that would be a preliminary or tentative approval tonight with a report back on the December 8th meeting on progress made to find more resources so that we could confirm the return date for in-person learning.
So we'll make the final decision on the next meeting in terms of the comeback? And that will be dependent upon?
Reporting back from staff on progress made with securing guest teachers, see if there's any movement that we've seen there, and the progress made with the county and the health district.
All the things.
Yeah. Okay. And I think at that time we would know more about some of the testing and the dates for that.
My comment on it is just, I still would like to give them 2 days to get ready. I mean, I'm hearing now from a couple of teachers that said, we thought we had until the 7th, we aren't ready. So that's my concern.
Trustee Kennedy.
Yes, Madam President, and are we talking at all about the spring break? Is that separate?
It was part of my motion.
So
I said that we would not be
we would
using
leave it. Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't hear that part.
I just think, if I may, I think it's important to give teachers that. There's one school that has finals that we know of, and that's Reed. But for the other over 100 schools, or not 100 because we don't have the elementary schools, but for the other secondary schools, I have to agree with what our student representative said. It's a time for connecting, and that might give that student that opportunity to feel like they can make it through this time, because this is a very difficult time. And that talk from that teacher that here's your stuff and here's your device, and I mean, I think that might make that difference for that student. And it's making sure that some teachers maybe feel like they're ready, but clearly some teachers feel like they aren't. So I would like to give them, and I'm concerned about the numbers, don't get me wrong, really paying attention to those mitigation, but giving them those 2 days so that they see all their kids, unless you're on block schedule.
Trustee Kennedy.
And I can say I have heard overwhelmingly from teachers that if we are going to go distance, that they would prefer that we do it right away.
Okay, I know our Chief General Counsel isn't here. I don't know if I need to pull my original motion to have more discussion, or no? Okay, so we can keep discussing. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts to add before I take a vote. We have a motion and a second at this time. Student Representative Gomez.
All right, thank you. A comment I had is last time in the spring when we didn't know spring break was happening a couple weeks early, I think a big thing for me was not being able to say bye to like all those friends, all those teachers, and now now I still haven't gotten to see them in like 6 months. But those students that still go, that are in hybrid, they can, if they know that they're gonna end school this next week, they'll be able to say bye. But if we start this on the 30th, they won't be able to do that once again.
Thank you, Student Representative Gomez. I think you make very good points. I appreciate that. And I actually cried when I dropped my daughter off this morning because I knew she might not see her friends or her teachers
next week. I made it so far without crying. So I totally understand that. I think I need to call for a vote just to see what happens. And if it does not pass, then we can start over and look at a new motion. And it is awful, the decisions that we're having to make tonight. So just to review, the dates that I put out in my motion were to begin on the 30th with the tentative return on the 4th after reporting back on the December 8th meeting with more information. So all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Okay, so that motion fails 4-2. Is that the right way to say it? Whatever, you know what I'm talking about. 2-4. Okay. If someone else would like to make an alternative recommendation or motion.
No, I'll make an alternative motion. Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees begins distance learning, a transition to the distance learning, learning. What do we call them? No, not hybrid. No, never mind. It doesn't matter. Learning model. That's it. Thank you. Sorry. Midnight. Close. I move that the Board of Trustees approve secondary schools moving to distance learning on December 2nd. I'm doing Wednesday, the 2nd. Okay. On Wednesday the 2nd, with a return to be return date tentatively on the 4th to be finalized. Actually, no, I think we can finalize it. That's fine. To be finalized on December 8th. I can go with that. And then and no change to spring break.
Okay, I'll second that motion. So we have a motion by Vice President Taylor, a second by me. Any discussion on this one? So that would be in person and hybrid on Monday and Tuesday, the 30th and the 1st, switching to distance on Wednesday the 3rd. Wednesday the 2nd, I'm sorry, it's really late. And I think that is very nice. I think it does give the students the opportunity to see people. They will have contact with a teacher. It is not the same as, having every contact with every teacher the whole week, but I think I appreciate that suggestion.
And if I may, just since we're on comments, they will have most teachers other than block schedule, but additionally, what I would like to say on those 2 days, that there's a big focus on the mitigation efforts, because it will be coming after a holiday. We're balancing the mental health, the connection, all of that, but a real concerted effort for those 2 days, because we know it's going to be riskier.
Can I ask a question, Madam President? Yes. How much of a mess would it make if schools were allowed to make their own decision?
If I can just jump in there, and I don't know if Rick Martin is here, but we've got transportation and nutrition services, which would be hugely operationally extremely difficult, and he's shaking his head yes.
Just asking. Okay.
Okay, so the motion was made by Vice President Taylor. I seconded the motion. If there's no further discussion, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, that motion passes 5-1.
Okay, the last thing, I think, while we talked about it, I think it would be helpful to form a motion around the self-contained special education programs within the district. I don't know if we need a review of that proposal at this time, but I think that was covered well if Deputy Superintendent wants to just recap.
Thank you, President Raymond. If I could, it's been a little while, so I've been in contact with Area Superintendent Van Tress. Her recommendation, the recommendation of her team, and I concur as well, is that our self-contained programs would be scheduled on a hybrid model. What we do now, A-B rotation. Our students who receive special education supports through a resource model would be scheduled to come into schools to receive, let me read my notes here, for a specific amount of time each week, which could include tutoring and small group instruction that would meet the instructional minutes, the specially designed instructional minutes in their individualized education plans, their IEPs. And if I could add, if it's appropriate to do so, the recommendation, I don't know if we need to make this part of it, is that we would open keep Piccolo School open 5 days per week. And there's also an additional recommendation to keep Turning Point open 5 days per week. Or not motion, excuse me, recommendation.
All right, thank you for that. Trustee Kennedy.
I have a question about the resource students. Would we be able to handle any kind of transportation? I'm thinking about some of the schools that are more outlying and how those particular middle school kids, you may not know it, I would say they don't drive. They're not supposed to drive. And some, right, both middle school and high school students that may have difficulty in getting there.
And Trustee Kennedy, that's a great question, and we didn't discuss that. It was more along the lines of scheduling time with families to bring students in at certain times, and that's where we got with that. Dr. McNeil.
So most of your self-contained are going to have transportation provided. It's the resource students that we would probably have to take a look at as far as further into transportation. But most of your self-contained are going to be already provided with transportation.
Thank you, and I understood that, but that's where I can see particularly the resource, if we're going to do the small group or provide any of, because, and then we're talking about things like OT and speech, would they maybe do some of those in person also? OT is, I think, a little bit more difficult. Distance. I know a lot of the speech teachers have done amazing things with distance.
Right, and absolutely, Trustee Kennedy, a lot of the services have been successfully provided virtually by our teachers, so we'd have to work through more of those, occupational therapy, for example, that would likely be best delivered in a brick and mortar setting. We would have to build plans up for that for sure, as we would students or families that may have difficulties or challenges bringing their children into the school setting to receive the specially designed instructional supports.
Question, Madam President.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Very good. I'm glad there was some time so that Jen can get her team together. And I certainly like that. I know some things have to be worked out. This is brand new, but I'm sure we all appreciate that. So you're also including students on IEPs. How about 504s?
I think the recommendation at this time would be students who are receiving special education services.
What do you think? You think it would be necessary for 504s, or to just share some thoughts? I got an email about it. That's why I'm asking about it.
I'm having trouble hearing. Dr. Taylor, can you repeat what you're
I'm sorry, I probably
asking?
need to slow down too. I received an email from a parent asking about her daughter's on a 504, and how would that be treated? Do they have the opportunity for some of the, for an in-person, so I was asking if you had given that any thought. I know this is brand new and the answer may be no, but maybe something to be considered if that would be appropriate, or as it might be necessary, or no, either way. I mean, just whatever the answer is, right?
So I can say, Dr. Taylor, Trustee Taylor, that don't think the answer is necessarily no, because I will share with you, myself and our area superintendents and Dr. Lamarca and members of his team as well, had just had a conversation yesterday, right? I think it was, about moving forward into second semester and how we could support our students that are on 504 plans. Similar to special education, individualized education plans, 504 plans, also there's a wide gamut of support for students that are on 504s, and we're able to meet a lot of those accommodations virtually. And some are a little bit tougher to do virtually. So that's what prompted the conversation between the offices yesterday to look for second semester. So that being said, specific to this time period, hopefully when it just takes us up until the start of the second semester, we haven't had those discussions. And then I think when I do think about the reason why we're doing what we're doing and the load on the staffing concerns and all of that, I wonder where, we have other vulnerable populations that are right now have been able to access buildings full time as well. And I just think the lack of resource would be tough to do that.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. I wanted to ask, and I'll ask that parent to perhaps follow up at their school and see what conversations may be happening there for support. Thank you.
I believe we have Jen Van Tress who wanted to add some information. She's on Zoom.
Thank you, I think I'm getting feedback. Hold on one second. To be honest, it's getting late. I don't remember what my feedback was around, but I can speak to, yes, we could look at the 504s. The difference is going to be the idea of bringing these students with special education services back into buildings is that they have specific minutes and instruction that's designed to be provided by specialized services. A lot of times when you're looking at students with 504s, they have accommodations. They don't have services that are being provided by a specific person unless it's for, they may be receiving OT and PT or speech services or assistive technology. So yes, we could coordinate with that portion of the 504 to make that part work. So we can work on that part just to give you an idea. Mm-hmm. And I do remember now that with the resource part, what we would want to do is if, let's say that at a middle school and high school, they're receiving their specially designed instruction during an SSTS class, which is that study skills class, we would want to try and coordinate that's when the students would be there on a hybrid model, or maybe they come in twice a week or 3 times a week, again, depending on what their IEPs, how their IEPs are written. Mm-hmm. At that point, we could coordinate all related services. So the thought would be that that's when you would, before or after that block of time, you would be able to receive your speech services or your occupational therapy services, counseling services, whatever other services are written into the IEP. So it would be a coordination effort but manageable, because usually that's when they coordinate those services anyway, when they're in brick and mortar.
Thank you, Jenna. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm still concerned about going to hybrid for a lot of these students. I'm just concerned about how effective that will be for them. And, you know, again, I would love to have our default be that, that they're all able to come in person 5 days. And I also, if I could get a comment on what's happening with our GT students. Are they going to be 5 day a week in person, or are they going to be hybrid, or what's the plan there?
Jen, I'll let you answer Trustee Simon Holland's first question, but let me take the gifted and talented question. Again, another vulnerable population right now that families have the choice of their children at the secondary level being in 5 days a week. We have not had discussions or identified having those students coming in to the buildings during the full distance learning. I mean, which is, well, I mean, it's similar to what we're doing now when we're putting schools on full distance learning, though I understand that's for a different reason than the decisions that have been made this evening.
So just to clarify, so GT students would not be in person at the secondary level. They would be on full distance.
That would be the recommendation, with support provided by certified GT teachers. So we're meeting their minute minimums are 150 minutes per week.
That's middle school and high school, magnet?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And then, of course, our elementary students would be getting their services in person.
Trustee Kennedy, is yours related?
Yes, it is. And this is also for the magnet programs that are in the middle school. Yeah.
Correct. Magnet program at middle school, and then at this campus, the GT Institute.
Okay, I know Jen is going to respond
Jen,
now.
are you there, Jen?
Thank you, Trustee Raymond. So Trustee Simon Holland, the thought around doing the hybrid model for students in our self-contained programs, I understand where, yes, it would be great to have 5 days a week. But part of the concern is that we are seeing a higher percentage of our self-contained programs being excluded. So if the thought process, because of exposures or potential exposures, so the thought process is that if we only have half in a building at one time, we're not losing all of our students to distance learning at one time. So the thought process is that we would be able to mitigate as much as we can as far as potential exposures if that did happen. And part of that also is that, they are included in their gen ed portion. So when they are home, the idea would be that they'd be able to participate in those gen ed classes, their elective classes, being able to work with their peers along those lines.
Thank you. I'm thinking this through now. So if there is an exclusion, if there's an exposure in a hybrid class, the teacher's going to be out for half the time. Even if the students in the A group don't have to be out because it was the B group that had an exposure, the teacher will have been exposed, so the teacher's out. So yeah.
That's where our staffing would come into play. We do have our facilitators, and we have our special education administrators, and they would be able to step in on the opposite days, and we'd work out a schedule to have consistency for the class. And a lot of times we have, at the middle and high, we have dual programs, so we'd be able to look at how to utilize the other teachers, other self-contained teachers on the campus.
And then, if I might, Madam President, but I'm thinking if it were treated the way the aggressive exclusions are being done at the elementary level, if they were in person every day, then the whole group would be excluded and the teacher would be able to provide distance to them as a whole group. Just kind of brainstorming all this. I know it's late and we're all trying to do that, but I'm Just concerned
That's
about.
that's a very legitimate point. And we, again, we are open to suggestions. So I understand, I see both sides. So I think whichever way the board decides, we are here to make that happen.
Superintendent McNeil.
And I appreciate that, Jen, and I know that, staff is working very hard to try and make accommodations, but I want to caution that, this is about resources, and I don't want to overcommit as far as what we're truly able to do, so.
That's a good, yes. And I know we're stretched thin.
Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. So out of all of our special programs right now that are going to school every day, I guess what's the recommendation? Because part of it is I feel like we're very unorganized right now on what we're trying to talk about. We have all these special programs. What are we asked? What's the recommendation for hybrid? What's the recommendation for full distance? So we can start making decisions on what we're going to do. I think we just need to get organized in what we're talking about.
So so the recommendation would be that that for middle and high school self-contained programs, which would include the comprehensive life skills, social intervention programs, strategies, and social resource, would move to a hybrid model for the time that middle and high school are on distance learning.
And then GT would be the recommendations, GT goes a full distance?
And the recommendation for GT to go full distance.
Are there any other special programs?
No.
Jen, do you want to speak specific to resource?
Oh, yes, sorry. Okay. Resource students would have the opportunity to attend school during small group instruction or tutoring, like, I'm not sure how to word this. I'm trying to wordsmith here. To attend school to meet their specially designed instruction minutes in the special education setting. Hold on. JJ, can you give me an idea of what I did for the resource there?
So we have the middle and high school self-contained moves to hybrid, GT moves to full distance, and the resource students may attend at specific times and days for small group instruction related to their designated special education minutes, and Piccolo and Turning Point would be full in-person 5 days.
Related services would be coordinated to coincide with the in-person opportunities, or at the discretion of the family, they could also be provided distance learning. We've had some great success with distance learning and teletherapies. So that part, I think, should be left up to the discretion of the family.
Jen, can I ask a question just for clarification? So we've got Piccolo 5 days, Turning Point 5 days. What about Inspire?
Well, Inspire, It's not my school. Let's see. So yeah, if yes, the recommendation would be for Inspire to be full-time. I know Lauren's on here.
Well, I think it's Gina Curtis.
Oh, Gina.
You want to go?
Yes, Inspire would be full distance, I think. 5 days a week.
In person.
Right, in
Yes,
person.
in
Hello.
person.
And it's not my school, but yes, I will answer that, Jen.
It's Anne Marie Dixon's school, and I think she would agree with that, that Inspire would also stay in person 5 days a week. And may I also just add, I think along the same lines, Trustee Cottle asking about gifted and talented. So back in July, we also identified other vulnerable populations that had the opportunity to come in 5 days. Our children in transition, our students that are in foster care, our EL newcomers, refugee students, GT, gifted and talented, and students on an individual education plan. I think that was the extent of the vulnerable population. So I think, again, to the recommendation, it would, besides the specific schools we've identified, but it would be our students receiving special education services that we would recommend the schedules that Jen just walked us through.
I'll just add to frame this a little bit too, that, I think it's important for us to remember that, we're potentially talking, if the pie in the sky dream happens, 12 days, which really is 6 days if you're hybrid. This is not a decision that while still important for us to resolve this issue and consider all those populations, this is a decision that, is not long lasting. It's a temporary shift for these students. And I think, we got, I think, one public comment during this conversation just about that, the hybrid schedule and the impact that has on that specific student population, and and we know all of this is impactful for all of our students. And I wonder if there is a way to make a motion that, sort of back to what Trustee Simon Holland said at the beginning of this conversation with Jen, that, can we, and I'm very cognizant of the resource issue, but if we could continue to explore a way for the default to be 5 days, knowing that, it might have to transition to some sort of, or either hybrid or distance. And I know that's sort of leaving it up in the air, which is challenging for our families, but I just wonder if that's worth considering.
Just to clarify, are you speaking of all vulnerable populations, or are you speaking of students on IEPs?
Just it's late and I'm forgetting words. The one small group that you were describing that would be in the hybrid model, the self-contained. Thank you. The self-contained. I know I'm just one parent of one student, but my daughter is in the magnet program, and while I think I would feel maybe differently about our magnet student and GT students looking kind of long-term, I feel like for a short period of time they are equipped to make that transition. At least the students that I know from her, and I know that's not everyone. This is, again, hard for all of our students, but I do think we've heard from you all, and I'd like to try to move towards making a decision around this IEP group. So I don't know, Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. One is social resource really self-contained? I was not familiar with that. I did not think that social resource was self-contained. Is it?
Yeah, so that's where, thank you, Trustee Kennedy. So that is where you can have students that have whose IEPs reflect a self-contained program, but can be more inclusive into general education classes. But what happens for children that are in social resources, they require the expertise of the licensed person teaching social resource, which typically, that teacher has to have an endorsement in autism. So because of the specialty in having students who may fall into a autism spectrum disorder or may have social pragmatic disorders that are associated with that class, it's the expertise of the instructor that defines it as a self-contained program.
Okay, so then that goes to my second question. If we're doing hybrid with these students, and I'm just thinking of LRE, they'll be in a building where only special education students would be there, correct? Because we wouldn't have gen ed students. So I'm sorry, go ahead.
Which is why it's so important that they also have access to the distance learning platform and have the opportunities to be participating in that. That's another thought process around the hybrid model, so that they still have to, they would still follow the schedule as their schedules that they're in now. They would not be in a self-contained program all day, they would be participating in their gen ed classes. They'd have to make sure we meet that LRE requirement.
Right.
And just to clarify, LRE is least restrictive environment.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Yeah.
How are we handling that right now with those students when, resource students, they're not all every day, right? Or they have the option right now?
Well, right now, all students with IEPs have the option of attending every day. So what happens now at the middle and high school is, depending on the student, depending on the schedule, some students are going to their general education on A and B days. Some are getting additional supports to complete their assignments for the B days. So let's say you're assigned to an A day, you're attending your A day classes all day long, and then when you're at school on your B day, you might need that repeat of that math class, so you may be attending that math class again with that support. After that math class, you might be going to your resource teacher or special education teacher to help monitor and complete the assignments, getting your work completed, getting your assignments turned in, that organizational skills, the executive functioning. That's when you would be getting your related services, or on those off days for the hybrids.
Thank you.
Sure.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm really struggling with this because I understand that that the students who are in the population we're talking about that are in the self-contained programs, many of the kids in that group are kids that, as you all know, don't function well with inconsistency and instability and moving back and forth. And I just worry about the impact of hybrid. I'm really struggling with that. And I also, Deputy Superintendent, I didn't understand what is the recommendation about kids that are in CIT, foster care, English language newcomers. Are we suggesting that all of them are going to go to full distance learning? Children in transition?
Correct.
Wow.
And I shared the entire vulnerable population list because I didn't want it to be overlooked, since we were talking about gifted and talented, because that was part of that list as well.
Okay, I think we probably need to try to wrap this up into some sort of a decision if we can. Again, I recognize for all of us how hard this is. I think any one of us that could make the decision to have children introduce and foster all those vulnerable populations continue to be in person 5 days a week would. But to me, realistically, what does that look like? Because if no one else is in person, there's no one else with them potentially in the general ed classroom that they would be in, because everyone of their peers are in. We'd have to create some other setting, it seems like, which I know would probably be possible, but it's awful and hard, and I think we need to ask our staff to, which I know they're already doing, to just do everything possible to make those connections with our students. And I like the idea that came up with our special education students, and I actually talked with Superintendent McNeil earlier about, our schools are not, by the directive of the governor, closed. Our schools are open at this now, based on our vote at the secondary level. There will be staff in the schools working, and I just would encourage the opportunity whenever possible to create more chances for small one-on-one meetings or whatever we can do to keep kids engaged. And I know our teachers are doing that with the hybrid model already, sort of the after hours approach, but I think there's a lot of opportunity there for some individualized contact with students, the vulnerable populations, as you mentioned, some of the small group settings for the resource, I think was the group. Yep. So I think if there's no other questions, then I'd be looking for someone to make a motion. And I know there was a lot of elements of that, and so we may need someone to repeat it. Trustee Kennedy?
I'm not looking to make a motion. I'm looking to get something clarified. And maybe I'm just getting tired, but did we address why we wouldn't have the self-contained classes go every day like we are with Piccolo and Turning Point and Inspire?
Trustee Kennedy, I'll start, and then I'm sure Jen, Area Superintendent Van Trust will jump in too. So I think she talked about staffing. I think she talked about opportunities for students, for our self-contained students to engage with in the regular education classes, to meet that aspect of their IEP. And Jen, was there anything else to add there?
Those are the two main. Those were the two main points.
Thank you.
Madam President.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. Just following up on that, maybe it's late and I am just foggy, but I don't get how hybrid helps with staffing. The teacher has to be there every day, either way. I don't understand how it alleviates the staffing burden, because we have to have the teachers there for every class every day anyway. And then it makes more work for the teacher having to provide for an in-person class as well as a distance learning group. And I just think it's just not great for these kids. And I'm struggling with how it's helping staffing.
So I'll jump in, and I think it has to go all the way back to the very beginning as far as the number of exclusions. And if we're going to be going to a full distance learning model for secondary, and then the larger populations, if we're looking at self-contained or the other vulnerable populations, and we're going to have students come back into 5 days a week, then we could have concerns as far as exclusions, and that would include staff. And so looking to the area superintendents or Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf as far as, I would imagine that it would have to do with the exclusions.
And I'll agree with that, and you guys can jump in too, but I think the idea was to try to stretch staff and specialize staff as well, keeping in mind, the training, the training for a teacher who, our strategies teachers, our CLS teachers, et cetera. I think the idea was to stretch as best as we could, and I think to try to avoid the exclusions as best we could if we had less students in the room.
I think it sounds like maybe where our pain point here is the hybrid versus the 5 day a week for the self-contained. And I understand, I hear what you are all saying, and I think, in agreement with Trustee Simon Holland in that I'm not understanding why hybrid makes that situation better. If the teacher is going to be there, the 5 days a week with the hybrid schedule versus 5 days a week with the, full in-person, and kind of going back to that consistency that if they're in the hybrid and there's an exclusion, then you need the sub or the guest teacher, because part of that class is excluded and they need a teacher, part of the class is in person and they need a teacher. So you've now just created a situation where you need 2 teachers, whereas if they're all together and there's an exclusion, they're all excluded. You don't need a guest teacher unless the teacher is actually sick and needs support. So help me to understand that so we can move forward with this.
Okay, well, and I think it also has to do with President Raymond, because a child, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jen, but because a child is in a self-contained classroom, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're in that self-contained classroom for the entire day. So that if they do have a general education class, they would still have to be attending that dependent upon their IEP. Is that correct?
That is correct, and what we ultimately could be doing is actually creating a situation where we're placing kids in a more restrictive environment than what their IEP defines. And so that reverse can happen where we're actually taking away their opportunities to participate in general education. And that puts us also at a disadvantage when we look at IEP issues and concerns. So it's a double-edged sword. If we keep them, if a child is in a self-contained program, and they are 50, 60, 70% actually participating in a general education, but then we're saying you're attending 5 days a week. Now, there can be, some flexibility on that, but if they're suddenly 5 days a week, then it will be hard to make sure that they participate in that general education. We just need, to base it bottom line, we just need a little flexibility on being able to make sure that we can meet our specially designed instruction minutes when it comes to IEP implementation as well.
Thank you, Jen. Ms. Van Tress.
A question, may I?
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. It's after midnight. Jen, so what, based upon what I'm listening to what you just said, and that you need some flexibility, and I certainly hear that, and we don't want to be in violation of the IEP either way, right? So your suggestion is hybrid is the answer to that? Help me understand what you're just saying.
Hybrid gives us the flexibility that we can make some adjustments as we need to with students and families and situations. If we say that it's all or nothing, it's all 5 days a week, or it's nothing, we are limiting, we are pigeonholing ourselves into situations where where we may not be able to either meet time, or we may be in a situation where we're denying a child access to other general education opportunities. So we don't want to, we do need some flexibility when it comes to middle and high school with the saying it's hybrid gives us the flexibility to be able to do that.
So if I may, could I walk through an example? Would that help? Okay, so.
Yeah, 'cause we're struggling, so help us, yeah.
Okay, all right, so check me if I'm correct, Jen. So I'm a CLS student in the 11th grade, and I have my CLS classroom. I'm in there for 2 periods a day. And so what a couple of the trustees are suggesting is that for those 2 periods a day, that if I'm in that CLS classroom, then that would be 5 days a week. However, I also have general education classes, which would now be moved to the hybrid because it's general education, or full distance because it's general education. And so my peers would be in the general education classrooms, which are now in full distance, but my special education classroom, CLS, is now in hybrid the other 2 days, or the other 2 or 3 days a week. So it's not going to be able to work as far as what Jen is talking about, as far as having that peer interaction.
Correct.
I have a question. Could if they were there 5 days a week for that distance learning portion, and I apologize if this is a dumb question, but could the CLS teacher help them to engage in that distance learning program and get them set up on the computer, and so that at least while they're there for that period, they're then engaging? They're maybe on campus with the oversight, but they're engaging with their peers through the distance learning virtually?
Yes, and there would be and there would be times where that definitely would work. There's also going to, yes.
We've just talked a lot about this, and I think it's important that we're talking a lot about it, but what I'm hearing, I think what I heard from you is to allow for that flexibility. So I'm wondering if that, and I know it's tough to not make a definitive, decision tonight, but I think, like I said, maybe there's something that we can form in terms of a motion that really emphasizes, kind of making every effort to provide for that 5 day a week in person with the consistency and the supports to engage, with their peers and distance learning for this self-contained group. But that would still give you the flexibility to manage that if, with your best, with your expert, perspective. I don't know how my fellow trustees would feel about that, but
I think the key is, as far as if the flexibility and the specially designed instruction. I mean, when we're talking about IEPs, the district has the responsibility to meet the specially designed instruction in the minutes within the IEP. So if the board is able to tailor a motion that provides for flexibility and speaks to, what did I just say? It speaks to the specially designed instruction and the minutes in the IEP being met, I think we can get there.
Trustee Kennedy.
I think this is going to be an enormous jigsaw puzzle, as Dr. McNeil knows, because every student has their individual plan. I think it's going to be very hard pressed to come up with something that would, a one-size-fits-all is not going to work. We have to somehow word this so that because we're also looking at every school has different kinds of schedules. So what does that look like? We're talking about block, we're talking about not block. And how many classes a day does each student have? So if we can find a way to make this, I'm not saying loose, but more, very flexible, like beyond Gumby flexible, so that this is something that could work, knowing that our special education teachers know their students and know their families, and that they could then come up with a plan so that this would make it work. Because we could sit here all night, or the rest of the night, and try to figure out every possible scenario, but the truth is that it's going to be, there are as many different options as there are students.
I thought that was a good suggestion. Trustee Simon Holland?
Yeah, I was just going to try to take a stab at a motion, and I'll welcome everybody's guidance on this. So we're talking just about students that are in our vulnerable populations. So, and this pains me. I know it pains all of us. This is really difficult because I am very much, I'm very uncomfortable with depriving any of our students, depriving them of the resources they need, and especially our kids that are most vulnerable. So I would make a motion that we support the recommendation to have Piccolo, Turning Point, and Inspire remain full in person, that we support the self-contained programs defaulting to being as in person as possible, with the flexibility for the staff to develop plans for those students to meet their IEP minutes and their specially designed instruction. And this is the one that really kills me. And then have the remainder of the vulnerable populations, CIT, foster care, English language newcomers, gifted and talented, and other students on IEPs go to full distance learning during the time that we are on this temporary model. Deputy Superintendent, do you have a modification to that?
Just a question. Thank you.
I think, I'll just second it for the sake of the conversation. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
Deputy Superintendent.
So our resource students, which I think you had said, Trustee Simon Holland, at the end of your motion, all other students on an IEP going to full distance learning. But we would work on providing services throughout the week to meet specially designed instructional minutes, right? Bringing students in. I think Jen talked about tutoring, small group instruction.
So the intent is that they would be in person as much as is possible, and giving the staff the flexibility to determine how to meet the specially designed instruction minutes for each student. Does that work?
For our resource students.
Well, I'm saying that for all of those that you listed, CLS, SIP strategies, and resource. I'm specifically not supporting the hybrid model. I'm specifically saying let's have kids be in school as much as we can, but giving you the flexibility to address their needs individually.
Let me clarify. President Raymond, Trustee Simon Holland, may I make a clarification on that?
Yes.
Okay. We have a self-contained program called Social Resource, And then we have students that are on a resource caseload. So there are two, I think that's where Deputy Beiersdorf was clarifying. Is that, so you have the comprehensive life skills, the social intervention program, the strategies, and the social resource are self-contained. And then we have the resource, just to make sure that the motion is clear as to which populations.
I don't know enough about these programs, and I'm sure everybody here except for Trustee Kennedy probably doesn't know enough about these individual programs either. Do you want me to withdraw the motion and we can try something else? I'm just,
well, I think
and
maybe what Ms. Van Tress is getting at is that the original recommendation for resource was that they just come for a small group tutoring, and so what your motion was doing was lumping, or not lumping, but putting them in the same group with the self-contained classes. So, and so maybe we do need some clarification about what is the difference between the resource group that you're talking about and then the self-contained.
Now I understand what the purpose was. No, that's great. It's late. I'm sorry.
I'll withdraw the motion and we can start over. Just trying to, it's almost one.
So for clarification, so general resource students are not in a self-contained classroom. So we have self-contained programs such as comprehensive life skills, social intervention programs, strategies. Those are separate self-contained classrooms. General resource students are in the general population throughout the day.
And the recommendation was that, they have the opportunity to come in and have these small group settings, and how often was that? Once a week?
It would depend on their individual education plans, and
right.
it could also include related services such as occupational therapy, physical therapy, etc.
Okay. So it's the self-contained programs, then there's the Piccolo, Inspire, Turning Point, and then there's resource. Those are general resource. Those are the three pocket,
Can I just say something for the record? So self-contained kids are either hybrid, 5 days a week, or distance learning right now. So not everyone's coming 5 days a week. They all have that option. So the only thing changing would be our kids who are 5 days a week, and they would have the option of moving to hybrid or full distance learning depending on the parent's preference. And then the general ed classes would be still on Teams. So they would use that same platform consistent with the general ed students. I just was trying to see if you could see a typical day. So when they access classes on Teams, that would be a full distance schedule. And I guess it depends on the student's schedule. So I was thinking that they could have that option of either being hybrid or full distance, not being every day. Does that make sense? Or did I just make it more muddy?
I'm withdrawing my motion, so I'm totally, I don't know enough about the differences and the distinctions to be making an informed decision at 1 in the morning. I'm sorry, I just don't.
Okay, do I have to second that okay. Trustee Kennedy.
I've actually I can't believe there's still a number of people that are still up with us, but there are, and I'm getting messages, particularly from social resource teachers, that really want to impress upon us that it's not their understanding that they're self-contained. And I think that they're thinking that they're more, and for the record, I think I actually do follow all of this. So for truth in advertising, I was also a special education teacher. I taught CLS and SIP. So I actually do get some of this, but I want to make sure that we word it, that when we do this, we're covering everything the way that we should. So can we address social resource? Are we going to put that in with self-contained when we're trying to decide?
Trustee Kennedy, that's an interesting perspective that you've brought to my attention, because according to all definitions, social resource should be a self-contained program, should be considered. And again, remember, self-contained doesn't mean you're out of general education all day long. It means that the person who is providing the instruction has an expertise in the area to meet the specially designed instruction. When I was part of the group that created social resource back 15, 20 years ago, and the intent was, it is considered a special education or a self-contained program by all legal standards. So that we'll have to work on that. So.
Okay, so can I try to make a motion?
Yeah, and if we need to, we can break it into 3 separate motions. So if that helps you, we can do self-contained, then we can do the special schools, and then we could do general resource if you want.
Okay, and I was just going to throw out the self-contained, and just deal with the specific programs, so that I would move that we would take CLS, SIP, strategies, and social resource to and that I agree with Katie about having it be in school as much as possible, so that we can work with schedules. So that's that one, and so just that one group, right?
Maybe add that giving the flexibility for the
for families and
staff
and
to work
teachers
together
and
for the
staff
right.
to work together, yes. Understanding that every school and every student's schedule is different.
We have a motion by Trustee Kennedy and a second by Vice President Taylor.
So I just want to be cautious of transportation. So transportation is going to be a concern here. That if we're saying every individual is going to have a different, because most of our self-contained students have transportation to school. We provide the transportation.
I missed something. Where did transportation come into this?
Transportation is a requirement that we have to provide to all special education students that are in self-contained classrooms. So that's what I was saying earlier when we were talking about taxing the different resources and having the schools be able to decide what a particular schedule was. So I just want the board to be aware that if we're saying dependent upon an individual child and working with the student or with the family, we just have to be cognizant of transportation. So that's why I was saying allowing the flexibility and making sure that the minutes in the IEP are met.
So maybe a friendly amendment to just make sure it's meeting the minutes and allowing the flexibility.
I agree.
Yeah. Mr. Ernst.
I appreciate everybody's efforts to wrap our heads around such a complicated situation at this hour. And as Trustee Kennedy had mentioned with individualized education plans, there is a great deal of individualizedness in it. And I wonder, as we're continuing to think about this, one of the things that are going to be required at schools is a high degree of scheduling. based on inclusion, based on SDI, and based on the multiple factors that are occurring, either general resource or self-contained programs. And so I know that with our middle schools and high schools, there's been a motion to go to the full distance learning. And then I believe there's another Board of Trustees meeting on 12/8. It seems to me, in thinking about this scenario, in either way, there will require a high degree of coordination at the school, of which I think may take a week or two to get it all scheduled if we're going to allow this type of flexibility with teachers and parents, and then trying to coordinate with the transportation. And so, you know, I just wonder about allowing for a couple of weeks, or allowing a little bit of time, as we're all trying to get our hands around a very complex issue right now, using a little bit of time to be able to get at the particulars that I think a lot of us are seeking right now. And so full distance learning for the time being, while the schools are working to develop these schedules, because in either way, it's going to take time for them to develop these schedules. Just some more food for thought.
Madam President, sorry, go ahead.
I don't know whose light went on first. Trustee Cottle, I think your light's been on.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm very frustrated right now. I was not given any of this information to prepare in advance to make this kind of a decision. That's why we're going in circles, because we don't have the information. We don't have the recommendations. We don't have the reasons why you're making the recommendations and what it means for kids, families, and schools. So I have to vote no on any motion to change learning model for special ed, because we don't have the information. We're going to be here all night because I don't know all the intricacies of special ed. I don't know all this stuff. I need the district to tell us what you want us to consider. We don't have any of it. So we're going to keep spinning our wheels because we don't have the information. So I can't support any motion to change learning models until I can see what we're talking about and prepare. So it's just very, very frustrating.
Superintendent McNeil.
Well, I can appreciate that, Trustee Cottle, but I would also, with all due respect, I think this staff has taken a great amount of time in order to put the recommendations forward and to provide the information that we're bringing forward today. I will also say that with the different types of components and the changes that the trustees have suggested, with consultation with staff, whether that is moving elementary to in-person or secondary to full distance, I think this has been a very robust conversation. And I know that a lot of us are tired, and that there is a lot of intricacies here, but I'm sorry, I'm going to have to disagree to say that the staff is not prepared. We are trying our very best. These are very complex matters, and they're also legal matters when we're talking about individual education plans. So in the best interest of the district, we are trying to put together a plan as the ship is sailing.
Trustee Simon Holland.
I've lost track. Do we have a motion on the floor from
Yeah, there's a
Trustee
motion
Kennedy?
and a second, but we haven't voted, so.
And can we just again clarify what that motion is? Or is
it was I think it was sort of what you said, you know, the recommendation that we have our self-contained classes, the CLS, the SIP, the strategies, and then I think we included in that the social resource, be in person as much as possible, allowing flexibility for meeting the instructional minutes. the recommendation that you all presented to us was a hybrid for that population. And I think we're, like I said, that's sort of our pain point. And I don't know how we move forward tonight. We can't leave our families stranded, not having an answer what their next week looks like for their student. So we need to make some type of decision. And we all are tired, we're all frustrated, we're all trying to wrap our heads around this, but I think we need to come to some kind of consensus. And I thought we were there. I'm sort of confused because we had the recommendation, to give that flexibility, and I thought that's what I thought that was the motion that we made, and so I'm confused then how we got onto the buses not being able to do that, I guess. So
All I was saying, I agree with the flexibility, and I think that's what you would want to have into the motion.
Can I just ask a clarifying, again, as a person who's not very astute in all of the different programs that are part of our special education, sometimes the language general resource has been used, and sometimes the language social resource has been used. Sometimes social resource has been included in self-contained, and then we're having teachers email us and say social resource is not self-contained. Can somebody just give me the short clarification about, is general resource and social resource, as you all are using it, the same thing? No. Okay. And so social resource is what we're talking about being part of self-contained, but then why do we have teachers telling us that social resource is not self-contained? I'm just struggling.
Jen Van Tress addressed that.
That's what Jen Van Tress was talking about as far as further clarification that she feels needs to be done with that particular teaching sector.
Okay.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I think this is where Jill was getting to, is what's the feeling of our colleagues, of my colleagues, if we stay with where we are at this point, knowing that we want more in terms of our special populations, some self-contained, some not self-contained, but we know that this has been very dynamic, and staff hasn't had a chance. Like I said, you're putting this together as we go. I think the part of what throws them a little bit is they were going with hey, they're going to go hybrid, and we're like, we aren't as comfortable with that. So now we're kind of trying to make it up as we go. And so maybe what we can do, we're looking at our next meeting being on the 8th. Perhaps we can ask the superintendent to have staff put a more comprehensive plan together for that piece, because they're going to be, because those first few days of, after everyone comes back from the Thanksgiving break, it's really going to be more of getting people situated and figuring out the devices and so on anyway. And then that gives us an opportunity, that gives staff an opportunity to, instead of trying to, you guys are trying to figure it out, and I get it. And we're trying to figure it out, and we don't have the expertise, but it gives us a little bit of time. And not that we waste those days with these special populations, because they don't have days to waste, at all, but that gives you a chance to put something more together, in fairness to them, and then it gives us something that's a full program, or here, this is what we want to do with these programs, this is what we want to do with this, here is our plan, this is how this looks. You're the experts in this, not us. But we're having to make some really detailed decisions in areas that we just don't know. And we'll be here all night, and I still won't know. And the later I get, I know less than when I started. I'm just being honest, right? So I mean, what's the feeling? And so we don't hold them hostage, so to speak, and say, well, then we just can't do anything with them. But obviously, we need some time. Staff needs some time to work this out. So what if we don't make a final decision on what that will look like? Maybe beyond we want to keep them in the classroom as much as possible, giving the flexibility to the staff and making sure we don't violate the IEPs one way or another. Now come back and let us know what that looks like.
Thank you, Vice President Taylor. I think we need to withdraw the motion.
That's where I was headed.
Okay, if you
So
could
I will
withdraw
my motion.
Okay, then we can talk a little bit more. I think.
But
oh, sorry.
But may I say, but can we at least address Piccolo, Turning Point, and Inspire then?
Yeah.
And at least.
Let me just ask a question though, because I am a little concerned about the 8th, just because if we are theoretically only doing this until the return of school on January 4th, December 8th is halfway through that time period, then there's 7 days before winter break. And I know, it doesn't hurt to have the plan, but so Trustee Kennedy, if you would like to, though, make a motion to address the other issues that we can easily move forward on.
I'd like to make a motion that Piccolo School, Turning Point, and Inspire be full-time, 5 days a week, in person.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Kennedy, second by Trustee Simon Holland. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes 5-1.
4-1.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jackie left 4-1. Thank you. And are we, Trustee Kennedy, were you wanting to make a recommendation or a motion around the general resource?
If we're comfortable with that, I move that resource students be on distance learning but scheduled to come in for small group instruction to meet the required instructional minutes of their IEP. General resource.
I'll second it for conversation. I'd like to hear, Jen, I'd like to hear your thinking on that. Because you're in it to the day-to-day. I mean, it sounds like something that we've pretty much kind of been okay with, but I'd love to hear your input on that, or perhaps Deputy Soup.
Sure. Trustee Taylor, thank you for that. So yes, the concept would be that typically if you're a general resource student, you only have one class period that is what we call an SSTS, or a social or a skills training, or like a study hall class where you're getting some extra supports. The concept would be that students would have the opportunity to come in a couple times a week to get some small group instruction, or some quote unquote tutoring. That's when your specially designed instruction minutes would be provided. Typically, if you're a resource student, you are included almost all day in general education classes. So we would still want them the opportunity to be able to go into their general education classes throughout the day, but then when they have the opportunity to work directly with their special education teacher, if they so choose to go into the building, they'd have that opportunity to do so. Also go in the building to receive related services if that is part of their IEP.
Okay, thank you.
I realize I made the motion, but my one concern, I'm going to go back to the very first question I had when we talked about this, was the equity of transportation to be able to receive those services.
Thank you, Trustee Kennedy. I think that it would be extremely difficult to, typically students that have resource services, general resource services, do not have transportation written into their IEPs. So as far as the IEP implementation, there's not the requirement to provide that. I understand exactly where you're coming from the equity. I think it would be very difficult to say that we're going to provide transportation for an hour here or an hour there, and they'd spend more time on a bus. Some students would than to get to the school. Those are situations in my mind that the schools could work with the parents about timing it when it's convenient for the parents or convenient depending on how the schedules work.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Trustee Kennedy, a second by Vice President Taylor. Is there any further discussion or questions around this one? All right, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? So that motion passes 4-1. Okay, so how do we move forward with our last item?
So, Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf, so maybe, I was thinking maybe how maybe I could best explain this, and I think it goes back to Trustee Kennedy talking about least restrictive environment, LRE. So when we think about perhaps a school like Piccolo, or students that are general resource, that we've just gotten that explanation, most restrictive, least restrictive. In the middle kind of lands those self-contained programs. I think, and Jen, jump in here, the recommendation that we've shared, and I understand that just with you tonight, because our team has just been working on this just within the last day or so with the hybrid schedule, I think for some of the reasons, and I understand the concerns that some of you have, but let me just stick with the hybrid schedule in order to also meet the general education needs of students that are in self-contained. And I think also not knowing if we're going to have the staff available or the ability of staff to do that while they're also working and teaching with students that are receiving that special instruction, SIP, CLS, etc., is a large part of the recommendation to go hybrid. We will need planning time, as Joe said, but what is in this recommendation as well is transportation. Not all of our schools have CLS, SIP, social resource strategies programs, so there is an interwovenness, I think, of how we transport students. And my recommendation to you would be that we would need to approach this in a standard manner to make it work, because it does all work together. And it works together whether it's transportation, or it works together too well if we have to move coverage from one school to another. So providing flexibility concerns, I mean, I appreciate that, but it concerns me too, because we want to be consistent across schools as well. I would be a little hesitant if a social intervention program student at one school was maybe getting more access to the brick and mortar than maybe another student at another school. So I think that's part of that recommendation is one schedule, hybrid, as we've talked to you about this evening, and that would be district-wide, and that would allow Jen and our directors and our SEAs and our SEFs and our area superintendents and me to start to build up the plans fast, so that we don't, and I appreciate Joe's recommendation as well to give time to plan, but we've got to have kind of that frame to build the plan and go forward. So I hope that helps, perhaps.
So they would be on a hybrid model, those students beginning on the 2nd and potentially through the 8th, with the possibility then that everything would change for them again on the 9th through the 17th?
No, I would think that they would be on that hybrid schedule until January, and yes.
Sticking with your original recommendation.
Yes,
and,
yes.
Okay.
So our students in self-contained programs would be in school on next Monday, the 30th. They would be there on the 1st on Tuesday. And then once we move to full distance learning on the Wednesday, then one group on Wednesday, one group on Thursday, and then we would just start rotating it like we do right now with the hybrid, the AB model.
Trustee Kennedy.
I have a question. I can't believe I'm doing this. Since we're talking about so much of special education being in brick and mortar, that is going to mean that our special education teachers in all likelihood are going to have to be in the buildings. Is this something we're talking about for all teachers? Because I know that Jen had talked about having common expectations and what things look like, but is that one of the expectations, that teachers are going to be teaching from the building?
Yes.
Okay.
So all secondary teachers would.
So they'll all be there?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did you have something? Vice President Taylor.
Thank you. I just have a question. Didn't we go full circle? Because we started there and then had a level of discomfort with the self-contained programs only going every other day, right? So we just spent 2 hours going around and we're back to where we started? Okay. I mean, I want to agree with what my colleague, Trustee Simon Holland, said, in that if there's something we can do to keep them in the building as much as possible, I think that that's something I would like to see. Even to the point where that gives, as Jen said, that gives some flexibility. In some case, maybe that may not be possible all the time. It may not be workable, and I know it depends upon their IEPs, but I think an effort to do that, yeah, I know that's how we got here, but it's just, these are just our most vulnerable, and it's 12 days. We're talking 12 days, and so really 6 days in and 6 for each of them, right? But if it extends past that, you know, then we're adding on another couple of weeks, and then it begins to be a little bit more of a concern. I mean, I guess I would like us to get to a point where, you know, where our intention or our goal is for those self-contained programs, for them to be in the building as much as possible. You know, which a statement like that still allows the flexibility that I believe Jen was asking for. It allows, depending upon what the IEP says, for certain students and so on. But I think a commitment to be able to do that is something I would at least feel better with.
Superintendent McNeil.
So I think that's where, I think the flexibility is important, and I think if you can put to meet the IEP and the specially designed instruction within that, because to the earlier points, as far as many of our students in self-contained classrooms, we just want to be cognizant of the fact that it's going to impact transportation. And so we just want to be aware of that. And so whether it's, you know, having the hybrid model for them, the ability to have them in person or in brick and mortar as much as possible, allowing the schools to have the flexibility in meeting the IEP, but just to be cognizant of the transportation issue as well too.
Okay, so let me try a motion. Okay, I move that beginning December 3rd, 2nd, that beginning December 2nd for those students involved in the self-contained program, that they go to a hybrid schedule with the goal of having them receiving in-person instruction, allowing the flexibility to meet the IEP and the specially designed instruction as appropriate based upon transportation and other limitations.
I'll second.
Discussion?
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you. I can't go to sleep at night if the default is the hybrid program. I can't do it. I know that it's a challenge. I still believe that hybrid does not help our staffing, and that is the reason we're doing this. I don't think it helps the staffing enough for the cost and the impact it will have some of these kids that are very, very disturbed by instability and inconsistency. So I need to say that because I'm sure Trustee Cottle will vote against it, and we don't have enough votes to pass it, with the hybrid being the focus of the solution. And I'm sorry, it's just, I spent a lot of years of my younger life working with kids with cerebral palsy and other issues, and and friends with kids that are on the autism spectrum, and I just know that the inconsistency is torture.
How would, if I may, how would it feel if the programs at the schools had the options of attending school on the schedule that's designed by their case manager? Then that way it depends upon the student. It would still meet their IEP and still will be according to their specially designed instruction.
I think that goes back maybe to the concern.
Does that take out it isn't a hybrid default, it's their case manager designs them?
So let me just throw this option out there. If the concern is as far as consistency for the self-contained programs, to have the ability then to have the self-contained programs, which have been named tonight, to go into a 5-day in-person model for self-contained programs.
I'm sorry, say that again,
Vice
Kristen?
President Taylor, can you withdraw your motion?
I'm sorry, say again, Kristen? I'm sorry.
One of the options is to go 5 days for the self-contained programs, in person, 5 days.
Okay, so you may add that to what I'm saying?
It would replace what you're saying.
Okay, so, go ahead, you go, Trustee Simon Howland, because I think I got lost.
Chief General Counsel would like us to either call for the vote and see if it fails, or then withdraw it and start over, so.
I'll withdraw it.
Okay.
Okay, Trustee Simon Howland, I withdrawn. Who's my second? Withdraw.
Trustee Kennedy.
Okay.
Can I make this motion? I make the motion?
I told you that an hour ago.
I'm a slow learner. That our self-contained programs, CLS, SIP, strategies, and social resource be 5-day-a-week in session in the building.
Second.
Oh, that was it? Oh, that was easy, okay. Now, for discussion, is that doable, Superintendent McNeil?
Better be, she suggested it.
I believe it would be.
Yes, and I don't think Rick Martin's behind us anymore, but I think I'm correct in saying that the transportation schedules would just continue the way they are now. So we don't have that challenge that some schools are doing it differently than others, which I think would be a challenge for transportation.
Okay, motion by Trustee Kennedy, second by Trustee Simon Holland. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Did you abstain, Trustee Cottle? Oh, you did, okay. The motion passes unanimously. Okay.
We still have the other vulnerable populations to.
Okay, I can make that motion, and I move that the other vulnerable populations, which we've classified in previous meetings to include children in transition, our foster students, English language students, our refugee students, our gifted and talented students, would attend full distance 5 days a week.
Second.
Motion by me, second by, was that you, Trustee Kennedy? Any discussion on this one? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes 4-1. Okay, I think we made it through everything at 1:36 in the morning. I don't want to take up a lot of time, but I do really appreciate you all being here. I know how much work went into being prepared, you know, to make this shift without a lot of notice, and I just appreciate everyone and the energy they've put into this, and I know that you all have borne a lot of the brunt of the strain and the demands of keeping everyone moving forward with in-person for so many months now, and I just am so grateful to all of you and your time, and Jen and Lauren, I don't know if you're still on there, you too. So thank you all, and please go home and go to bed, and have a nice Thanksgiving. Okay, next on our agenda is 5.01, board reports. Okay, Trustee Simon Holland.
I just wanted to say thank you to HUG, because HUG made us welcome, and we appreciate it, and we also appreciate the special treats that everybody left us. But I didn't want to forget to say thank you to our HUG hosts.
I second that. Superintendent McNeil, do you have a report tonight? Okay, 6.01, future agenda item requests. No. 6.02, public comment. We do have more names to read off right now, but.
The board received comments from Donald Gallimore, Lorraine Toole, Aaron Fuentes, Sandy Herman, Angela Shala, Renee Becker, Sarah Smith, Joyce Snyder House, Kelly Matthews, and Carrie Pruitt.
Thank you. Our next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, December 8th. At this time, that meeting is scheduled to begin at 2 p.m., I believe, and we will confirm the location. It is even more, okay, and it is scheduled. We'll confirm the location. And I'd like to adjourn the meeting.